Hello, hello, hello. How are we today, my dear spiderlings? Excuse me. Always with the burping. I don't burp unless I start stream. Always with the burping. Might need a couple more minutes, a couple more seconds for the ads to end. I am sadly now running ads every so often. But hello, my dear spiderlings. Oh, how are we on this wonderful Monday after Mother's Day, the most important day of the year for many? We have a couple things that we need to do. This one I'm doing through the detours menu because I don't feel like doing the actual fight. I'd rather just watch the funny haha cinematics. But here we go.
이 녹색 조명은 색을 잃지 않나 보죠?
Let's turn off some saturation. There we go. Another unexpected alarm, but we all react with measured astonishment as we all grown rather used to the randomness of it all.
T사 특이점의 영향을 완전히 비껴간 것은 아니겠지만 발프르기스의 밤은
I was trying to look for
낮은 확률로 겹치는 순간이니
I'm sorry, Faust.
그 영향으로 일부 색이 유지되는 것일 테죠.
I was trying to look for a more like sepia desaturation rather than a straight black and white, but I'm silly and forgot to actually finish that up before stream today. I didn't want to delay it any further than I already had because I was getting something to eat. Makes sense. Faust nonchalantly walking up to the driver's seat and shutting off the alarm.
또 찾아온 것이로군. 그 무슨 반일?
Good job, Don Quixote. Pat, 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 pat. Don Quixote and her eyes that began twinkling at the smallest bit of diversion after another long period of idle standby. Ooh. It's all just become a part of the routine. Even mysterious things like these Walpurgis nights.
변동 사항에 한 가지가 더 있는 것 같네요.
An additional volatility?
네. 새로운 거울 던전으로
So
연결된 것 같군요.
I believe this is when they start doing back and forths with the mirror dungeons. So from here on out, they swap between Library of Ruina and Lobotomy Corporation. So you've got Lobotomy Corporation was the second one. Now this is the third one, and this one has Library of Ruina.
그래, 그거.
Heathcliff mutters quietly as he rises from his seat. Also, please, so it's really funny because I kept bugging Emerald to constantly keep an eye on Heathcliff, and then she did the most recent Walpurgis knot, and she saw that his bat had changed. I was like, no, don't worry about that. So Heathcliff's bat has changed.
슬슬 올 때가 됐다고 생각하고 있었지. 큰 소란 하나 끝나며 빠짐없이 등장하니까 동시에 초록색 빛이 반짝거릴 줄은 몰랐지만.
Good job, Heathcliff. I love Heathcliff. Heathcliff lightly struck the end of his club against the floor in visible anticipation. The word that was once engraved into his club has changed. A few days ago, I saw him sitting at the back of the bus, busily sanding and carving something into his club. I didn't have to ask to know what he meant by that new word, so I decided to not bring it up to anyone else. Only Heathcliff and I retained that memory after all.
안 그래도 좀이 쑤셔서 미쳐버릴 뻔했다고.
So, sad fact.
수감자들이 이렇게나 적극적으로 참여하려 하다니.
Sad facts.
파우스트 씨.
After Kathy has erased herself from all universes and all mirror worlds, there's only Dante and Heathcliff remember her. Everyone else doesn't even remember why they went to the what's it called? Wuthering Heights in the first place. They just know they were there for someone's funeral, maybe, but they don't know who.
네, 지체할 필요는 없겠죠. 단테, 버스 뒷문의 복도로 가보도록 할까요?
Yes, Faust. Got it. Trying my best to shake this odd, uncomfortable feeling that Heathcliff's newfound enthusiasm didn't come off as entirely optimistic, I led the sinners to the back door. 2 types of doors at once, huh? 2 new sets of doors, just as Faust had predicted. One set of doors was as I expected, 2 metal doors resonating with the sound of withering gusts, a new mirror dungeon. And the other set of doors was...
이건 종이인가? 반짝반짝 빛나고 있네요.
Ooh, fancy. It was an unfamiliar door, radiating with an odd gleam of light. Technically, we did see the weird radio frequency like squiggle lines around the door before, but everything else about it was new.
이번에는 저번처럼 로보토미 코퍼레이션으로 연결된 게 아닌가 봐.
묘한 재즈 음악 같은 게 들리는 것 같기도 하고.
Jazz! Do you like jazz?
근데
Insert B movie, the entirety of B movie in 10 seconds right here.
너는
Just...
창문 같지 않냐?
Right? This new entrance definitely resembled a large window rather than a door. The window was blurry and all I could see past it were some globs of shapes moving about.
무언가 복수의 개체가 움직이는 것 같구려.
Faust seemed to have realized something else, but she didn't tell us what it was. Instead, she merely looked in my direction without saying a word. I'm starting to get what she means by that look. Guess I'll have to get in there to see what this is all about. Right, Faust?
착실한 성장이네요. 파우스트는 이런 변화를 긍정적으로 여깁니다.
Good job, Faust. Yeah. A field of green and a wall of tall, great tree. A field of green and a wall of tall, great trees appear before us as we enter the door. But at this point, it'll take a bit more than this to surprise us.
오랜만에 색이 돌아왔네.
조용히 환상체다.
So these things were what we saw past the window earlier.
아직 우리의 존재를 눈치채지 못했군. 관리자님, 전투를 준비하는 것을 추천드리겠습니다.
I didn't even need to tell the sinners that what they were. It was pretty clear from the get-go that we'd be fighting an abnormality. The sinners all stood ready to charge into battle at my command. But it's a bit different this time. So, Faust, I'm starting to get the hang of this Walpurgis night thing, and
이어 말씀하시죠.
I think there's something different about these abnormalities. Can you explain why?
환상체의 근본적인 부분을 생각한다면 어떤 조우든 간에 불러와진 것과 다를 바 없겠습니다만 확실히 거울 굴절 철도나 거울 던전의 형태와는 다르겠죠.
허면
지금 이곳은 한때 도서관이라고 불렸던
Yep.
구 엘사 위에 나타났던 정체불명의 건물. 그 안에 있던 책의 내부에 존재하는
A space within a
환상체의
book.
공간이라 합니다.
If you don't remember in Library of Ruina, we fought plenty of abnormalities inside of the librarian's books to gain ego cards to use, and then also eventually when either Roland or Angela distorted, they had to be beaten back while using the powers of the abnormalities. This one is the abnormality, which is Fairy Garden. The library. Where have I heard that term before? Some sinner talked about it, that's for sure.
그렇구려. 하지만 이 공간은 지부에서 보았던 격리실과는 사뭇 다른 느낌이오만 그곳은 제약된 공간에 가둔 느낌이라면 이곳은 환상체가 주거할 수 있게 환경을 조성한 느낌이요.
네, 이것은 일종의 테라리움과도 같은 형태입니다. 이곳에 존재하게 된 환상체가 스스로 자신이 지내기 편한 형태로 조성한 것입니다. 간단한 예시를 들자면 물고기를 준비하면 그 안에 물이 차오르고 지렁이를 준비하면 흙이 차오르는 모양새가 되겠군요.
Thanks, Faust. That makes no sense at all, but yeah, but this is one of the easier abnormalities. This one's considered a Zayn class, because this one only kills you if you interact with another abnormality while under its effect. I remember farming it for many strength back in the day.
그러니까 이 책이라는 곳 안에서는 환상체가 자기 취향대로 이것저것 공간을 꾸밀 수 있다는 말이지?
Yep.
조성된다에 가깝습니다. 클리포트 억지력이 약화된 환상체는 본래 주위를 자신에게 유리한 환경으로 조성할 수 있으니까요.
공짜로 집을 지어 올린다는 거 아니야, 그거?
That's when Don Quixote, who was standing rather far from the group, who was made aware of these revelations only after Mersault had relayed them to her.
책? 지금 우리가 책 속에 들어있다는 말인가? 그것도 어느 날 신기루처럼 사라져버렸다는 그 전설적인 도서관에!
Thank you, Don Quixote. Yes, that library suddenly blew up with explosive enthusiasm once again.
다음에는 놀라는 일을 방지할 법한 말을
Just Mersault, just next time, just knock her out like you did.
관리자님,
Huh.
적들에게 발각되었습니다.
Yeah, let's get this over with first. I would just imagine Dante is like, yeah, whatever. Because like so many times it's just depression. That was way harder than I expected.
파우스트에 의하면 현 상황은 도서관의 어느 과거, 그 중에서도 역사의 층이라고 불린다는 곳에 완전 개방을 위한 전투 중 하나를 반복하는 것 같습니다.
The realization of the floor of history. I believe that was an Angela realization. Yeah, sorry, I don't understand what you said. Yeah, sorry, I don't understand most of what you said. Or retake it. Put that one in, not the first one, please and thank you.
그런 것 같군요. 정보를 취합하면 통상적인 도서관의 분류와 같이 문학이나 종교 같은 것들을 다루는 층도 존재하는 것 같습니다.
And then there's like 3 floors about science, and I didn't understand any of them. Doesn't sound too different from your average library, but I doubt it's that straightforward. Anything more you can tell us about that library, Faust? Something more detailed? Faust's voice carries an air of troubled uncertainty, and I'm starting to realize why. So you don't know about that just yet, right?
이미 어느 정도 통찰을 하신 것 같군요, 단테. 굳이 숨겨 말씀드릴 필요도 없겠죠.
Faust let out a barely noticeable but clearly shocked gasp before regaining her usual calm demeanor.
네, 저는 아직 해당 지식에 접근하기 위한 파우스트가
So I am up to the most recent canto. In stream time, though, we are about to do Time Killing Time. Yet to become?
당신의 여정이 좀 더 진행된다면 저 또한 인정받고 권한을 얻어 다른 지식을 얻어낼 수도 있겠죠.
It's okay, Faust. Pat. But I'm only talking about information that we currently have within the stream. So I know things that happen in the future, but for viewers' sake and all that, I am trying to keep us, in line. I see. The longer my journey, the greater her knowledge, huh? Maybe that explains why she kept falling silent in the middle of her lectures. I have no idea how long this journey will last for, but who knows? Maybe we'll find ourselves at the library one day. With that, I return to the sinners wondering about the scattered pages of the abnormality. And that was Walpurgis Nacht 3. I swear, they love Walpurgis Nacht so much. Are we on normal? I want to make sure we're on normal. we cannot do this on extra hard right now. Our team is not leveled enough. Though I don't know if we'll do that many actual fights. We might do the dungeon. Thanks, Don Quixote. Don Quixote loudly and obnoxiously flips through the newspaper in her hands while peppering in a few insightful chuckles. Unfortunately, I now know exactly what this means. And... yes, Don Quixote, that she will continue to try to draw my attention until I acknowledge her at the most appropriate moment. Okay, Don Quixote, fine. What is it?
관리자 나리, 우리 램버스 컴퍼니 같이 도시적으로 성장하고 있는 회사는 세상 만사 정보에 대해 끊임없이 관심을 기울여야 하오.
Uh-huh.
여기 메르소 군과 이 돈키호테처럼 매일 아침 신문을 읽으면서 도시에는 어떤 일이 일어나는지 관심을 좀 가지면서
Okay, Don Quixote. Hey, if you can't tell by the way, Don Quixote's chapter is next. That's why she keeps talking so much.
아이가 장단 좀 맞춰줘. 아 왜 그 메르소 씨가 아침마다 신문 읽는 루틴 있잖아.
It's interesting that Mersault reads the newspaper every morning, right? We don't know much about him, but like he reads the newspaper every morning. He knows a lot of things, and he came from N Corp. That's about it. Aha, the newspaper routine, where he wakes up before the crack of dawn, parks himself on a chair, folds one leg over the other at the exact 90-degree figure 4 leg lock position, and peruses the morning newspaper.
그거. 그게 꽤 멋있어 보였던 모양이야. 뭐 이번엔 한 일주일 정도 가려나?
본인의 말 듣고 계시는가?
Don Quixote, calm down, please. Yep, totally. So what's next? New? What did an article mention us or something?
어떻게 하셨어?
I mean, you basically just said that, Don Quixote. Wait, really?
자, 여기 3면을 보시게나. 1면을 뺏긴 곳은 조금 아쉬우나. 에? 3면? 우리가 그 정도야?
Don Quixote and Rogia, the two sinners guaranteed to draw the full attention of whichever space they inhabit, were speaking. It was only a matter of time before the other sinners began crowding around us, curious about the commotion.
자, T사 사건에서 일어났던 미스터리 실종 사건 극적으로 해결.
Okay.
범인은 에드가 가문이었던 것으로 밝혀져 세간에 크나큰 충격을.
Wait, but Hoy, how are we real? Well, it's been so long I forgot to address you. Well, I don't think we need to hear that part. What else does it say?
때마침 이 근처를 배회 중이던 자들의 자그만 도움과 T사 3등급 징수직 직원들의 활약으로 극적 해결.
I'm doing pretty good, you know.
근처를 배회 중이던 자들 이란.
Yes, we are the wandering bystanders, probably, Yi-sang.
무슨 들러리 취급을 하는군. 회사 이름도 안 나왔네요.
에이 뭐야. 심지어 시간 징수자들 이놈들은 코빼기도 안 비쳤잖아.
I mean, they may have been.
언론이란 되게 그런 것이다.
혹시 또 모르지 않소? 이 뉴스를 보고
They don't even know who we are. Don Quixote, please calm down.
어딘지를 알아야 인터뷰를 하러 오든가 말든가 하죠.
I doubt anyone will pay us much attention, Don Quixote. Better not set yourself up for disappointment. And we were standing there for a good moment in a big group chattering about the article when someone slowly but smoothly walked between us.
림버스 컴퍼니 소속 직원들이십니까?
By the way, I love the T Corp outfit because it's very like posh British, but then it has like this like steampunk stuff going on on the arms.
당신들은
왜 저희가 왔는지는 이미 아실 것이라고 생각합니다.
와, 안 그래도 머리 빠지게 기다리고 있었다네.
Don Quixote, please.
뭐부터 시작하면 되겠는가? 뭐야? 진짜로 인터뷰하러 온 거야?
Well, I mean, something like that. No way. Don Quixote wasn't just losing her mind at nothing.
인터뷰에 대해서는 제 쪽에서도 전달받지 못한 부분입니다만
아참, 베르는 이럴 때 또 어디 간 거야? 지난번에 히스가 쓰고 남은 헤어무스가 어디 있었더라? 자자, 시작하시게나.
Alright.
자, 그럼 세금을 분할 납입하십니까?
전부 다 했다고는 볼 수 없지.
Oh god, they're here to collect taxes. Chat, I'm a royalty. I don't pay my taxes. Okay, we're clearly not on the same page here.
저희는 T사 시간 징수청의 징수자로서 당신들이 체납한 시간세를 받으러 왔습니다.
역시 저자들은 결코 좋은 일에 나타나는 법이 없구려.
시간세? 그럴 리가. 저희는 이미 T사 동지 입국 심사를 할 때 시간세를 납부했어요. 베르길리우스 씨가 분명 그렇게.
A few days ago, aboard Mephistopheles.
그런데 정말 괜찮은
Mephistopheles.
거예요. 여기서 시계를 가지지 않은 채 돌아다녀도. 왜냐하면 T사의 모든 사람들은
세계를 소유하고 있어야 하는 것이 원칙이지. 잘 알고 있다. 하지만 어디에나 융통성 있는 대책은 항상 존재하는 법이다. 그 팜플렛엔
It's kind of interesting.
나와 있진 않았겠지만
The idea that you can just pay for your time tax in full.
단기 체류를 원하는 외부인의 경우 시계를 소유하는 것 대신 그에 준하는 시간세를 사전에 지불하는 것으로
Like-
T사의 규칙에 면책받을 수 있다.
How do you think that works? Do they just like? I mean, I assume you like declare I'm going to be here for this many days, and they're like, okay, well, how many hours do you like how you know? Like, I don't know how time tax works.
29에서 태어나지도 않은 자들이 시계를 발급받는 건 보통 까다로운 일이 아니지 않나. 따라서 우리는 조립하기 전 30일치를
30 days worth of time tax.
오, 상당한 금액이었을 텐데. 시계 가지고 싶었는데 오티스 다리처럼.
Don Quixote, you can just buy a watch.
내 시계는 멋으로 차고 있는 게 아니다.
Okay, but like, all right, but hear me out. You can just buy a watch.
전에 이야기했듯 회사에 금전적인 걱정은 없다. 이런 건 당연한 일에 해당하지.
No budgetary returns.
회사 같아진 느낌이네요.
Yeah, there must have been a minor miscalculation or something. Maybe we fell slightly short of the amount we had to pay?
더군다나 30일이나 이곳에 머물지도 않았다고요.
Yeah, but like, you know.
뭐 만약에 돈을 내야 하더라도 저놈들 가진 거 적당히 내다 팔면
Yeah, exactly.
어찌어찌
It's probably
말아갈
like
수 있을지도 모르고.
Heathcliff muttered, gesturing towards Sinclair and Honglu with his chin.
그걸로 해결이 된다면요. 아, 그러려나요? 가지고 나온 게 얼마 없긴 한데.
이거 밀린 시간세가 얼만데 그래?
납부하셔야 할 시간세는 총 100억 4천만 원입니다.
How many on? Let's see. 100,000 million billion 10 billion on 10 billion 40 million on behind in time tax payments. That doesn't seem like a rounding error. What?
내가 귀가 많이 안 좋아졌네. 나 100까지는 들었는데 그 이후에는 뭐라고 한 거야?
그 정도 액수라면 아예 저희 집을 한번 들러야 할 것 같은데요.
Entire generation or some shit. I mean, we'll just sell the Wuthering Height building. I'm sure it's worth something.
안 내면 아니 못 내면 어떻게 되는 건가요?
그런 선택지는 존재하지 않습니다. 이자가 붙은 시간이나 금액 둘 중 하나로 납부하셔야 합니다.
With interest, of course. There's always interest. Well, actually, if it's a tax, how is there interest? Isn't interest usually a tax on itself?
시간으로 납부한다는
It seems like more like a payment.
소리야?
Now that I think about it, I really remember someone talking about paying with time before. I never really cared to find out exactly what they meant, though. Yi-song, Heathcliff, know anything about this?
T사에 거취를 하고 있을 때 시간세를 내지 못한 적은 없었어.
The face of not ideal.
하여 내지 못하였을 때 일어나는 일에 대해서는 아는 바가 없어.
나도 저택에서 시간세 같이 복잡한 문제에 얽혀본 적은 없었어. 뒷골목 생활할 땐 형님이 더 관리했고, 뭐 못 내서 끌려간 사람들은 보긴 했어도.
Well, then, with their not so helpful answers, my mind immediately began to wander toward Faust, who I hoped would know something more about this than the two of them. That's when Otis suddenly and defiantly stood between us and the collectors.
전혀 납득이 되지 않는군. 무슨 계산법으로 그런 얼토당토하는 액수가 나온 거지?
T사의 징세 계산은 언제나 합리적입니다.
10 billion doesn't seem reasonable.
무의미한 시간이 계속 지나가고 있군요. 변제 능력도 의지도 없는 걸로 간주해도 되겠습니까?
Yes.
잠시만요. 분위기가 험악해지고 있잖아요. 바람직한 발언이 아닐 것 같소.
Time out.
자, 지금 불만을 꿍얼거리는 놈들. 당장 주머니에 100억 안이 있는 놈들만 반론을 허가하겠다. 없다면 입 다물고 우리의 전진에 방해가 되는 자를 배제하는 게 맞겠지.
Pat. It's okay, Otis. You don't have to be so.
100억 어치의 죽음이라. 100억 4천만 아닙니다.
Thanks. Why do you have to be exact? So, we owe 10 billion on 10 billion 40 million on, excuse me, worth of debt. Ads are about to start though, so we can hang out for a little bit. Probably gonna start. I can probably get the cutscene loaded rather than having sitting here listening to music. Time Core people are very interesting to fight. They like glitch around because they use time as like their weapon. So like they kind of like they fast forward and slow themselves down. Ads are starting. We will be back in approximately a minute and 30 seconds, excuse me. Until then, enjoy the ad. Oh, hello. I want to say, I hate when Twitch just says ads are starting soon, because I'm like, when soon? I do want to say thank you to people who are either subscribed and don't have to see the ads, or have found some way to get around the ads, just Twitch Turbo or other things. We appreciate your patronage very much here at the wonderful Dark Brood. Normally I'd get up and get some water, but I still have a bunch of water because the ads took so little time to actually get here. I always forget how little of time 30 minutes actually is. Man, 10 billion on. That is some like modern day scam. Like you get a call from somebody and they're like, hey, sorry, this is the IRS, you owe us $10 billion in taxes. And it's like, okay, first things first. All right, all listeners, we need to put our resources together and go buy Apple gift cards. And then we can give them Apple gift cards, and that'll pay off our time tax, I'm sure of it. 10 billion 40 million on. Thankfully this game doesn't actually have like on. You don't actually have on, you just have Enkefallen. I gotta figure out why I burp so much when I stream. I assume it's just because I breathe differently and I'm drinking, breathing. It's just like, you know, getting me all messed up. I burp a lot when I'm singing as well. Like when I'm at practice, I tend to burp a lot. So I'm assuming it might just be the way I consume air. All right, welcome back from the ads. I was just talking about important things like taxes. Maybe? I don't know. A T Corp staff in a different uniform approached the sinners as both sides went on the defensive.
녀석들의 우두머리인가?
등급은 높으나
I mean, look how snazzy these guys look in total.
그런 개념이 아니요. 그들과 계속 다투다가는 기사 전체와도 등을 질 수 있는.
Oh man, imagine fighting the full force of T Corp.
전투를 즉각 중지해라.
Look at this. This is cool. You think it comes down like a mask, if the hat comes down and he has like a long tube mask?
협조하지 않으면 여기 전원을 T사의 적대 세력으로 간주하고 무력 진압을.
유쾌해지기 시작했군.
Thanks to Rosho.
이렇게 되면
This seems like a great time for Virgilius with his intimidating glowing eyes too. Thanks for salt. Man.
실전까지만 해도 길잡이씨와 훈훈했던 분위기를 가졌던 것 같아. 벌써 엄청 오래전일 같네.
Do you think his eyes still glow red?
그렇게 째려보지만 말고 우리 말 좀 들어봐. 억울해. 다짜고짜 100억 원을 내놓으라고 하잖아.
100억 4천만 아닙니다.
You stay out of this.
그 말을 녹음해놨어. 계속 똑같은 말만.
그러니까 우리에게 그만한 세금이 나올 리가 없잖아. 누구보다 선량하고.
I'm so happy we got a lot of bakgaks. So we're eventually going to hit a point where there is no voice acting on the intervalos because they only do voice acting in the intervalos during bakgaks. And well, we're eventually going to catch up and there's not going to be a bakgak run. Bakgak, I believe, means rerun in Korean. I don't know. I don't speak Korean. I barely speak this uncivilized tongue here.
정의롭게 살았는데.
Thanks, Don Quixote.
그러니까.
Virgilius listened quietly for a moment as the sinners chattered on like they were part of a comedy skit. It does? Let's go.
그래.
I'm right.
너희 말대로 100억 원이라는 숫자는 이상한 액수이긴 하지.
He said Yisang.
길거리 한복판에서 이런 의미.
Oh, his eyes don't really glow. They kind of just look different.
힘들어진다는 당연한 사실을 누군가는 깨달았어야 하지 않나 싶군.
Virgilius let out a deep sigh before turning toward the T-Corp employee.
유혈 사태를 일으키게 된 건 유감스럽게 되었습니다만 100억 원은 결코 납득이 될 수 없는 액수입니다.
I agree. 10 billion on sounds like a lot for nothing.
당신들도 잘 알지 않습니까? 그렇게 어마어마한 징세가
Yeah. Again, it's like getting a phone call out of nowhere. And they're like, hey, I may have made this joke during the ads, but it's getting a phone call out of nowhere being like, hey, so you owe me $10 billion in back taxes. You have to send me that in gift cards. It's like, what? Who has 10 billion on them in the middle of the street?
이렇게 곧장 시간세를 거두러 오는 것이 아니라 자세한 경위에 대한 설명이 우선되어야 했다고 봅니다만.
확실히 이런 비정상적인 징세 보고가 올라온 건 드물지. 이쪽에서도 사태의 심각성을 인지하여 관할소에서 긴급 회의를 소집하는 중이다.
It's so funny because 10 billion on is such a large amount. They're like, we don't even know what happened or how you did it.
관할 징수소로 이동해서 원인과 해결책을 논의하는 편이 좋을 것 같군.
Yeah, sure. That sounds like a good time. It's always nice when you can come to a amicable agreement. Case of the Gallows. Oh man, this place is so cool. Man, T Corp. It's kind of interesting that the T Corp office is actually still desaturated, but not as much. You think that themselves would just have as much color as they want. Clashable evades when? Never. Do you know how broken that would be? Truth behind the absurd amount of time tax levied upon us was much simpler than I expected.
약 일주일 전 어더링 하이츠 저택에서 사전에 허가받지 않은 광범위한 시간 노출 현상이 관측되었네요. 이로 인해 시간 누적세가 발생했고요.
Time leak. How does time leak?
시간 누출 현상?
특정 공간의 시간이 느리게 흘러가게 되었다는 뜻이에요. 심지어 그 공간이 한동안 움직이기까지 했네요. 계책된 건
4 hours worth of time slow is worth 10 billion on?
뭔 소리를 씨부리는 거야?
특정 공간이 느려졌다는 것은 저택 안에서 그자를 쫓아가기 위해 단테가 우리의 움직임을 날새게 만들었던 때를 이야기하는 것인가 보.
이해되지 않는군. 관리자님의 능력이 지속된 것은 제 30분이 넘지 않았다. 내 시간은 오류일 확률이 높다.
Thanks, Mersal. You know what? If I can rely on Mersal for one thing, it's to be on our side.
아니요. 그 저택에서 나오며 느꼈던 위화감의 원인을 생각한다면 오류가 아닐 가능성이 높겠어.
Also, the music. Beautiful.
단테, 기억하시는가? 그때
A few days ago.
메르소군, 매일 하고 있는 루틴에 뭔가 문제라도 있는가?
We had just returned to Mephistopheles. I think it's Mephistopheles, excuse me. I always say Mephistopheles. I always skip this PH here because it stands for fat. We returned to Mephistopheles after the incident at Wuthering Heights Manor. Most sinners were keeping to themselves, given the clear look of sorrow on Heathcliff. However, Don Quixote's ever cheerful voice, like always, constantly shattered through the silence.
이상 현상을 발견했다. 저택에서 보낸 시간을 생각하면 조간 신문이 지급되었어야 하는데 이건 석간 신문이다.
뭔가 실수가 있었던 건 아니겠는가?
이 버스에서 지속적으로 신문을 지급받았지만 항상 지정된
I wonder when they picked up Mersal. Because they picked up Yi Song, you know, after he escaped from N Corp. But do you think Mersal was like number 3 on the bus, or do you think he was like number 30? or not number 30, but like number 15?
오류가 발생할 여지는 있겠지만 확률적으로 극히 드물다고 할 수 있다.
그러고 보니 색이 없어서 눈치를 못 챘었는데 저건 해가 떠오르는 게 아니라 노을이 지고 있는 거였네요.
My surface dwelling spiderlings. Do sunsets and sunrises look different?
그러나 시간상으론 분명 동이틀 시점을 더.
알 것 같소.
그거는 TT4 프로토콜.
TC4 protocol. Yes. Yep. I know all about that, Heathcliff. Whatever you say, buddy. What's that?
시간 속도 동기화 장치 뭐 이런 식으로 불렀던 것 같은데 모두가 평등한 시간 속에서 여유를 즐길 수 있게 만들어드리는 럭셔리 솔루션? 그따위로 적혀있는 팜플렛을 봤었지.
우와! 히스클리프군답지 않게 유식한 단어가 너무 많았듯이 헷갈리네 마늘.
Heathcliff's gonna. Please don't kill the Don Quixote.
TT4 프로토콜이 작동하는 장소에 있는 사람들의 시간이 모두 같은 속도로 흘러가게 하는 장치라는 뜻이요.
그렇군. 어쩐지 그리 부유해 보였던 자가 우리와 같은 속도로 움직이고 말한다는 게 조금 이상하긴 했네.
Why do you say like that you know what that means, Don Quixote?
그렇다면 저택 내에서 보낸 시간은 바깥보다 빠르게 흘렀다는 이야기가 된다. 속간 신문이 지금 지급된 상황은 이해가 되는군.
좋아. 호기심 해결도 끝났으니 이제 새로운 일거리를 해결하러 가는.
Virgilius, you should have realized that we messed up.
비틀림 추적에 대한 새로운 의뢰가 ACA로부터 도착했습니다.
I go to sleep. Go to sleep. Enjoy your sleep or your sleep. Your Aleph. Thank you for showing up. So, activating my ability within the TT4 protocol caused.
이미 가속되던 시간을 더 만지작거린 꼴이 되니 자연히 바깥에서 보았을 때는 체감 그 이상의 시간이
Or I got slept. Words are hard when acronym.
잘 아시네요. 심지어 개인에 대한 시간도 아니고 공간제로 시간을 조작하셨어요.
Oh, and my chat died.
심지어 그 공간도 초단위로 계속 이동. 솔직히 이런 상황은
Let's go.
없었어요.
Chat, let's go. We're setting new precedents.
애초에 돈이 무지하게 많이 드니까 특별한 날에만 가동한다고 했던 것 같기도 해. 손님들이 많이 왔을 때나.
시간 누진세에 공간당 부가세를 곱하게 될 테니 당연히 이런 천문학적인 액수가 나올 수밖에 없겠죠.
아니 우리라고 이렇게 될 줄 알았나?
뭐 아무튼 시간세를 납부하기 위해서는 두 가지 방법 중 하나를 선택하셔야 해요.
아니 무슨 방법 이러고 있냐 이씨. 100억 안에 어떻게 내냐고.
Thanks, Heathcliff.
첫 번째는 돈으로 납부하는 것. 두 번째는 시간으로 납부하는
You ever notice that,
것인데
like, I find it very interesting that T Corp, their stuff, it's brown with accents of yellow or gold. You ever think of like it's a very interesting design choice.
아까도 들었어 그건. 대체 시간으로 납부한다는 게 무슨 소린데?
그건
The employee who was about to answer our question with a painful, observable annoyance suddenly jolted to the sound of an alarm.
알겠습니다. 연락이 왔습니다. 오늘 사건에 대한 긴급 회의 준비가 끝났어요. 림버스 컴퍼니 측에서는 두 분
Well,
정도 입장하실 수 있습니다.
Obviously, I'll go because they can understand me, Chad.
걱정된다는 듯 뒷깎거릴 필요는 없습니다. 딴테 회의 같은 복잡한 처리는 제 일이니 제가 이들과 회의를 하고 올 동안 수감자들을 잘 관리하고 계시면 될
Oh,
겁니다.
I guess Faust and Virgilius will go.
파우스트 씨,
You know, I was hoping to sit in that meeting room with one other person just tick tock, tick tock, tick tock my way through it.
또다시 소란이 벌어지면 류슈웨이에는 아무 좋아하지 않을 법한 상황이 벌어질 테니
Virgilius has Ryoshu pegged.
뭘 간타부터 따져보기도 전에 가버렸네요.
우리의 운명이 걸려 있을지도 모르는 일에 우리를 내버려 두고?
저 별거 아닌 질문이긴 한데요.
Man, I don't like desaturated Honglu's eye. This eye does not look good desaturated.
메르소 씨는 왜 교수대 위에 올라가 계시고 있나요?
I just like how don't do anything crazy. Meanwhile, Mersault got on gallows. Why? For what purpose? Mersault. What? Marcel, what are you doing up there?
올라가라 하여서 올라왔습니다.
Good job, Marcel. Listen to your orders, buddy.
누가 그랬는데?
내가 그랬어. 시간센 앞으로 도와주려고 했지.
I thought all employees were supposed to be at the emergency meeting.
우와, 걸어다니는 시계라니. 이번 박람회에 제출하면 참가상까지 노려볼 만할지도 모르겠는데.
Thanks, employee? Question mark.
시계를 보니까 생각나는데 몇 년 전에 나침반 기능이 있는 시계가 출품된 걸 본 적 있어. 그건 참가상도 못 받았는데 왜인지 알아? 나침반을 사용하는 중에는 시간을 볼 수가 없었던 거야. 믿어줘? 방향을 찾거나 시간을 보거나 양자택일을 해야 했다고. 시계에 나침반을 붙이던 거랑 뭐가 다른 건지 참.
He talks fast.
아, 그러고 보니 이 사무실에서는 TT5 프로토콜이 시범적으로 작동되고 있으니까 혹시라도 하루 표준 시간에 해당 안 되는 사람들은 잠깐 혼란스러울 수도 있다는 거 인지해 주시고.
What? TT52 protocol is operating at an experimental capacity within this office space, so don't you forget. Anyone not synced with the daily standard time, DST for short, might find this a little disorienting, so keep that in mind as well.
뭐라고요?
I agree. What? What are you talking about?
TT5를 처음 듣나 봐? TT5 프로토콜은 이름만 봐도 알 수 있겠지만 TT4 프로토콜보다 시간 효율이 높게 설계된 기술이야. 몇몇 기사 사무실에서만 특별히 체험해 볼 수 있지. 후기를 남기고 싶으면 저 게시판에 자유롭게 써줘. 잠깐, 저 3점짜리는 누가 쓴 거지?
Who wrote the 3-star review? The man, who we presume to be a T-Corp staff, seemed very adept at holding a one-sided conversation with zero external input. Not that any of us could keep up with how fast he was speaking, anyway.
아무튼 슬슬 마음의 준비가 됐으면 가동해 볼까?
준비됐다.
Result? Wait. I don't know if it's really a good idea to be ready for something that looks like the rope extending from the intimidating machine tightened around Marcel's throat.
이게 시간세를 시간으로 납부하는 방법인가요? 교수대에 목을 매다는 게요?
정확한 명칭은 시간 저울 교수대야. 납부할 시간만큼 무게를 잰 다음에 시간을 뽑아내지. 원래 이름은 저게 아니었는데 발명품 이름이 58글자나 되는 건 좋지 않다고 그래서 바뀌었을걸?
Can someone ask him what'll happen to Marcel?
메르소 씨가 죽나요?
죽는다니. 이런 평화로운 기계에서 그럴 리가 없잖아. 다만
However,
대체로 누군가가 다만 이라고 말을 흐릴 땐 무섭고 큰 결과가 기다리고 있더구려. 사실 나도 잘 몰라. 아마 100억 안에 해당하는 시간만큼 납부하게 되지 않을까?
how much time is 10 billion ons worth? Is it 4 hours?
정확하게 말하도록 그 납부한 시간만큼 어떻게 되는
Thank you. Thank you, Otis.
설마 메르소 씨를 100억 시간 후에 볼 수 있다던가?
What?
그건 아니야. T사에는 하루 4시간 보장 제도라는 게 있거든. 다행이지? 아무리 최악의 상황에도 하루를 4시간으로는 셀 수 있다는 거니까. T사 복지위원회라는 데가 그러는데 하루에 최소 4시간이면 사람이 목숨은 부지하면서 살 수 있대.
Huh? You know, I've done this one before, as I've said. I still barely understand how T-Corp works.
이런 100억 4천만 원을 한 번에 뽑아내는 건 역시 어려웠나 봐. 여기 보여? 측정 불가라고 나오잖아. 이런 경우는 거의 없었는데.
잠깐, 당신 호기심에 잠겼다는 소리예요?
당연하지. 100억 안이나 연체된 사람은 처음 보는데 이런 기회를 놓칠 수는 없잖아. 시간 로또에 당첨되어도 세전으로 100억 안에 받을 수는 없는데 하물며 100억 안에 빚져버린다니. 박물관에 전시될 만한 구경거리라고. 그리고 지금까지 교수대에 자기 발로 올라오는 사람들은 많아봤자 기껏 150시간 정도 연체된 사람들이었거든. 그 이상 연체한 사람들은 올라가지 않으려고 도망치다가 괜히 시간만 더 지불했는데 100억 안을 연체한 사람이 이렇게 순순히 올라와 줄지도 몰랐지 뭐야.
Well, but Marcel will do anything you ask him to do. What is wrong with this guy?
눈을 뜨시오 메르스군. 포기하지 마시게나. 괜찮은 거였어?
괜찮다.
일단 메르소 씨, 얼른 그 교수대에서 내려오는 게 어때?
I love Gregor's voice actor. Man. Virgilius and Faust, who returned just as the incident occurred, were both glaring at us with expressions that were anything but friendly. No, Virgilius, you don't understand. This T Corp employee told us to do it. This wasn't our choice this time. We were trying to make amends. I promise. It's all okay. It's good. Look, it's good. Okay, I can clearly see that you are both accusing me of letting the sinners run wild again, but we had our reasons.
저들과 이야기는 다 마쳤습니다.
어떻게 됐어요? 사정은 잘 설명한 거죠?
Excuse me.
이대로 저 웃기지도 않은 교수대에 단체로 매달려야 하는 건 아니죠?
100억 안은 과한 액수이지만 동시에 우리가 책임져야 할 몫이라는 것 또한 확실하다. 실제로 시간에 대한 이득을 누렸고 상호 협의된 사항 또한
I still don't understand how
이쪽에서도
4 hours of additional time is worth 10 billion on. Yeah, but we didn't exactly have a whole lot of time to debate whether I was allowed to slow down time or not. We really had to think on our feet back then. I felt a bit miffed about being treated as though I was somehow at fault for this.
만일 누구 하나를 희생해야 한다면 좀 더 효율적인 방식의 평가를 부탁하지.
Notice.
이럴 때를 대비해 평소에 작성해둔 수감자별 업무 평가지 마지막 장에 있는 별도 의견을 참고해서
누군가를 놓고 갈 계획은 없다. 그리고 고작 한
Who do you think Otis was going to sacrifice? I bet Don Quixote.
확보할 수도 없을 것이고. 하지만 마침내 극적으로 타협점을 찾았지. 너희가 교수대 앞에서 장난이나 치고 있을 동안.
Hey. And that compromise is,
뒤틀림 처리에 대한 의뢰입니다.
as always, a distortion.
저번에도 그렇고 그래도 우리 회사가 뒤틀림 사건 해결 관련으로는 알아주게 되었나 봐.
다른 해결사와 업체들에 먼저 의뢰를 맡겼었으나 번번이 실패하여서 저희가 6번째 의뢰라고 하더군요.
그런 거였어?
Good job, Gregor. I'm happy of Gregor's optimism.
그래도 입소문이 돌고 있기 시작한 상태라는 거. 부정할 수 없는 사실이지.
Are they good stories or bad stories, Virgilius? So what kind of distortion are we dealing with this time?
T사 내에서 연속적으로 벌어지고 있는 미해결 사건이 있다고 합니다. 일각에서는 이를 가리켜 시간 살인 시간이라고 부르더군요.
A case of time killing time.
피해자도 여러 명인 듯합니다.
The case of time killing time.
그 말대로다.
Thank you, Class 4 collection staff.
우리들의 시간이 뒤틀림으로부터 살해되고 있지. 우리 T사에서는 시간이 곧 자산이다. 번번이 벌어지고 있는 시간 강도 같은 경우는
Time robbery. How do you steal time?
범인에 대한 추적이 가능했지만 이번 시간 살인 시간은 시간 자체가 통째로 사라져 추적 불가능한 유례 없이 중대한 사건이지. 그래서 시간 살인 시간을 해결하기 위해 시간세를 면하는 조건으로 뒤틀림 포획을 요청하는 바다.
이렇게 또 와버리고 말았군. 이 몸 최근에 본인이 정독한 책에 따르면 T사에게 도시 악몽급 이상의 사건을 의뢰받는 탐정들은 수사기간 동안 모두 특별 수사관 배지라는 것을 지급받는다 하오. 그것만 있으면
She just wants a badge.
여러 협조가 프리패스. 탐정? 해결사들 말이오.
배지는 지급할 생각이다.
Woohoo.
꼭 갖고 싶었던 컬러셔 중 하나였는데.
I don't think you can keep it.
배지를 나눠줄 수 있겠는가? 보존용, 감상용, 영업용으로 최소 3개 정도는 필요.
아이 시끄러. 더 들어볼 거 있냐? 빨리 후딱 가서 후딱 해치우고 오자고. 문제는 질색이야.
How many money problems have you had, Heathcliff?
의욕은 좋게 평가하지. 하지만 말을 좀 끝까지 좀 들었으면 좋겠군.
I mean, Virgilius is right.
문제는 이 자들이 13명이나 되는 인원이 사건을 해결한답시고
I don't see why not.
몰려다니는 걸 원치 않더군.
그 인원으로 거리를 돌아다니며 거주민들의 소중한 하루의 시간을 방해하는 것은 허용하기 힘들다.
Excuse me. The precious time. How are we gonna waste it? I don't. Are we talking about money time? Or are we talking about time? What does this mean?
또한 특별 수사관 배지는 T사에서도 매우 까다롭게 발급해주는 증표로 13개나 지급해줄 수 없지.
부분적으로는 동의한다.
Otis, who has continuously and consistently suggested that we cut down the number of sinners, was the first one to welcome this offer.
도움이 되지 않는 짐덩이를 끌고 다니는 셈이니 한참 전부터 이랬어야지.
Otis, you're one of the deadweights. Let's be honest with this ourselves here, Otis. What have you done outside of being mean to everyone else?
엘리트 인원들이 현장을 뛰며 문제를 해결하고 열애자들은 버스 안에서 얌전히 따라오면서 대기나 하도록.
본인이 그 엘리트에 포함될 거라는 믿음이 굳건하게 깔려 있군, 오티스.
그건 당연한.
헛소리는 그만하고. 그래서 몇이나 허가된 건가요?
So this is our first real big adventure with this kind of stuff here, which is limiting the number of sinners and what sinners you can bring based on the game. Virgilius trailed off, clearly unhappy about this outcome.
3명. 관리자까지
Excuse me, 4.
4명이 허용범이겠군.
그렇게나 적게.
I mean, it's only one distortion.
이 또한 많은 논쟁이 오고 간 끝에 극적으로 내린 타협이다. 받아들여라.
You can hear the phlegm in Virgilius's like throat.
나와 관리자님 2명만으로도 충분한 일일 것을. 구태여.
Right, so it all comes down to my choice, huh? 3 sinners. So many eyes are upon me. Not that I've never had them all look at me like the same time before, but the pressure is on completely different levels when it comes to making judgment calls like these.
관리자가 고민이 깊어 보이는군. 쓸데없는 고민은 시간만 흐르게 할 뿐이지. 일단 자발적으로 의사가 있는 자들부터 거수한다.
All right, we're gonna run into ads here. I'm gonna go get a refill of my water while ads are playing. Thank you all so much for being here as always. I've got to figure out how I'm going to do the ads. I might just do it 3 minutes every hour. That might be more efficient than 1.5 every 30 minutes. I don't know. I've always had to work this out. It's always been kind of a pain in the neck. Excuse me.
이번엔 내가 나서 볼까?
Rodian.
물어볼 게 뭐 있어? 그냥 가.
Don Quixote, Rodian, Heathcliff is a great team. Marcel.
나 손 든 거 아니고 안경 닦은 거야.
There we go. I'll be right back, chat. Hello, my dear spiderlings who can hear me right now. Hope you're all doing well this fine Monday. We have about 20 more seconds for ads to run. I'm having some issues. I have a cat. Her name is Willow, and I love her very much. She won't eat. I got her some food today, and she's not eating it. It's depressing. Welcome back, chat. I was just talking about my adorable cat that will not eat for some reason. This is no simple matter. I've not been with so few sinners before, except for one time when we accidentally walked out the outskirts through the back door. So I have to take this slow and really consider all the possible angles.
저쪽에서 멋대로 정한 제약도 많고 그걸 하나하나 설명하며 토의할 시간도 없으니 이번엔 제가 이 자리에서 바로 선별하겠습니다. Dante.
Well, I don't think there's too big of a gap between them when it comes to their capabilities, but they all excel in different situations.
듣고 있습니까, Dante? 제 쪽에서
We are not listening to Virgilius. Sorry, Virgilius. No, I need to consider more than just their individual capabilities. Some of them work better when paired together, but it's also true that haphazardly pairing them together might end up making a team that's less than the sum of its parts. This is all about team synergy. Wait, but didn't Rhodia say something about how people born in December and August don't mesh well together? And
이번 사건에 참여할 자는
I have to choose someone who can support me calmly, assess the situation, and remain free from biased judgment while making smart, rational decisions on the fly. The sinners who fit that descriptions are... Do we even have anyone like that? I still have to choose someone, though. Damn it, I've got it. I choose Faust, Mersault, and Yi-Song.
로자, 류슈, 홍노다.
Huh? Wait. Huh?
단테는 저와 메르소 씨, 이상 씨를 선택하셨네요.
제 말을 또 듣지 못했습니까, 단테? 파우스트 씨는 앞으로의 행선지에 관해 저와 논의를 마쳐야 할 사항이 있고 이상은 한때 T사에서 금지 물품을 발명한 전
The music is so silly.
애초에 회의 중에 기각되었습니다. 메르소는 애초에 거수하지도 않았고
나서야 할 이유는 없었다.
단테, 그대의 그 마음만으로도 감동이 꾸려.
Aw. Look at that stupid little smile on his face. Wait, that's Hey, Otis, you know that's not at all what I meant. I just thought maybe we needed someone skilled and experienced like you to effectively manage the remaining sinners while we're...
Yeah.
She hit us like, yeah. I really soured the mood, didn't I? Three of them whom I didn't even imagine in my wildest dreams would be hanging out together all turned to look in my direction.
와, 세 명뿐이라니 주목을 받기에 딱 좋은 숫자잖아. 안 그래?
Rhodia, I get it, but why did the two of you volunteer?
유첸 예사.
경험은 많고 다양할수록 좋을 테니까요.
Sangria. Aw, poor Don Quixote. Don Quixote tragically droops her head to the ground, crestfallen.
본인의 키가 그대들에 비해 조금 작은 탓에 길잡이 나리께 제대로 닿지 않아.
No. I'm going to assume it's your tendency to cause 1,000 other issues every time we let you out anywhere, Don Quixote. You're like a little chihuahua. Don Quixote sobbed, dramatically lamenting how Virgilius did not even bat an eye in her direction, despite her being the first one to raise their hand. I'm pretty sure that wasn't the only reason he didn't pick her, though.
이것은 본인의 마지막 유산. 이건 뭐야? 책이랑 돋보기랑 옷? 본인이 아껴놓았던 컬렉션이. 맡겼으시오.
아, 그런데 옷은 왜 세 벌이나 있나요?
그거야. 당연히 감성용, 수정용, 영업용 아니겠는가?
Everything is one for her private collection, one for display, and one for business. That's what she wanted the badges for, and that's what she wants.
13가지의 수수께끼 해결 수사집. 사인도 있네. 애거사 저자. 그런데 애거사가 누구야? 아니, 한때 세븐협회를 대표했던 1급 해결사이신데 아무도 모르는 것이오?
보통은 모르는 사람이 태반이야, 돈키호테.
It's like when you bring out the Limbus Company knowledge in like the group chat. No one knows anything about Limbus Company, just you.
옷 거치장. 하지만 그걸 잊지 않으면 명탐정이 될 수 없단 말이오. 자, 여기 스페셜 코스염은 대장 명탐정이 부채하는 것이오.
이 책 서문에서 애거사님이 그러시는데요. 명탐정의 기본적인 자격은 옷을 잘 갖춰 입는 것이라고 하네요.
Don't. Why are you reading that, Honglu? Why are you reading this, but you won't read a pamphlet to where you're going?
이제 그만 놔줘, 돈키호테. 응? 그런데 아니 뭐 다른 사람들은 그렇다 치더라도 이스마엘 씨는 왜 열애 멤버에 속하게 된 거야?
열애 멤버라뇨. 전 애초에 손부터 들지도 않았어요. 사규를 어기지 않으면서 합리적으로 쉴 수 있는 기회가 어디 흔하겠나요?
Ishmael thinking ahead of everybody. She gets to hang out.
뽑힌 인원을 보고 조금 후회하긴 했지만 뭐 정 안 되면 좀 쉬다가 나중에 도와주면 되니까요. 그럼 저희는
엘리트라고 불러주겠어?
Elite Four. My Elite Four team is Vaporeon, Gardevoir, Lopunny, Jolteon, Flareon, and Sylveon. There you go. Elite Four team. The Servo way.
엘리트라고 자칭하는 멤버들이 발로 뛸 동안 어디서 피로 좀 풀고 있죠.
유감이군. 제4에서는 나머지 수감자들의 자유로운 활동을 허가해주지 않았다.
I do wonder how independently the sinners can act without Dante around.
100억안이나 되는 액수가 걸린 이들을 우리 쪽에서 어떠한 담보도 없이 풀어줄 수는 없는.
No, it was my Elite Four team. Obviously. Hey guys, did you know that in terms of cuddleability, Flareon is one of the most cuddleable Pokemon? Cuddleable? Is that a word?
보아하니 시간 찬압자들이 일시적으로 거주하는 방이 별도로 마련되어 있다는 모양이군.
Virgilius was pointing at what was clearly a jail cell.
길잡이, 네 놈이 말한 방이 저곳인가?
Yes, Otis, yes.
내가 유치장에 갇혀야 한다고?
Yes, Ishmael, you're going to jail. Don't worry, we won't tell Queequeg even though she's dead.
살아있는 담보물이 되어서.
I love Sinclair's eye. Look at how cute Sinclair's eyes are in this light.
언젠가 돌이켜보면 다 좋은 추억일 거야. 그럼 우리 다녀올게. 잘 지키고 있어.
The Rhodian's milking this for the much as it's worth.
그래도 이 감옥은 난방이라도 틀어주네. 그런데 만약 저놈들이 저대로 안 하면 어떻게 되는 거냐?
You'll be held here forever, Heathcliff. How much is 10 billion ons worth of time? I need to know how much an hour is worth. The mustache.
어이, 돌아와라. 그 정도 시간이면 배가 다 짜져버릴 것이다.
I believe that's a reference to the Odyssey, by the way. Calm down, all right? We'll be back before you even.
명탐정이 되어 돌아오게. 역시마시오.
Heathcliff is immediately falling asleep. Mersault just saying goodbye. Don Quixote's crying. We set off on our journey after receiving the aforementioned special investigator badges, leaving the chaotic screaming and hollering of the remaining sinners behind. After a while, all we could hear was the sad, intermittent clatter of the metal as soon as someone violently shook the steel bars.
자, 그럼 가볼까나? 세 번째 피해자를 만나러. 이 사건 기록에 따르면 아하, 이곳이군. 멀지는 않네.
You're coming with us?
왜냐니? 첫 번째랑 두 번째 피해자는 신문할 수 없는 상황이라고 사건 기록에 적혀 있잖아. 아, 참 안타까운 일이야.
아니 내 말은 왜 자연스럽게 동행하냐는 거야. 우린 더 안 껴줄 거거든. 호이.
아니, 예정되어 있던 인원이다. 진척도에 대한 즉각적인 보고를 받기 위해 우리 쪽에서 내부 직원을 하나 파견할 예정이었으니.
더럽게 깐깐.
By the way, only the lead detective is supposed to be wearing the mustache, so I guess Ryoshi is the lead detective.
우리 쪽에선 2등급을 보내려고 했는데 당신은
나? 나는 5등급. 여기 명찰 보이지?
The chatterbox of an employee replied cheerfully as he produced a twinkling badge from his clothes.
몰라 배웠습니다. 5등급 감사직분이 이런 것까진 잘 나누시기.
5등급?
It's kind of funny because class. You think it'd be the opposite way. You think class 1 would be the highest, but they're like, nah, class 5 is the highest. It's numbers. They don't number.
5등급이라면
Does it number?
회사의 직원분들 중에는 가장 높은 직책이죠?
Oh, class 5 is the highest rank.
뭐꼭 그런 것만도 아니지.
Class 5 audit staff? Question mark? We don't know his name.
어떻게 알아? 자, 그럼 해결된 거지? 문제 없지? 그럼 가볼까?
Get it? Got it. Good. We stared in silent bafflement as the employee stormed out of the building and then hurriedly followed him out the door.
대박이지 않아? 시간 살인이라니. 시간을 느리거나 빠르게 하는 걸 넘어서 시간을 통째로 빼는 거잖아.
당신 이름이 그러니까 마이?
편할 대로 불러.
Mai.
같은 건 중요하지 않아.
It's a interesting name for a. Mai is a very feminine name. I'll say it here and now.
아니, 이름은 중요하다.
Interesting. Really? You never call anyone by their names, though?
대놓고 감시역으로 온 느낌인데 편할 대로 부르라니.
I'm so interested. Why did Ryoshi say that?
그것도 그렇네. 알았어, 그럼. 너희 탐정 옷도 입고 있겠다. 나를 쓸만한 조수라고 생각하는 건 어때?
그래도 그렇지.
Okay, but like, what we're gonna call you though? Assistant? Ryoshi was staring off into the distance while puffing her cigarette. That's a pipe, not a cigarette. Suddenly spoke up just as Rhodia was about to retort.
조수, 알맞은 장소로 안내하자.
Assistant.
Yes, sir.
Right away, ma'am. But he said yes, sir.
혹시 조수랑 하인이랑은 어떻게 다른 건가요? 이전에 저희 집에 고용되었던 분들은 말이죠.
Yes, we know you had a billion servants. They sure warmed up to him fast. You know how it goes though. The first nice guy you meet is always there's something wrong about him.
이번 사건의 피해자는 이 시계 공장에
잠깐, 저 범상치 않은 복장, 멋내려고 노력한 수염으로 보면 이 공장의 사장이었던 거야. 그렇지, 조수?
정답이야, 탐정님.
시작이 좋네요.
We are indeed off to a great start.
우리는 시간 살인 시간 해결을 위해 나온.
It's the watch factory owner.
뭐라는 거야?
류슈, 탐정.
우와, 말을 굉장히 빠르게 하시는 분이시네요. 예전에 메르소 씨가 치킨을 먹고 감상을 말해주셨을 때보다 훨씬 더 빨라요.
I wish I could remember that. All right, buddy, calm down. He's talking so fast. It's like someone pressed a fast forward button just for him or something. I can't understand this thing coming out of his mouth.
저 사람은 가지고 있는 시간이 많은 거야.
가지고 있는 시간이 많다고?
평균적인 T사 시민의 하루는 20시간에서 28시간 정도지만 간혹 저런 부자들도 있어. 가진 시간이 많아서 하루가 40시간, 50시간. 이렇게 되면 시간이 적은 사람에겐 상대적으로 빠르게 보일 수밖에 없지.
How does this?
저러면 코를 긁는 척하면서 남들 모르게 팔 수도 있을걸?
Can you? So, how does that work? How does having 40 hours in a single day work? Does that mean like, huh? I gave Rhodey a quick look of concern. She had to do something before Ryoshu snapped his neck completely. A quick look, as in a brief flicker of the flames burning on my clock.
저기 좀 더 천천히 말해줄래? 안 그러면 당신이 또 다른 피해자로 발견될 수도 있거든. 어쩌면 이번엔 숨이 끊어질.
I don't know. Time killing time is pretty fatal. Shook his head in frustration, very rapidly, that is, before activating what appeared to be a voice recorder. It began to play his voice back at us.
반갑습니다. 저는 T사에서 이 시계 공장을 운영하고 있는 범블이라고 합니다.
Hi, Bumble.
의사소통이 이런 식으로 오가는 건 양해를 부탁드리겠습니다. 저는 하루를 52시간으로 쓰고 있거든요.
52 hours long.
전성기 때는 100시간으로도 산 적이 있어요. 요새 공장 사정이 조금 안 좋아져서요.
Can you imagine having a single day be 52 hours long for you? How much you could get done in that time?
52시간?
제 눈에는 여러분들이 매우 느릿느릿 말하고 있는 것처럼 들립니다. 답답하지만 이 사건을 해결해줄 탐정분들이라 하니 너그럽게 이해하고 있는 중입니다.
아니, 하루를 52시간으로 살면 대체 어떤 인생을 살고 있는 거야?
Me either, Rodian. Me either.
선택하고 알찬 인생이랄까요? 저는 여러분보다 더 많은 일들을 할 수 있답니다. 예를 들어서 충분한 숙면을 취할 수 있으니까 피부가 더 매끈해진다거나. 한번 만져보실래요?
No, please. As though in an effort to demonstrate, Bumble was constantly zooming around the room, checking his documents, calling someone on the phone, and even brushing his teeth while we stood there listening to his recordings.
본론을 말해라.
Thank you, Ryoshu. I understood that one.
내는 어느 이른 저녁이었습니다. 그날도 여느 날과 다름없이 바쁘게 길을 걷고 있는 중이었습니다. 중요한 약속이 있었거든요.
근데 갑자기 습격을 당한 거야?
아니요. 집에 썰어두었던 베이컨을 탁자 위에 두고 왔던 게 생각났지 뭐예요. 23구의 보랏빛 소금으로 절여뒀어야 했는데.
아, 저희 둘째 고모가 자주 쓰시던 소금이네요.
What second oldest aunt? What about your first oldest aunt?
본론.
Ryoshi's mad.
그래서 시계탑의 시간을 보면서 집에 다시 돌아가야 할지 고민 중이던 찰나에 갑자기 시간 살인마에게 습격을 당한
The
겁니다.
Time Ripper.
시계탑?
T사에는 구역마다 A사 기준의 표준 시간을 알려주는 시계탑이 12개 있어. 각자가 보내는 시간이 다르다 보니 시계도 개인의 하루에 맞춰지거든. 진짜 시간을 알려면 시계탑을 봐야 해.
신기하네요.
It's pretty neato.
그게 중요한 게 아니지 않아? 어디 보자. 일단 인상착의를 설명해 주겠어?
아마 양복을 입고 있었고.
A tailored suit.
시간
I
살인마를
agree.
훔치고 꽤나 멋부렸는데.
A bit fancy, but you know, hey, I mean, with like fancy name, you have to have fancy clothes, right?
5,800만 원짜리 양복이었을 거예요. 맞춤 양복이었는데 착용감이 꽤
Oh,
좋았죠.
he's talking about himself.
그리고 멋지고 날렵한 코스염이 있었고요.
아니, 본인의 인상착의를 말하라는 게 아니었어.
분까지 한 번.
그자는
Bumble, you may want to be careful because she will do it. She will just murder a person in cold blood.
기억이 잘 안 나네요. 워낙 순식간에 덮쳐왔어.
So fast, even for you?
시간이 살해된 순간 어땠지? 고통.
Can you not ask something like that with such a big grin on your face?
아니요. 그냥 눈을 감았다가 뜨기만 했는데 100시간이 사라져 있었어요. 그것 때문에 중요한 약속도 놓쳐버리고 손해가 이만저만이 아니라고요.
에? 100시간이면 일주일이 사라진 거야?
2 days actually.
응? 아니에요.
Yeah.
저한테 100시간이면 이틀 정도랍니다. 하지만 그것도 소대가 막심하지요.
시간을 도려내다니. 그런 발명품이라면 올해의 발명가상을 받고도 아마 벼락부자가 됐을지도 몰라. 상금이 꽤 쏠쏠하거든. T사에서는 발명가들에게 장려를 적극적으로 해주니까.
don't let Yisong hear that.
옛날에는 T사 대표라는 사람이 직접 나와서 상을 주기도 했대. 그제도 발명가 출신이다 보니까 그 정신을 계속 이어나가라는 의미였나 봐. 나도 본 적 있었는데 사인까지 해주더라니까.
Excuse me.
조수, 그럼 범인은 상을 받았던 발명가 중 하나가 아닐까?
No.
그런데 모든 발명품들은 T사의 기술청에 반드시 등록을 해야만 하거든. 몇 번 예외는 있었던 것 같아. 지난번에는 구인이라는 단체가
Hey.
등록하지 않은 발명품들을 가지고 있었던
Who could that possibly
T사
be?
전체가 완전 뒤집어졌었지. 다들 체포한다고 여기저기 뛰어다니고 회의하고 그랬는데 나는
그렇게나 소란이 있었던 건가요?
Poor Yisong.
고생이 심하셨겠어요.
잠깐.
The entirety of T Corp is up in arms over 9 people making inventions without registering them. What even does that mean?
아니 처음 보는데?
그런 건 진작 말해줘.
Yeah, but then he couldn't tell us more about it, Rodian. What if this is a power granted by the distortion? Meanwhile, Ryoshi, who was completely uninterested in the conversation, stared off into the distance. She looked out the factory window and let out another puff of smoke before muttering quietly to herself.
살인자도 시체도 없군.
Well, yeah, no one's actually dead, and we don't know where the killer is.
범인은 누구일까요?
제 양복을 탐낸 사람일 거라니까요.
No one cares about your suit, Bumble. Shut up.
패스. 그 양복.
Get him, Ryoshu.
그리고 내가 내 놈을 죽이고자 했다면
저를요? 왜요?
내 놈만큼 빠른 속도로 걸어야 하지. 그래야 정확하게 급소를 꿰뚫을 수 있을 테니.
Ryoshu strode toward him before suddenly breaking into a charging sprint. Bumble rapidly stumbled back in the terror, but Ryoshi was fast enough to close the distance and press her scabbard into his neck despite the disparity in time.
이렇게 말이지.
진짜 저대로 칼집질 해버리는 줄 알았어.
그러면 범인은 바로 류슈님인 걸로.
Please remember that Ryoshi never draws her sword. She just uses the scabbard because the scabbard's super sharp.
무서웠잖아요. 그러고 보니 그놈은 제 급소를 찌른 건 아니긴 했지만 이런 식으로 갑자기 나타나긴 했던 것 같아요.
그렇구나. 무작위 사람을 대상으로 한 사건은 아니었던 거겠네.
Yeah.
처음부터 저 제수를 노린 거다.
Specifically for that ass. What does ass mean, Ryoshu? The void left behind by Sinclair's absence was much bigger than I thought. Annoying, stupid stash. Thank you, thank you.
이라는 뜻이다.
This is why we're a Rio Claire stream, because they work so well together.
말도 안 돼요. 애초에 저를 미워할 사람이 누가 있겠어요?
Plenty of people. I can think of more than a few.
아니면 제 양복이 탐이 나서 한번 입어보고 싶었던 걸 수도 있고요.
What is with you and your damn... If it's tailored for you, no one else can wear it.
아니면 저 직원들 중 한 명일 수도 있지 않을까요? 애거사님이 쓰신 책엔 범인은 언제나 가까운 곳에 있다고 적혀 있었거든요.
I have no idea if that book done... excuse me. I have no idea if that book Don Quixote gave us earlier is actually helping, but I suppose it at least is a very good page turner. Hong Lu can't seem to be able to tear his eyes away from it. Maybe I should check it out too once we get back to the bus.
그럴 수도 있겠네.
Everyone reads the detective works of Shakespeare. I mean, Agatha.
그렇다면 범인은 사장을 미워한 나머지 시간을 뺏으려고 한 거지.
아니요, 그럴 일은 없어요. 호다소.
뭐야, 저 사람들? 엄청나게 느린 속도로 일하고 있는데?
저런 노동자들은 하루를 10시간 정도로 살아가. 그마저도 공장에서 하루 대부분을 쓰곤 하지.
10-hour days. Instead of having... So, by the way, those 10 hours include the time that you sleep. So, That means if you sleep for a total of 4 hours, you have 6 hours worth of work you can do outside of that.
뭐? 여러분, 이번 달 생산량이 지난번 생산량보다 고작 13%밖에 안 늘어났어요. 이래선 이익을 충분히 남기지 못한다고 제가 몇
Corporate
번이나
America be like,
말하지 않았나요?
Bumble hollers at them in frustration. The laborers very, very slowly turn their heads to look up at the factory owner, even the simplest action taking excruciatingly long time to complete.
하지만 사장님, 지난번보다 맞추라는 건
To work any faster than
답답해. 도달 시간에 하나라도 더 조립하세요. 안 그래도 톱니바퀴 발품이 갑자기 안 와서 심란해 죽겠는데.
We couldn't understand him thanks to the recorder next to us, but everyone out of its earshots would have no chance of understanding whatever he's talking about.
이봐, 범블 씨. 알고 있어? 당신의 말은 저들에게 너무나도 빠르게 들리고 있어.
I don't think he cares,
어떻게
Rodian.
알아들으라는 거야?
무슨 말씀을? 저들이 너무 느린 거예요. 이 바쁘고 정신없는 도시에서는 빠르고 빠릿하게 사는 사람들만이 성공할 수 있다고요?
Yes, the crypto bro.
아니, 처음부터 말이 되질 않잖아. 시간이 부족해서 이렇게 느려진 사람들이 어떻게 빠르고 빠릿하게 살아?
Rodia, hey, I don't think someone like him will ever understand what you're talking about. He was born and raised in Key Corp after all.
주수, 당신은 5등급이나 되는 직원이잖아. 저게 정상적인 모습이라고 생각하는 거야?
I mean,
정상? 혹시 탐정님들은 도시의 모든 둥지를 일주하고 온 거야? A서부터 Z사의 둥지까지?
그건 아니지만.
yep.
그런 생각은 안 해봤어?
Everyone's guaranteed at least 4 hours a day, by the way. I'm assuming 4 hours a day means that includes how much you can sleep. So I'm assuming you sleep 2 hours and then you have 2 hours left in your day to do whatever. It's so little.
어떤 둥지든 간에 고통은 존재할 거라는 거지.
This is important. Please remember this.
적어도 하루를 50시간이나 사는 여기 범블 씨는
Oh, he's suffering, Rodian. He's just suffering in his own special way. Oh, ads are starting.
너무해요. 저도 고통이란 게 있다고요. 애타게 기다리고 있는 게 있는데 시간이 너무 안 가서 감질맛이 난다고요.
That would be interesting, right? To have to wait for something to be finished. But, like, it's going to be finished in 3 days, but all of your days are 50 hours long. So it'd be 150 hours worth of your time. That'd be insane. That's like a week and a half, basically. I don't know, 24 times 7 is what? 100? No, it should be a week. Because 100 and what? 4 times 7 is what? 7, 14, 21, 28? 128? Or 168? Yeah, so it'd be about a little under 7 days of normal people time. Ugh. I need to have something like Stu does for ad breaks where I like type in chat and say, hey, thank you all so much for, we're pausing the game for people who have to watch the ads. I don't know. I have no ideas, truly. I just talk and think at the same time. I don't think I can handle something longer than a 24-hour day. Okay, Travis, well, this is how it works, though. Like, this guy has 52-hour days, so he sleeps for 10 hours, and then he still has 42 hours of a day left that he can do whatever he needs to do in it. So, like, you could sleep for, like, however many hours you want, and then you still have enough time to run around and like edit it and like go out to eat and all that stuff. Like you have time. It's very interesting. Yeah, we've got time. But do I have energy? I'm assuming you have energy, considering Bumble seems to have unlimited amount of energy. Welcome back. We were just talking about the unrealism, something like that, of having to live 52-hour days. But I mean, if you can sleep for however long you want, you can sleep until you have enough energy. I would end up sleeping for 40 hours. Bubble gently fixes his mustache and hair before caressing his expensive coat with care. Ba, 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 ba. The White Scarfed League pre-battle.
반대로 생각해 보면 되겠네요. 로자 씨, 부자를 미워하는 건 보통 어떤 부류의 사람일 것 같아요?
The downtrodden.
아, 단 가족은 빼고요. 만약 제가 갑자기 의문의 살인 사건을 당한다면 범인은 분명 제 가족 중 한 명일 거예요.
Thanks, Heathcliff.
그게 아니라면 히스클리프 씨 정도일까요?
That's a pretty dark joke.
덤블 씨를 정확하게 노렸어. 하지만 여기 일하는 직원들은 그렇게 빠르게 움직일 수가 없어. 뒤틀림으로 보이지도 않고.
그래, 저 느린 보들이 범인이라면 시계놈이 먼저 감지했겠지.
그렇다면 범인은 시간을 많이 가지지 못한 외부인. 티사 둥지에 시간 부자들에게 불만을 가지고 있는 사람일 거야.
아니면 티사 둥지 자체에 불만을 품고 있는 사람일지도 모르겠네요. 그리고 단테 씨 말처럼 뒤틀림의 힘일 수도 있지만 기술청에 등록이 안 된 발명품을 가지고 있을지도 모르고요.
Yeah, nothing does. By the way, I think they did the patterns on these in a very strange way. I think they just block, like, I don't know how they stapled the pattern onto their clothes. I think they just like kind of blocked out a pattern and then put it over top of it.
그렇다면
You know what I mean?
한 놈이 아닐지도 모르겠군.
Rather than actually be like a drawn pattern on the clothes, they took a pattern and they just stapled it on top of the clothing.
한 명이 아닐 수도 있더라. 잠깐 생각해보니 나 비슷한 느낌의 단체를 알고 있는 것 같은데.
You can kind of see it like more on Rhodia's jacket here. Because like, why would this continue onto the arm like this?
에이, 아니겠지. 그 녀석들은 더 이상 직접 나서서 행동하지 않게 됐으니까.
우와, 우연이다. 나도 그런 느낌으로 활동하는 단체에 대해서 요즘 소문을 많이 들었거든.
Sometime later in a certain alleyway.
둥지에 불만이 있는 사람들? 유로 집이를
Hello,
말씀하시는 겁니까?
woman, again.
아, 기억나요. 로자 씨의 친구분이 만드신 단체죠?
He is Sonia. Rhodia stopped, dead in her tracks.
유로 집이가 이곳에도 있어?
Yep, they moved out of J-Corp, Rhodian.
그 단체에 대해 아십니까? 여러 둥지에서 활동 중이라 들었습니다. 저희 T사의 모습을 드러낸 건 비교적 최근이고요. 그래서 저 같은 T사 직속 직원들이 당직을 서서 수상한 자들을 대상으로 검문을 하고 있고요. 지루해 죽겠습니다. 같은 곳에서 계속 검문만 하려니까.
그 유로 집이가 이곳에선 어떤 짓을 하고 다니고 있는데?
별별 좀도둑 같은 짓을 다 합니다. 돈을 훔치거나 시간을 훔치거나.
How do you? I still don't know how you still time. Do you like just like put your clock up to their clock and just?
뭐 가끔 돈도 시간도 없는 사람들이 맡기는 사건을 해결해주는 탐정업도 한다곤 하는데. 잠깐, 거기 당신 왜 그렇게 구부정하게 다니는 겁니까?
So stop and search.
전무님
아니, 저 담배 묻힌 분이 무섭게 노려보고 있잖아요.
Hey, y'all remember the guy from 2 weeks ago? Actually, it's actually been 3 weeks ago since we had this guy who was just minding his business in the nest of T Corp and got jumped by some people with his red hat.
유로지비는 어디서 만날 수 있어?
어려울 것도 없죠. 아마
Explosion. Hong Lu. A sudden explosion tore Hong Lu to shreds as he was peeking around an alley.
말하자마자 귀신같이 나타났잖아. 이럴 줄 알았으면 배치의 그 기능부터 활성화시켜줄 걸 그랬나?
It's fine, assistant. Activate our badges.
아이고 단테. 싸움은 제대로 시작도 안 했는데 고생이네. 빨리 살려주자.
Gotcha. Turning the clock now.
잠깐, 살린다고요?
Something like that.
저기다! 저기에서 설치해놓은 폭탄이 터졌어!
역시 이 시간에 예상대로 징수에 나서는군. 이 더러운 시계줄놈들.
Not us.
설명할 시간 없는 건 피차 다 아는 것 같으니까 나중에 얘기하자.
And then you fight some EuroDVA. Because guess what? The EuroDVA are here now. They're expanding outside of J Corp. They're not just sitting around on their thumbs. Sonya's decided to make a move. If only you had stayed with him, Rhodia, maybe, just maybe, you'd be important.
이봐 참가상.
Participation trophy? Is he talking to me?
아까 그거 어떻게 했던 거야? 똑딱똑딱 하더니 다친 친구들의 시간을 돌려놓았잖아. 그런 식으로 시간을 돌리는 기술은 살면서 한 번도 본 적 없거든.
Well, that's...
영업 비밀. 알면 다쳐.
Thanks, Ryoshu.
신기하네. 너희는 시간이 무섭지 않아? 격리되지 않은 공간에서 한 개체의 시간을 따로 되돌리는 방법 같은 건 없어. 그게 아니라면 내 탐구가 부진했구나. 아니야. 그럼 정말 심각한 문제인데. 난 꽤 절실한 축에 속했으니까.
이런 상황에서 한가하게 대화를 나누는 게 더 심각하거든. 빨리 쫓아가자 단테.
We showed a guy who's obsessed with time-related phenomenon about their ability to rewind people's death. This surely won't go terrible.
이건 진짜 심각한 이야기라고. 저런 불순 문제 며칠 붙잡는 게 문제가 아니야.
He talks so fast.
아직 머리에서 찾아오지 않는 걸 보면 생명이 다른 아닐 테니 역시 시간을 건드리는 방식일 텐데.
So stupid. I probably could talk that fast. Hold on, name stuff. This is extremely serious. Its importance is absolutely incomprehensible to the amount to what amounts to exercising a few. It's hard to keep up reading the script that fast. I'm trying to see if I can do it. Hold on, name stuff. This is extremely serious. Its importance is absolutely incomparable to the way it amounts to arresting a few small fry revolutionaries. If it's true, if it were true resurrection, then the head would have been after your heads already. So that's what this is. Then it must have been something to do with time illusion. I'm certain of it. No, I just can't. Maybe it works with the same mechanism as the TT2 protocol under the hood. Nope, that works only within an isolated enclosure. It can't rewind time of a single individual.
그럼 어딘가에서 끌어온 시간을 주입시키는 건가? 그나마 그럴듯해. 애초에 되돌리는 방식이면 살아나는 모습이 그런 식으로 보여질 리도 없고. 역시 너도 시간을 되돌리거나 건너뛸 수는 없는 거야, 그치?
You can't just say all that gibberish and expect me to be able to.
그리고 꽤 고통스러운 기색이던데. 다행이라고 하긴 좀 그렇지만 너한테 희소식이 하나 있어. 원래는 뒷골목 같은 위험 지역에 갈 때 설명해 주려고 했는데. 좀 늦었지만 배치 뒤쪽에 있는 작은 태엽을 돌려볼래?
The Class 5 staff member jabbered on endlessly, zapping between numerous subjects within a matter of seconds, before reaching out and pointing at the badge we were wearing.
탐정 일회를 맡아준 해결사가 항상 제 몸을 지킬 만큼 강하진 않거든. 그래서 특별수사관 배지는 T사의 고등급 직원 시트에 장착된 것과 비슷한 기능이 있어. 기능의 이름은
Golden Time. Hello, Tram. Tram, if you stick around with today's stream, you might be able to see the very beginning of Don Quixote's canto. Also, hello, Tram. Golden time. Everyone, golden time. If you bet $23 exactly on the stream, golden time will happen. And then golden time, you have the chance to win 1,045,000 fake dollars.
물론 한 번 쓰고 나면 다음에 쓸 때까지 시간이 좀 걸리니까 그때는 참가상 네가 아픈 걸 참고 살려주면 되는 거지.
우리가 상처 입고 피 흘리기 전에 뭘 조치해줄 생각은 없다. 이거지?
He can't fight. He's the assistant.
오히려 좋지.
자, 그럼 쫓아가 볼까?
Sometime later. Where did they run off to?
분명 이 근방으로 뛰었는데.
발자국이 끊겼군. 그 시시한 설명을 너무 오래 들었어.
그런데 조수, 그렇게 여유롭게 따라와도 되는 거야?
왜? 난 뛰는 게 싫어.
Why would I run? I hate running. So true.
유로지비를 체포해야 되는 게 당신 일 아니야?
그런가? 지금 내 일은 유로지비를 체포하는 게 아니라 너희가 시간 살인마를 잘 잡는지 감시하는 건데?
I love this guy.
당신은
I hate him, but I love him so much.
뭐 내가 열심히 뛰어서 탐정님들을 도와 유로지비를 잡는다고 치자. 그런다고 T사에 있는 문제가 모두 해결되고 살기 좋은 곳이 되기라도 해? 어차피 주도자를 찾지 못하는 이상 다시 퍼질 거야.
궤변이군. 전소하면 그만이지 않나?
KTA. Kill their ass?
소탕하면 더
Kill them
위험한
all.
그 자리를 차지할 가능성도 있어. 그때는 저 뒤에 계속 서 있는 징수집 친구는 지루한 검문보다 더 고통스러운 상황을 겪게 될지도 모르지. 열심히 뛴 나도 마찬가지고.
Not to mention, you know, if we kill them all, you know, a worse syndicate might show up and, like, you know, might start killing people. Who knows? Not to mention, I'd get a muscle cramp. What?
그건
그리고 당신 친구가 있는 단체라면서 내가 체포하지 않길 바라야 하는 거 아니야?
He's not a friend.
그러게요. 저도 로자 씨가 유로지비를 좀 더 반가워하실 줄 알았어요.
Well, since it looks like the trail's gone cold, let's go back to the stop and search lady and ask if she noticed anything suspicious since we left.
그래.
The T-Corp employee we met earlier was standing still, completely inert, not moving a muscle.
딱하게도 이 늦은 시간까지 당직 중이신가 보네요.
직장인의 인생이란 그런 거니까.
아니, 이자 당했군. 숨소리도 들리지 않아.
Good job, Ryosho. You and your weird ability to hear people breathing.
시간 살인마의 수법이네요.
The Time Ripper got to her that fast?
정지 상태 그 자체다.
That's such a stupid. That's not how magnifying glasses work.
손에 피를 묻히지 않아도 죽음의 상태로 만든다.
She's blowing smoke ring. Don't do that, please. Why are you contaminating the evidence?
결벽적인 예술이군.
Mysophic art. What does mysophic mean? Mysophobic, excuse me.
저희에겐 비록 멈춘 것처럼 보이지만
Miosophobic?
이분에겐 눈 깜빡할 정도의 찰나겠죠. 범인은 그 많은 시간들을 어디에 쓰려는 걸까요?
Guys, this is a crime scene. Let's try not to touch the body. I mean, the victim.
우와, 이것 봐. 시공간 전이 중첩 현상이 일어나고 있나 봐. 만져지지가 않아.
I hate this guy.
아니, 이 와중에 무슨 감상평을...
Rhodia, there, up ahead. I whipped around, noticing that now familiar sensation of distortion, and caught a brief glimpse of a suspicious figure slowly slipping into the fog.
거기, 멈춰!
Ryoshu, think you can catch up?
사냥개 역할은 사절인데 이번만 어울려주지.
아, 로슈 씨는 재미있는 게 생겼을 때 달리기가 빨라지거든요.
I love Honglu because he seems to have like observations about every single sinner. Like he knows something about them that they themselves don't even know.
너희처럼 앞만 보면서 열심히 뛰어가는 사람은 오랜만에 봐. 여기 사람들은 발끝만 내려다보며 걸어가잖아. 구부정하게. 아마 사람들이 고개를 들더라고는 시계탑을 볼 때뿐일 거야. 옛날에는 모두가 허리를 꼿꼿이 펴고 다니던 시절도 있었을 텐데.
Hey, buddy, you're talking a little serious here, my man.
나 왜 그런지 알 것 같아. 무기력해져서 그래. 숨이 가쁘도록 뛰어봐도 달라질 게 없을 거라는 걸 깨달아서.
Oh, Rodian.
아무래도 메르소 씨처럼 균일한 호흡법을 익히는 건 힘들 테니까요.
Honglu, that's not what she meant.
그런 말은 아닌데.
Wait, take a closer look at her face. Remember, it's the same face she was making earlier when she shouted, "It's a stop and search."
그러게. 수상한 사람을 보고 검문을 하려다가 당한 걸 수도 있겠어. 돌아오면 물어보자.
I don't think she's gonna recover.
언제 돌아오실진 모르겠지만요.
Sometime later.
받아라.
Are you sure you captured him alive?
저기 류슈. 그런데 아무리 봐도 아까 도망가던 범인이랑은 다른 옷차림처럼 보이지 않아? 그리고 이 사람은 아까 봤던 유로집이 중 하나잖아.
옷차림 따위 껍데기일
Okay.
뿐. 이놈 나를 보더니 주랭랑을 쳤다.
I don't know. You look kind of scary, Ryoshu. You're also wearing a badge.
눈 떠.
수상한 건 네 쪽이지. 그렇게 칼을 든 채로 무섭게 쫓아오고 있으면 누가 봐도 도망가게 된다고.
진실을 개워내게 만드는 방식.
Crush the truth out of you.
가지가 있지. 첫째.
No dismembering.
이 주변은 우리 유로집의 구역이야.
Oh no.
여기로 날 데려온 걸 후회하게 될 걸.
Oh no, not the Euro DVA.
이럴 때를 대비해서 가져온 비장의 무기.
Watch out! But nothing happened. What was that?
주변에 있는 동지들을 불러 모으는 유로집이 T사지부의 5대 역작 중 하나. 휴대용 진동 조정식 점등형 음파 발생기다.
The portable adjustable frequency periodical lightning apparatus attachment sound wave generator.
아, 발명가들은 보통 저게 문제야. 발명품 이름을 너무 길게 짓는다니까.
내 뒤통수를 후린 대가는 만만치 않다는 걸 알게 될 거다.
And then you fight some more Euro DVA. Remember, Rhodia's big problem with the Euro DVA and why she left them was that they weren't doing anything. They were just sitting around talking about being revolutionaries and not actually being revolutionaries. But now they're doing stuff. So, after matching various pieces of information we found from the defeated Euro DVA members together, we managed to track them down to a rundown building that appears to be their hideout.
결국 이곳까지 찾아냈네. T사의 더러운 시계줄들과 그냥 시계.
Hey, I'm more than a clock. I'm a person. You clock, he says.
당연하지. 나는 명탐정이니까.
Rhodia exclaimed triumphantly as she flicked her hair back, but I sensed the smallest hint of uncertainty in her voice.
맞아요. 우리는 명탐정이에요.
Thanks, Honglu.
아지트를 발각당한 건 뼈아픈 실책이지만 그래도 너희들이 그렇게 강해 보이진 않아. 우리가 익숙한 공간에서 싸움을 걸다니 그만한 각오는 되어 있는 거겠지?
상관없어. 우리에겐 무려 5등급 직원이 있으니까.
He doesn't really fight though. He kind of just hangs out.
그 복장, 여유 넘치는 태도. 이걸로 알 수 있는 사실은 저 사람이 진짜 5등급 직원일 확률이 높다.
The aloof look on his face means he's actually a really strong guy.
이 누추한 아지트에 5등급 시계줄을 데려온 너희에게 양심이 없다는 점이겠지.
You're shameless.
여기서 양심이 왜 나와?
양심은 모르겠지만 누추하긴 하네요.
아, 그럼 공평하게 이렇게 하자. 나는 빠질게.
What?
아무래도 내가 싸우면 반칙이 되어버리잖아.
Alright, assistant.
그건 공평한.
What? Huh? Why are you accepting offers?
받아들이겠어.
Oh, wait a second. Did we not get a say in any of this? Thank you, Dante. Stupid. We quickly moved our conversation into the hideout after defeating the EuroDVA members.
순순히 항복, 자백해라. 살려놓는 인내심도 한계라.
No. Looks like Ryoshu's getting tired of playing detective.
항복이라면 이미 했어. 하지만 대체 뭘 자백하라는 건지 모르겠네. 우리가 유로집이라는 자백이라도 필요한 거야?
We hesitated, unsure if he really was clueless or not. That's when Rhodia confidently strode forward and pointed an accusatory finger at the EuroDVA captain.
자, 너희는 평소에 이 둥지를 마음에 안 들어하지?
당연한 말을.
Man, I love jazz music. I wish Persona 5 was real.
기술청에 등록도 안 한 발명품들을 만들기도 하고, 그렇지?
그거야.
Yes, actually. Questioning is an important part of detective work.
나 이 발명품들 구경 좀 해봐도 돼?
Sure.
잠깐. 그렇게 아무거나 만지면.
오, 이거 고슴도치 모양의 장난감 같지만 사실 폭탄이구나. 일정 거리 안에 들어온 손바닥을 스캔해서 허가되지 않은 자가 건드릴 때 가시가 나오고 시간이 지나면 사방으로 가시가 쏘아지는 폭탄.
Interesting.
여기 아래쪽 굴책 나사 조임을 좀 느슨하게 하면 더 좋았을 텐데. 나사를 무작정 많이 조인다고 좋은 게 아니야. 가시가 들어간 구멍도 나라면 원형이 아니라 육각형으로 했을걸?
잠깐 만져보고 그걸 알아.
He's a class 5.
평범한 직원은 아닌 것 같아.
What'd you expect?
아무튼 거기 있는 건 시험작들이라 부족한 점이 많아. 실제로는
Kind of reminds me of Roland's floor.
더 위험하고 파괴적인
Or no,
발명품들도
Chised's floor
만들게
in Ruina. Or Chised's. Nizach.
끈질기네. 그래서 뭘 말하고 싶은 거지?
그러다가 시간까지 통째로 가져가는 발명품을 만들었을 테고.
I'm sure they wish, Rhodia.
뭐?
Even he's confused.
시간 살인 시간의 범인. 너희들이지? 극단적인 방법을 써서라도 마음에 안 드는 건 일단 부수고 보는 거 아니야?
비약이 심하네. 넌 도대체 우리 유로지비를 뭐라고 생각하는 거야?
Revolutionaries?
당신 친구가 예전에 꽤 화끈하게 저질렀나 봐.
Well, someone did.
아니야. 소녀는 그럴듯한 말을 늘어놓는 건 잘했어. 많은 사람들이 그의 언변에 감탄하고 동조했지. 그의 말을 듣고 있으면 세상을 바꾸는 것쯤은 정말 사탕을 녹여먹는 것처럼 쉽게 느껴졌으니까. 하지만 그 애가 뭘 바꿀 수 있겠어. 소냐는 얘들처럼 적극적으로 행동하지도 않아. 아마 T사의 유로지비는 제2사의 소문을 듣고 이름만 흉내낸.
아까부터 제대로 추리하는 게 하나도 없잖아. 우리는 이름만 흉내내지 않았어. 그리고 성자님은 이미 많은 걸 바꾸셨지.
Oh, you're off the mark, Rhodia.
탐정이 꿈꾸지 못할 정도로 많은 걸.
The silly girl you. You did something extremely violent, and now you think they're all that. All the revolutionaries are that way, huh?
성자?
그래. 소냐님은 우리 유로지비를 모든 둥지로 퍼지게 한 데 가장 큰 공을 세우셨지. 성자라고 불리는 건 단지 그 이유 때문만은 아니지만 말이야.
유로지비를 모든 둥지로? 소냐가?
He did.
소냐님의 친구라고 하니 좀 더 확실히 말하지. 우리 유로지비는
That's nice of you, because we're... Are you trying to tell me you wouldn't say that if we weren't his friends? if we didn't have Rhodia with us?
소냐가...
그게 사실이라는 걸 어떻게 믿지?
우선 시간을 죽이는 굉장한 발명품은 유로집이 없어.
It would. I'm sure.
탈취하는 건 해왔지만
Be interesting. I'm sure the
상식적으로 불가능하거든. 그런 걸 만들었다간 분명 기술청의 방문을 받겠지.
I'm sure T Corp would love to have something like that, though. Can you imagine how rare they could make time if they could kill it?
그런 소란은 원치 않아.
왜? 지금도 꽤 둥지에서 소란을 피우잖아. 유로집이는 더 많은 혼란을 원하는 게 아니야?
우릴 뒷골목 갱단과 같은 취급하지 말았으면 좋겠어. 물론 우리 중에 일부
Among
그런
Us.
소란을 원하는 사람도 있었지.
Among Us. I'm trying to point to something that could look like the I forgot the right. What's it even called in Among Us? You have the crew members, and you have the imposter. Try to find an imposter. There's not even an imposter among us.
지금은 유로지비를 떠났지만 T사에 남아도는 시간을 모두 빼앗고 동지들끼리
Sus. Thank you.
분배한다는
Thank
계획을
you.
주장하던 녀석도 있긴 했어.
There's an imposter among us.
하지만 그래선 가지지 못한 자에게도 피해를 주겠지. 그러니 우리는 성자님의 말씀에 따라 적당한 때가 올 때까지 기다려야 해.
But what if the right moment never comes?
가진 자들을 물어뜯을
You ever think about that?
때를.
적당한 때. 정말 소녀가 퍼뜨린
By the way,
거라잖아.
this is a cool weapon right here.
아까부터 궁금했던 건데.
I was, or she was, a long, long time ago.
그럼요. 같이 가자고 제안도 받으셨는걸요?
Why don't we leave for now? We can always come back here once we uncover more evidence.
단테 씨가 돌아가자고 하시네요.
어? 잡아가지 않아도 돼? 체포하지 않냐면서 한 소리 했었잖아.
Rhodia ignored the assistant's question and turned around to leave the hideout, wearing a dark expression, something I'd never seen from her before. The assistant shrugged, and we were about to leave the hideout as well, but the Ordivier captain stopped us.
기다려. 성자님의 친구라면 탐정 선배로서 몇 가지 조언은 해줄 수 있어. 마침 생각나는 것도 몇 개 있으니.
Imagine you like beat someone up and they're like, "Hey, let me help you." It's like, what?
아 그러네. 너희는 탐정 일도 가끔 한다 그랬지. 유로집이는 다 그래?
아니, 29 유로집이만의 특징이지. 아무튼 나라면 피해자들 간의 공통점을 먼저 찾아보겠어.
그건
T사 징수청은 시간이 어디서 흘러왔고 어디로 나아갈지 알고 있지. 그런데 지금은 그걸 몰라서 범인을 잡지 못하고 있는 거고.
Common thread.
하지만 유로집이 분들도 안 잡혔지 않아요?
잡혀가는 사람도 많지. 그 외에는 비밀이야. 둥지의 테러를 할 수 있도록
It is interesting, right? Because like if you steal money, that's one thing, right? If you steal money, we're at start ads, so I won't go on a full lecture. Well, I'll get back to this when after ads are done. Thank you all for being patient with the ads. We're attempting to try them out again because I haven't used them since I think May of last year. So it started in May, ended in May, right? You're gonna get sent to Travis. Travis, can you send this man to the penis explosion chamber and have his penis exploded immediately? Fine, I'll do it myself. Another day, another bot. The bots are getting interesting. Now they're asking you to add them on Discord. That's a new one. I don't have my fancy way anymore where I can right click on their name and get rid of it because I turned off one of the extensions I had on Google Chrome. Should probably turn it back on. Yeah, I'll do it tomorrow. The music's so good here right now. I wonder if he followed. Because, by the way, who does that? Who has a first time chat, and their first time chat is, "Hey, your stream. Hey, I'm really happy to be part of your community." Who are you? You are not one of my spiderlings. You have not earned the right to sit at my table. Get out of here. Oh, we're back. Hello. Welcome back. You didn't miss much. I sent a man to the penis explosion chamber.
아무튼 흔적도 없이 시간을 잘라낼 수 있는 수단이 있는데도 이상할 정도로 소극적이라고 생각하지 않아?
Count, yeah. I mean, come on. Like I said, it's a bot. Like, not really. It's not even a person. I can't imagine being like, add me on Discord, and like, who falls for that? I know. There's a sucker made every second, but really? I mean, you just, so they use a bunch of throwaway emails, and there's a lot to talk about on it. You use throwaway email, you create a name with a bunch of random letters, like Frestaway isn't even like a real name. It uses the same letter, like, I don't know how to explain it to you, but like it's very much a like it just types in a random name, and then whatever it says, like, oh, this one's useful, and then the script is probably, because I believe it said something along with add me on Discord with their name, so I'm assuming the script has them also create a Discord account, like, and then with the same name. It'd be very interesting.
분명 조건이 있는 거라고 생각해. 신념이라고도 볼 수 있겠지만 그런 확신범들은 좀 더 눈에 띄는 흔적을 남겨두거든.
Did you hear that? It's like in German. Another possibility is they have a certain creed or belief system. I mean,
듣고 보니 맞는 말 같네요.
You want to join us?
탐정단에 새로 들어오실래요?
Hey, or you or Davey, you want to join the T Corp?
이 얼간이 탐정들은 대체
Excuse me.
뭐가 고용한 거야?
T Corp themselves.
됐어. 그냥 이제 좀 나가줘.
Well, we now know where the Euro DVA are. We can always come back here if we ever need anything else. But I mean, who's to say they'd still be here when we came back? An odd impression. Man, the backgrounds they do, like, I don't really look at them very much, but the backgrounds they do for stuff. Not like this background. These backgrounds are great. Like question mark. Why is there a question mark on a gear? What's going on? I'm talking about like the backgrounds for like the canto itself, or the intervallo itself, like the images during the map selection. They look pretty pretty, and they're also like usually, you know, based on something. I mean, it's dark already.
하지만 당장 수상한 건 저들밖에 없잖아. 방금 그 녀석도 아지트 밖으로 나갔으니까 쫓아가 보는 건 어때?
You want to tail that Euro Divi?
체포 안 한 김에 미행하는 것도 괜찮은 의견 같은데.
시간 낭비. 한 명씩 족치는 게
Torture doesn't work, Ryoshu. We all know this.
여기 애거사님의 책 155페이지를 보면 명탐정은 잠복 근무를 게을리하지
Why are we reading the book? You're already on page 155?
아, 돈키호테 씨가 명탐정이 되라고 준 책인걸요. 틈틈이 읽고 있어요.
Honglu, it's been like how fast do you read?
뉴로지비가 시간 도둑질 같은 걸 한다고 세상이 바뀌진 않을 거야. 그렇게 생각해서 저들을 체포하지 않는 거야, 당신은?
아니야, 정확히 반대인걸? 나는 바뀌는 걸 보고 싶어.
바뀌는
유로지비는 처음엔 아무도 봐주지 않고 보잘것없는 조그만 집단에서 시작되었다고 했잖아. 하지만 자꾸 영역을 넓히더니 어느새 몇몇 둥지에서 처치곤란한 골칫덩이 취급을 받는다더라. T사에선 이런 말까지 최근에 생겼어. 시간은 없고 불만만 있는 당신, 유로지비로.
No, that's like not even a good motto. Running low on time but burning full of frustration. Can then come join the Euro DVA. Like get your old timey radio effect. Welcome to the Euro DVA. And then it has like but it's like a Euro DVA flag, not the American flag, but a Euro DVA flag. Gently fades into the screen of a sepia tone screen. You, sir, have joined the prestigious units of the Euro DVA, and then it's just like an old-timey military cartoon.
부조리함에 수긍하며 사는 대부분 사람들과는 다르게 저들은 지나치지 못하고 바꿀 결심을 한 거야.
I don't even know if that bit works.
그러니까 궁금하잖아. 그렇게 간절하게 바라고 바래서 끝에는 결국 뭘 이뤄내는지.
The desperate desires and aspirations lead. That was a good question, right? What do the rebellions want?
그래봤자 한낱 버둥거림일 뿐.
Thanks, Ryoshu.
저기 정말 진지하게 사건을 해결하고 싶은 사람이 있긴 하는 거야?
Not really.
이 사건은 파괴적인 미학이다. 시시하지 않아서 마음에 드는군.
저는 최대한 많은 걸 견문하고 오라는 어르신들의 당부를 따르고 있어요. 그분들의 말씀은 잘 들을수록 좋을 테니까요.
Ooh, spooky.
지긋지긋하겠군.
It's such an interesting sentence because they're what did he say? I've forgotten. Because their words better be followed. Is he like?
세상엔 멋대로 가족이라고 칭하는 것들이 많아.
료슈 씨가 그렇게 말씀해 주시는 건 처음이네요.
그런 어중간한 마음으로 대체 뭘 해결할 수 있겠어?
Again, Rhodia's big problem is she wants to feel special, and
대부분이 어중간한 마음으로 살아가. 나도 간절하게 뭔가를 바랐을 때가 까마득하게 오래전이거든.
아니야, 난 대부분이 아니야.
from the distance, loud, rapid footsteps broke through Rhodia's quiet whispers. I knew it. The culprit was a Euro Divi.
나타났나 보군.
자, 쫓아가 볼까요? 료슈 씨도 메르소 씨처럼 호흡을 유지하면서 뛰면 이번엔 잡을 수 있을 거예요.
Rhodia, Rhodia came to a sudden stop and looked at me, staring at me from underneath the shadows cast over her eyes.
단테, 있잖아. 내가 만약 그때 뭔가 바뀌었을까?
I'd be very different. Why do you ask?
아니, 그냥 내가 멈춰 있는 사이 소냐가 이루어내려고 하고 있는 것들이 보이니까 뭔가 기분이 좀.
They're not, but Rhodia, they're not taking shape. He has what? Some new little things making messes everywhere. They're all still waiting for this Sonia's perfect moment. Their saint's perfect moment. Who knows when that could be? It could be hundreds of years from now.
묘하네.
In an odd impression. Also poor Rhodia. She's, I don't know. She's having her own sad times.
늦었다 시계.
Sorry, me and Rhodia were having a heart-to-heart. The two sinners had a head start, but it didn't take very long before we caught up to them and saw them quietly kneeling behind cover.
저희가 먼저 앞으로 가서 주의를 끌게요. 이쪽으로 놈을 몰아넣을 수 있을 거예요.
Since Ryoshu and Honglu are out there to draw the culprits here, we just have to do our part and capture them.
그러게.
What's wrong, Rhodia?
소냐를 생각하면 내가 해내지 못했던 것들이 떠올라. 그래서 그래.
Couldn't change a thing in the end. Rhodia.
아니야. 지금이라도 해내면 되지. 내가 여기서 범인을 딱 잡아버린다면 좋을 텐데.
Rhodia.
기다리기만 하는 순간은 지루하네. 폼나게 딱 체포해야 하는데.
회복이 빠르네. 좋은 마음가짐이야.
I don't know. It's
원래 감정이란 게 그렇잖아.
kind of like Yi-sung, you know, hiding it all.
그런가? 난 다르게 생각해. 시간에 따라서 감정이 변하는 게 아니야.
Oh no.
감정이 변하니까 시간은 흘러가는 거라고.
Huh?
어려운 말을 하네.
No, time is ever well, I guess not in this world. I was gonna say, I guess in reality, time's ever constant, but maybe in this world, time is affected by the flow of emotions.
지금은 단지 유로지비에 있는 범인을 탁 잡아내고 칭찬받고 싶을 뿐인데. 난 명탐정이고 싶거든.
기회를 주시오. 모두의 칭찬을 한 몸에 받을 수 있는 기회를.
흩날리는 코트.
I love how one of Dante's noises is a cash register.
당신이
로저씨, 단테씨, 그쪽
시간 살인마구나.
The time ripper, the hash slinging, the sash slinging, the time, the lime sipping, the trying to do a hash slinging slasher thing, but I can't. I'm not fast on my feet like this. Also, time ripper, amazing to look at this thing. No, it has to rhyme with time ripper. So Sime Pipper, the crime tipper, the time ripper. There you go. Also, time ripper has a cool design. This isn't good. Now it'll take a while for Honglu and Ryoshi to get here.
다만 수정하고 싶은 것이 두 가지. 이탄, 나는 더 이상 유로지비 같은 것에 매여 있지 않다. 오히려 그들조차 시간을 공평치 않게 쓰고 있는 모습이 마음에 들지 않았지.
Oh, the time ripper is very silly.
둘, 나는 그저 시간을 살인하는 의미 없는 행동을 하는 것이 아니다. 죽어가는 시간들을 가져갔어. 간절한 자들이 대신 쓰게 하고 있으니 차라리 나를 시간 성자라 부르는 것이 올바를 테지.
The time saint.
뭐라는 거야? 쓸데없는 말 하지 말고.
의도를 전혀 파악하지 못하고 있군. 칭찬에 목마른 가여운 것. 이건 너희의 무지에 대한 수정이자
Our final warning.
우리 나를 아니 우리를 잡으려면 그에 상응하는 시간을 대가로 지불해야 한다는 경고.
협박이라도 하려는 거야? 내가 그런 거에 쫄기라도 할 것 같아?
Get him, Rhodia. Not Ryoshu. Rhodia.
네가 아무리 미친 살인마라 한들 지금까지 행동에는 패턴이 있었어. 그게 네 신념이든 무기의 약점이든 간에 내 시간을 죽일 수는 없을걸?
Ooh, she's done it. She's figured it out, chat.
명탐정의 날카로운 추리지.
Is that part of what?
명탐정의 날카로운 추리지. 네가 아무리 명탐정의
Did you hear that? Is that part of the game? It went through, as if like.
절반은 맞췄군. 하지만 수정할 것이 또 두 개.
As if like she had hit a like right answer in like a game show.
시간을 죽이는 건 내가 아니라 너희들이다. 그리고 둘, 우리가 아무에게서나 시간을 잘라낼 수는 없지만 네 시간은 자를 수 있지. 왜냐하면 너는 지금 왜 하고 있을까? 내를 기다리고 있지 않나? 시간 죽이기나 하면서 우리는 그렇게 죽어가는 시간을 가져간다.
Are you following this chat? What he's saying basically is that he can only affect people who are currently killing time. So everyone who's watching this stream, you are currently at risk of the Time Ripper. He's coming for you. He's approaching your location very quickly. Do you even have flesh? You have like robot arms.
네 삶을 배워갈 수 있다. 너는 반세기가 지난 후 시기가 오후 4시를 알릴 때 아무 일도 없던 것처럼 깨어나겠지.
It's kind of like a coma. I've always wondered, like, if you go into a coma, is it like you blink and you're awake? Because I've always heard that, like, you know, people don't have like hallucinations inside comas like we see on like TV and movies. Like for them, most people who fall into comas describe it as like they blinked and suddenly they were somewhere else 10 years later.
죽여버린 시간에 대한 몰려드는 후회와 그 괴리를 충분하게 느끼면서 모든 순간을 떠올려가며 버블버블 내가 그리고 우리가
Don't say that. That's weird. Time Ripper, you had me on your side, buddy. You're being weird now. Rhodia stood there, completely frozen. No one could stop the Time Ripper as he walked away from us. Not me, not Rhodia.
어디 있지? 나 직접 잡을 수 있을 거라고 생각했는데 막상 마주치니까.
Where did our assistant go? He was supposed to be sitting right next to us.
그걸 놓쳐?
They threatened her that they were going to rip away her time.
그리고 알고 있었어. 내가 가진 아니야.
It seemed to me that Rhodia decided to not say it out loud, but knew the word she wanted to say was tedious.
리오슈, 너랑은 다르게 내 시간은
Is it?
소중하거든. 이 사건을 이러쿵저러쿵 품평만 하거나 등 떠밀려서 온 게 아니라 나는 정말로 사건을 해결하려고 지원한 거였어.
Hey, Honglu's having the best time of his life right now, okay? I briefly grew concerned that Ryoshi might swing her scabbard at Rhodia, but I don't think she was listening anyway. Instead, she stared up at the clock tower in silence as her cigarette slowly burned its way to her lips. She has a pipe. Come on, Dante. I guess that's a relief?
로자 씨.
미안. 실실 우는 척하는 것도 이제 질려가나 봐.
By the way, I think the Time Ripper got Travis, so we should all say a prayer for him. He's gonna be stuck hanging out, doing nothing for 50 years. Rhodia was always the one to lift the team's mood when it's down, but the mood among us had grown so incredibly awkward and cold that I was almost starting to feel a chill in my fingers. I guess this is what happens when Rhodia is in a depressive mood. It's fun, get it? Because she has Baba Yaga as an ego, and it's a bunch of ice everywhere. If we were back at that bus, or if Yisang or Gregor were here, they would at least try to do something to break the ice, but neither Ryoshu nor Honglu were the kind of people to be heavily affected by such a frosty mood, so we just trudged on with our investigation. Looks like the culprit got him in the middle of something.
면식범.
How could you tell?
눈동자. 보면 모르나?
No.
이건 아는 쥐새끼에게 물려 죽었을 때 충격으로 물들어간 눈동자다.
Ryoshu, not all of us have been killed by someone we knew. He's not exactly dead, you know.
그런데 지난번 시체랑은 다른 점이 있네요.
Not a dead body either. But what is it?
이분이 맨 스카프가 두 쪽으로 찢어져 있어요.
Huh. I guess he did tear a bit of the scarf.
스타일이 마음에 안 들었던 걸까요?
우리 집애들은 누구보다 바보와 같이 살아야 돼. 그래야 다른 사람들은 모르는 길이 보이니까.
Rhodia?
소냐가 했던 말이야. 스카프는 이걸 감추기 위한 멍해라고 했어. 큰 뜻을 품고 있는 자들은 묶여 있어야 한다고.
I hate Sonya so much. Like every time they talk about Sonya, I'm like, this guy sucks. This guy's terrible.
그런데 당신은 받질 않았네.
이런 스카프는 내 취향이 아니거든.
He's all about waiting around. I'm much in Rhodia's camp about you need action is required. You need to do something.
그러면 스카프를 이렇게 두 쪽으로 찢어 놓았다는 건
탈퇴자. 유로집이 아지트로 돌아가야겠어. 물어볼 게 생겼네.
Sometime later.
대장이 당하다니.
He did indeed.
뭐? 최근에 탈퇴자가 있었냐고?
Yes.
탈퇴까진 아니고 요즘 안 오는 녀석들은 좀 있어. T사에 남아도는 시간을 빼앗아서 공평하게 분배하자고 한 사람? 있었지. 그 녀석 동생이 사고로 죽었는데 그 후로 좀 상태가 이상해졌어.
When his younger brother died.
그 계획에 찬성하는 사람은 없었어?
있기야 있겠지만 안 될 소리지. 우리는 유로집이야.
I
우리는
just don't get it.
알려주실 때까지는 섣부르게 행동해서는 안 돼.
그래. 그자는 어디 있지?
모르지. 사라지기 전에 우리들을 계속해서 지켜보고 있을 거라는 섬뜩한 말을 남긴 걸 보면
Always be watching you. Don't say that, by the way. But like, never ever introduce yourself to someone with "I'll always be watching you."
저기
That's how you get a restraining order.
우리 대장은 돌아오는 건 맞지?
We don't know. He'll always be watching, huh?
시계.
난 누군가를 죽인 후 언제나 담배를 태운다.
What if it's your job to be watching? That's even weirder. Why do you have a job to be staring at somebody? Don't do that. But you're always smoking.
그 이유는 담배를 다 태우는 4분의 시간 동안 담배가 줄어들면서 목숨이 천천히 타들어가는 걸 보는 맛이 좋기 때문이지.
Thanks, Ryoshi, for that.
4분. 나는 이걸 끝까지 태우는데 정확히 4분이 걸린다는 걸 안다.
Why do you watch me? Because I'm adorable and cute and the best streamer on this website?
그런데 저 시계는 2분이 흘렀어.
뭐? 말이 안 되잖아.
It does.
어떻게 이곳 근방의 사람들이 시계가 고장났다는 것도 모르고 있겠어?
한 번이 아니다. 이 탐정 놀이를 시작하고 계속 내 담배가 모두 타들어간 시간은 언제나 2분이었지.
무기력해졌기 때문이라고 누군가 그러지 않았나?
애타게 기다리고 있는 게 있는데 시간이 너무 안 가서 감질맛이 난다고요.
Do you know how much pain it is to be wait for something but also have too much time in your day?
지루해 죽겠습니다. 같은 곳에서 계속 검문만 하려니까.
So tedious.
추수, 첫 번째랑 두 번째 피해자는 뭐 하다가 습격당했어?
한 명은 13가지만 롤리팝을 사는 도중에 당했고 한 명은
13 flavored lollipop candy.
배명가인데
Damn, it's a lot of flavors.
T사에는 시계탑이 많아?
T사에는 총 12개의 시계탑이 있지. 하지만 이 근처에는 하나뿐이야.
피해자들이 시간 살인을 당한 곳은 다 이 시계탑 근처였지?
맞아, 탐정님.
Wait, did you know the whole time?
시계탑의 시계를 느리게 해서 이 근방을 지나가는 모든 사람들이 지루하게 느끼게 만들었다면?
지루함이라 그게 시간을 가져갈 수 있는 조건이었구나.
Huh.
시계탑.
Oh wait. Okay, it's only people who are bored. Excuse me. It's only for people who are bored. Are any of you bored watching this stream? If so, raise your hand, please.
한 대 태우기 딱 좋은 전경이겠군.
아, 깜빡 잊고 말 안 한 게 있는데 아무런 증거도 없이 체포하면 안 되는 거 알지, 탐정님들?
Thanks.
뭐? 현장을 급습해야 돼. 무작정 쳐들어가서 네가 느낌상 범인이어서 잡아간다고 하면 문제가 될 수 있다는
Come on.
거지.
그럼 뭐 우리가 그놈한테 습격이라도 당해야 된다는 거야? 현행범으로
Yes.
잡게?
That tends to be the plan, Rodian.
알고 있는 거지? 그놈은 시간을 돌려나갈 수 있어.
You don't know that.
자칫하다간 몇 주, 몇
He
달,
could be faking
몇
it.
년 후에
Everyone
그럴
could
수
be
있는
just be
거란
faking
말이야.
it as a prank.
단테가 그 시간까지 남김없이 돌려줄 수 있을지 없을지도 모르잖아.
안타까운 소식이긴 한데 그건 너희들이 감당해야 할 몫이 아닐까?
Oh, thanks, assistant.
당신 범인을 잡고 싶은 건 맞아?
I don't think he cares about a single thing, Rodian.
아니면 범인이 시간을 빼앗는 방법을 알고 싶은 거야?
맞네, 명탐정. 이 도시에 내가 모르는 발명품은 없을 거라고
I don't
생각했고
think this is a distortion, not an invention, my friend.
나는 T사에 있는 모든 기계들의 작동 방식을 알고 있어. 지금 유치장에 있는 당신 동료가 옛날에 이곳에서 만들었던 기묘한 발명품에 대해서도 알고
Ooh,
있지.
he knows about the mirror technology.
나는 그 발명품이 이 T사의 특허청에 붙잡히는 것보다는 도시에 퍼져가는 걸 보고 싶었어. 그래서 뒷골목을 빠져나가는 것도 적극적으로 잡지 않았지. 절대 귀찮아서 그런 건 아니었다고.
Can you imagine someone saying, by the way, I knew he ran away, but I wanted him to share it everywhere?
그래서 대답해주자면 맞아. 구인회 때 그랬던 것처럼 범인 잡는 건 관심 없어. 시간 살인을 하는 방법이 궁금한 거지. 발명가들은
I could have caught you, but I decided, you know, it'd be funny if you were a criminal everywhere else.
대체 이런 놈들이랑 어떻게?
교수님,
Yes, Honglu.
궁금한 게 있어요.
Uh-huh.
메르소 씨가 시간 저울 교수대에 올라갔을 때 기계가 엄청 시끄러운 소리를 내지 않았나요?
그 과묵한 친구? 그랬었지.
Oh, that reticent friend.
모든 기계의 작동 방식을 알고 있다면 왜 오작동을 일으켰는지도 알고 계시나요? 그 교수대가 메르소 씨의 100억 원어치의 시간을 가져가지 못했던 이유는 어떤 것이었나요?
무슨 소리야? 내가 설계한 기계엔 문제가 없어. 대체적으로.
It's statistically impossible for them to have any faults.
그렇다면 기계가 아니라 메르소 씨 혹은 저희에게 문제가 있다는 거겠네요.
대박이다. 탐정 옷을 입고 탐정 놀이를 하고 나니까 꽤나 그럴듯해졌는데.
Thanks, assistant.
아, 애거사님 덕분이죠. 명탐정이 되는 자격 중 하나는 끝없는 탐구심이라고 하셨으니까요.
I thought the conditions of getting exempt from our time tax was that we had to catch the culprit. That was what I was thinking when the Class 5 auditor began speaking again as if to address my concerns.
물론 그렇다고 범인을 잡는데 협조하지 않겠다는 건 아니야. 간단한 거긴 하지만 계획도 있고. 그러니까.
And in classic Limbus Company fashion, we won't know about the plan until we're in the middle of it. It's kind of like what's it called? What's that movie? Ocean's 11. So, will this really work? I guess it's barely a plan and more like something we came up with in the last 10 minutes, but still.
빨리 숨어.
Ads. All right. Ad break time. Oh, everyone get up and do some stretches. Mandatory spiderling exercise, 30 minute and 30 seconds. That's enough time to do some stretches and do some jumping jacks, maybe like 2 push-ups. I'll observe you all as you do it. I wouldn't want any of you getting hurt. Man, it's been a hell of a day. This intervallo's taken a minute. A lot of talking in this one. That's mainly the reason why. Like they set up like a whole story for this one. Though I do feel like the intervallos actually just get longer as you go along. Even like level wise, they're shorter because they only has 15 levels. This one is a long intervallo. It feels like from the inside. It's like, man, Rhodia is over here having a whole existential crisis. They're trying their best to give like Rhodia some growth because she has the worst Kanto of all time. So they have to give her some growth by making her feel inadequate. All right, and we are back. Welcome back. Oh, I was just saying that you all need to do exercises. You should get up and stretch during those ad breaks. You know, make sure you're limber. Don't want you to become a shrimp watching the stream. You'd rather still be a spider.
안녕하세요. 기다리고 있었답니다.
살인마랑 대치하는 상황에서 안녕하세요?
He did indeed, Rhodia. He did indeed.
저도 독특한 마주침이야. 우리를 맞닥뜨리고 인사를 하다니. 여태까지 우리를 미행한 건가?
It's something like that.
아, 물론이죠. 생각보다 가까운 곳에 계셨네요.
너도 탐정짓을 한다고 시간을 죽이고 있는 놈들.
I mean, we're legitimate detectives. We're doing actual detective work.
네, 맞아요. 당신은 시간을 알차게 쓰는 방법에 대해 알고 있나요?
알려줄 수 있지. 물론 네 시간을 넘겨준다면. 잠깐, 뭐라고? 30시간? 내일 장난도 아니고 그걸로 택도 없어. 이놈들 때문에 우리가 도망치느라 빼앗긴 시간을 생각해봐. 그 시간이면 더 많은 시간을 가져올 수 있었어. 300시간은 가져와야 시간 맞아.
Greedy.
전승이야. 티서의 더러운 시계줄들과도 같이 협력하고 있으니까 이대로 보내면 똑같이 우리들
Also, there's an implication there that he only wants to take 30 hours worth of time, but then immediately is like being argued with by something himself about 300 hours.
나도 찬성. 이왕이면 나누기 12를 했을 때 딱 나눠 떨어지는 시간으로.
Does 30 divided by 12?
일단 될 수 있는 대로 깊이 찔러보자. 저번에 그 공장주 너처럼 빗겨 찔려서 고작 100시간만 잘라내면 곤란하니까.
Is 100 split by? No, because it's 24. There's 6 hours left over.
다들 조용. 시간은 내가 정한다.
1,000 hours.
가능한 깊이 배워 1000시간.
Does 1,000 divide by 12? I don't think so, because you get to what, 120 times 10, 144 times 12. 240 times 20, it was 22 is 240. Yeah.
뭐 1000시간 동안 미각을 잃는 정도겠지. 어차피 공평하게 다 같이 잃을 테니까 1000시간을 인원수만큼 나누면
Our sense of taste?
할 수 있어.
Huh, it's almost like there are multiple personalities in there, all taking turns to speak. The culprit wasn't the only one who suddenly began to behave strangely. Hong Lu did too. His face relaxed into a tranquil look, as though he was ready to let something go. Or perhaps that was an expression of liberation.
1000시간이라 눈을 감았다 뜨면 1000시간이 지나 있는 걸까요?
그 고통은 없을 거다. 그저 깨어난 뒤에 절망이 기다릴 뿐이지.
So interesting.
그럼 저도 찬성이에요. 가져가세요.
정말 진심으로 말한 건 아니었겠지?
I mean, we have to catch him in the act, so.
시간을 토막내는 면도기라.
So, I mean.
저게 시간 추출의 핵심이었고 발명품이 아니라 뒤틀림의 힘이었지만.
Yep, a distortion.
그래도 완전 멋진데? 뒤틀리면 저런 힘을 가지게 되는 거야? 머릿속에서 꿈만 꾸던 방법을 행할 수 있는 힘을?
After a lengthy silence, as though the world itself had come to a grinding halt.
너의 시간은 찾을 수 없지.
계획대로네요. 달라진 건 아무것도 없어요. 눈을 감았다 떠도 제가 아는 세상 그대로인걸요?
Please remember all these things that Hong Lu is saying, by the way.
우린 함정에 걸린 거야, 이 멍청이들아.
Come one.
Detective AOTS. Phew, that's a relief. Had me worried for a moment there. About 30 minutes ago.
말했다시피 시간 교수대가 고장난 게 아니야. 문제는 너희들이지. 너희 12명의 시간은 이미 다른 누군가의 시간에 귀속이 되어 있더라고.
We're bound to someone else's time. Maybe my time? Someone else's time. Me?
시간에 매달리는 시간 교수대로부터 다중 참조 오류가 일어난 거지.
아무튼 우리는 이미 단테의 시간 속에서 살고 있으니까 시간을 매달 수 없었다는 건가?
I still don't understand how this works, by the way. Still makes no sense. I had no idea.
저희가 모르는 사실이었다면 시간 살인마 역시도 알 수가 없죠.
그럼 시간 살인마가 오셔서 제 시간을 베어가려고 하면 그때 로자 씨와 류슈 씨가 멋지게 나타나서 검거하면 되겠네요.
Big band. And that's how this trap came to be. But what if, and really, what if the Time Ripper manages to rip Honglu's time away?
괜찮아요, 단테 씨. 다 잘 될 거예요.
아, 티사 시계탑 중 하나가 고장났었다는 사실이 퍼지기라도 하면 한동안 얼마나 들썩거리려나. 정확할 거라고 믿어 의심치 않았던 모두의 시계가 사실 잘못된 시간을 알려주고 있었다는 사실 말이야. 구경하는 것도 재밌겠다.
You shouldn't be saying that as a class 5 employee, I don't think. I'll try my best not to malfunction.
제스카. 있잖아 참가산. 난 시계 소리가 싫었어. 언젠가부터인진 모르겠지만 나한텐 고통이 반복될 거라는 소리처럼 들려왔거든. 마치 그런 모양의 칼날이 나를 베어서 지나갈 것만.
A blade of time, if you will.
그런데 너의 소리는 조금 다르다고 해야 하나. 듣고 있으면 새로운 꿈을 꾸게 되는 것 같아. 고통스럽지가 않아.
Yep, and that's the reason all listeners follow us, right?
뭐 그래서 고맙다고 하는 편이 좋겠다는 생각이 들었어.
Not sure what he's sending his gratitude for, but can someone ask him to do something for me?
단테 씨가 부탁이 있다고 하시네요.
그래, 말해봐.
I think I've had enough experience into it when a big fight's about to break out. I'm getting that exact feeling that something's about to happen. So it's time for you to return the other sinners to us.
결국 범인을 잡기 직전에서야 풀어주다니. 관리자님, 3명에서 다니니 좀 어떻던가요?
You know, I missed you, Ishmael.
빈자리에 소중함을
You were always my least favorite sinner, but I missed you.
믿고 있습니다.
유치장, 온몸이 쑤셔요. 두 번 다시 잊고 싶지 않다고요.
저놈의
He's indeed the Time Ripper. Heathcliff, you were right.
저희가 처리해야 할 뒤틀림이죠.
Man, the music is so good. I love jazz so much. I wish there were some like fun jazz songs to sing. But most of the jazz music I like is all a little. It's kind of big bandy. There's not really that many lyrics. I do like me some Chet Baker though. And also he can't rip our time, so he's basically useless here. Man, music's so good. I don't actually ever listen to the music on intervalos. I usually skip. I usually mute the game during the fights because they're boring. I don't like listening to clash again over and over again. I'm enjoying this a lot. What are you weak to? Pierce. Well, he's strong at slash. Well, we're gonna be here a while, chat.
재미는 없겠지만 그렇게 할게요.
I mean, I need more count. Wish there was a way I can do more count on people. We'll get there. I promise. By the way, notice he has plus 16 offensive levels and everything, and we're still beating him down. Time to be saved. It's an unclashable skill, so this is when we get to apply a ton of bleed to him.
거치적거리지만 마.
Sadly, none of its bleed counts, so he gets to still have bleed. He lost all his bleed, is what I'm trying to say. Very depressing. So this is the Time Ripper. His mechanic is that he has 100,000 stolen time. He gains bonuses for having more stolen time. He loses stolen time whenever you beat a clash, or whenever he loses a clash. That's it. He's mostly a bleed boss. Most of his attacks are they get strong. He's meant to have insane clash power whenever he has stuff, and we are just beating him to death. Sloth? What about Sloth? Tremor? What? Oh, he's also moving really fast right now, so this is gonna be a pain in the neck. Thankfully, we have buffs, so yay! Bleed, bleed, bleed. I was gonna say I'm gonna stagger him here no matter what. We're actually kind of winning because we're inflicting a ton of with defense level down and what's it called? This is really funny that we're hitting with a pride resonance right now. Now that he's staggered, he is going to die. Hope you like bleeding, buddy. Rest in peace, my friend.
재미는 없겠지만 그렇게 할게요.
Here we go. Ink over. Bleed count and activate the bleed 3 times and dead. Tremor's Sloth, it represented the being of bound and ever still is in the sense of ever. Tremor is Sloth. It represents the being of bounded and ever still in the sense of ever changing and unchanging law of the sin of sloth. So real. All right, and the dungeon, which you know what? We'll do the dungeon. Why not? We're also kind of just winning because we're slightly ahead of levels. We're 5 levels ahead of him, but it doesn't really give. That gives what, 1 offensive level up. It's not that strong. So this is the culprit's fathoms. Oh, we didn't watch the video of him going into his fathoms. Oops. We'll watch it later. 21 minutes. The time it took for the impact to hit to the cut.
그놈의 유로집인가 뭔가 하는 활동은 그만두시그래. 가뜩이나 우린 가진 시간도 없는데 비어가 발명품을 만들어서 시간 징수를 괴롭힌다고 뭐가 바뀌냐고. 옛날처럼
He talks so slow.
특허청 직수 발명가가 되고 싶어 했잖아.
지금은 기다려야 하는 때라서 그렇대. 적절한 때가 오면.
So it's kind of funny. The way he distorts is more based on the Euro DVA than based on T Corp, because they're biding their time waiting.
그럼 그게 무슨 소용이야? 차라리 1급 발명가 자격증 시험을 봐. 아니면 박람회 출품이라도 하든지. 올해 발명가상을 받으면 그렇게 돈을 많이 벌더라.
It's so funny. I was talking about that earlier. It's like I don't understand how time works in T Corp. This is known as capitalism. True. Loki, what would you do with a 52-hour day? How many mirror dungeons would you farm?
돈을 많이 벌어서 다른 동지로 이주할 수 있게 되면
Fuck that. No one wants to live 52-hour days. Everyone's like, I don't know what I do with all the time. You can take like 20 naps and and still be the same day. It'd be great. Actually, it might be hell, but I don't know.
하루가 끝내지 않겠다. 정말 멋진 하루일 거야.
나는 핑계투성이었다.
I just don't want to be part of T Corp. So true.
이곳에 처제가 싫었지만 방법을 모른다는 핑계로 나서지 않았고 자격증을 얻으면 생활이 더 나아질 거란 걸 알았지만 시간이 없다는 핑계로 보러 가지 않았다. 그러던 어느 날 이른 아침부터 동생이 나를
It's so slow the whole time.
2시간 정도만 남기고 내 시간을 형에게 빌려줄게. 그 정도면 충분히 시간 내에 시험을 칠 수 있을 거야.
So I'm so confused here. Does he have more time than his brother? Also, why is this door off center? Oh no, that's the pole. I'm stupid.
시험이 오후 2시에 끝나지. 그때 시계탑 앞에서 만나자. 그때 빌려준 시간을 돌려주면 돼.
Yeah, I'm sure, but like
넉넉했던 하루. 시험을 치르고 왔는데도 해가 지지 않았다. 느낌도 좋았다. 오래전 보았던 만화책처럼 원하는 발명품을 척척 만들어내는 꿈을 꿔도 될 것만 같았다.
I'm just interested, like so apparently his brother had less time than he did, because in his memories his brother's talking slower than him. Not that much slower, but slower.
누구나 피할 수 있을 텐데 차가 느리게 달려온다. 아마 우리처럼 10시간 남짓을 사는 운전자일 테다. 하지만 동생은 피하지 못한다. 내게 빌려준 그 시간으로 인해 더욱 느려졌어.
Everything's created by one man. That man, he has a head. Oh, that was my eyes.
천천히 날아간다. 내게 허락된 시간만큼 있는 힘껏 달려가지만 언제나 그랬던 것처럼 시간을 얼마나 나누어 봤든
So he gave up everything but
일 없이
10 hours. Right, he gave everything but 2 hours. So he gave his brother 18 hours.
나의 삶은 촉박하고 눈을 깜빡이는 사이 모든 것이 지나가 버렸기에 나는 동생의 숨이 멎은 거리를
I know the type. Shh. We'll get there when we get there.
저 롤리팝의 모든 맛을 다 먹어버리고 싶은데.
빨리 다음 이야기 읽고 싶은데. 누가 다음 권 나올 때 깨워주면 좋겠네. 이 도시에는
제 초상화 걸릴 날이 궁금해 죽겠지 뭐예요. 특히 제 수염 끝이 샛날개짓처럼 얄쌍하게 올라가야 하는 게 포인트인데.
Is that the way birds' wings look? What bird has a wing like that curls?
아직도 3시밖에 안 됐나? 이 지긋지긋한 건물은 언제쯤 끝나는 건지.
아무렇지 않은 얼굴로 시간을 죽이는 자들이 너무나 많다. 성자님 말씀대로 기회는 분명 올 거다. 너도 지루하다는 건 알겠는데 언젠지는 그만 물어 좀. 나라고 징수자 놈들한테 시비 걸고 도망치는 게 좋은 줄 아냐?
See, this is the problem. This is my problem with the Euro Divier movement, is that even their littlest members, right, like this guy, are tired of it. Rodian is not special in the fact that even the smallest members of the movement are also tired of the movement of waiting.
방법을 몰랐을 뿐이다. 그들의 시간이 나와 동생에게 있었다면 동생은 죽지 않았을 텐데.
Oh, poor guy.
동생의 말이 옳았어. 기다리기만 해서는 때가 오지 않아. 나서야 할 때는 지금이야. 시간을 죽이는 자들을 전부
멀쩡하게 돌아가는 시계도 속에 있는 수많은 톱니바퀴는 서로 회전하는 속도가 다르지. 44시간을 사는 자가 있다면 우리는 유로지비와 달리 행동하는 법을 알고 있지.
그래서 된 게 그거냐?
I mean, there's a lot. Yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't join the thumb or the index. I could maybe get away with the ring in the middle.
이건 모두가 같은 시간을 누릴 수 있는 우리만의 동지다. 나와 같은 아픔을 가졌던 사람들이지.
그렇다고 해도 시간 살인이라는 일련의 행위 전반을 정당화할 수는 없다.
그러니까 시간을 죽이고 있던 건 오히려 도시에 살아가는 저들이야.
Realistically, the index is the only one that I wouldn't want to join.
이 탑의 시계가 느리게 움직여도 아무도 의심하지 않았지. 그저 오늘따라 시간이 안 간다며 지루해 죽겠으니 적당히 시간이나 때워야겠다며.
That's what I'm saying. The index is terrible. Also, this guy is completely right here. Well, not completely right, but I understand his point. Is that everyone is killing time all the time, and so especially in a place where time is money, literally, and time is like your life. Killing time is an insult to people who don't have as much time as you.
우리가 구해줬다. 그게 뭐가 나쁘지?
Alright, 1 second. We have to go back and watch the after fight cutscene because I forgot. I forgot.
다른 형님.
It's not going to be much. It's just going to be him opening his fathoms, but.
눈앞에서 흘러가는 1분 1초가 너무도 아까워. 울부짖어본 적이 있나? 초심이 움직일 때마다 함께 뛰는 심장박동 소리가 괴로워. 차라리 심장이 멈추길 바라본 적이 있나? 그럴 리가 없겠지.
Well, yeah, we're rich. With that, the Time Ripper slips into the shimmering portal.
기존에 보았던 심상 거울 던전과 동일한 공간인가 보군.
단테, 그러고 보니 나 처음으로 궁금해졌는데 우리가 쓰는 이 시간들은 네 시간들은 어디에서부터 오는 거야?
Not for me to answer. Well, that's... I never gave a thought to where the time I rewind comes from. All I knew was that when I turned the clock, excuse me, I rewound the time.
그렇네.
Who cares?
알 바는 아니겠지?
I wish I could answer her, but it's not like I know how any of this works. Ryoshu quickly shuts us down with her brief summary of the circumstances. We did not question it further.
심상 거울 던전 가보도록 하지.
And mirror dungeon time. And then we see the cutscene we just saw. So just flip those two cutscenes. It's kind of funny that he's weak to sloth and gluttony. The middle is good. The middle is the middle. We enter the dungeon in the Fathoms. It resembles a T-Corp street. Past the crowds of busy passerbys, we notice a glowing vending machine nearby. With the streets completely devoid of color, the vending machine's light seems to resonate much more vibrantly with our hearts. Look around. The other passersby don't seem to notice anything unusual. We see a row of buttons on the vending machine. What should we do? We don't really have tremor, so he's wordless. We pick up the ego gift that dropped from the vending machine with a clunk. We're this close to unveiling the truth of the time-killing time. We don't exactly know how this case will end, but we decide to forge on the brilliance of our guiding light. Illusionary hunt. Yeah, well, yeah. He wants more time, so gluttony, and then he hates killing time, so, or people wasting time, so sloth. It tracks. Ads are going to start in about 30 seconds, everyone. If we're in the middle of a fight during ads, I'll just continue to do the fight because the fights aren't really that interesting unless it's like a story fight. But these are like win rateable garbage.
배는 맛은 있는 편이 좋은데.
It's what he wants. Yep. Realistically, all he wants is his brother. And he's mad at himself for wasting all his own time. So now he has to kill everyone else who wastes time. Oh, yay. Battle's done. And it's not his fault. Yeah, I mean, yeah. There's so... I don't know. It's an interesting character. Ads are running. Hello, my adless friends. How are we? On the next ad break, I'll probably get some water. Get some more water. I'm running out of water very quickly. May also have an idle meeting, as they call it in the industry. I don't know. Time Killing Time's an interesting story overall. There's a lot of stuff going on in it. It really makes you think about, you know, capitalism I don't know. It's T Corp is very much like the uber capitalist level, like in their way. Like a lot of the parts of the city are that in the same way. A lot of the parts of the city are capitalism is the main evil. But T Corp, I think, does the best job of it. Where like the richer you are, the more time you have in a day, and it's impossible to get more time when you are limited, when you have to spend all your time at a factory, you know? I don't know, it's an interesting thing. Welcome back from the ads, everyone. Talking about time and wasting it. Ads. You find yourself at a random T Corp street. A collection staff is collecting taxes from a citizen. Will you be making your payment in time or in cash? Like I said, we already paid our time taxes in full. Besides 300 million on, that's absurd. The records state that you have accrued additional time tax responsibilities due to donation gift tax. No way. Is this because I gave away my time to those kids in the back streets? I only gave them 300 hours. So how the hell does that suddenly snowball into 300 million on in taxes? Doesn't make any sense. Tax calculations are in T Corp are always exceptionally accurate. The time collector strides toward the citizen to neutralize them. Talk to them. Accurate my ass? But you don't understand. You don't understand. It's totally fair that you that we owe 10 billion on 30 million on. Rodian claims that there was something wrong with their calculations. The other senators chime in to say they should probably get the amount verified. One of them notes that, conveniently, there's a collection office nearby. I'm blowing up T Corp. So real. Whispering crowd begins to grow around the commotion. The time collector eventually gives in. Looks like you're not carrying a timepiece. I would stay out of trouble if I were you. Clearly annoyed by the obstruction, the time collector grumbles about something and left, but not before tapping something to the senator's clothes. Warning notice. Make everyone slow. I'm blowing them. That's it. Gluck Gluck 9000. The grapefruit method. Coming straight at you, Time Corp. Alright. So I think these T Corp guys look really cool. Slowly, this is the time they steal every single time they have and watch them all burn. I mean, that's what the puppeteer does in Ruin. I remember he steals their time. He steals the time box out of the warp train. I don't know. I don't remember what he does with it, but I know that he does that. And bleed time. Bonk. 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 Man, I wish there was a way to like get more bleed count. Really need it. These fights are snooze fest, to be honest. They see a victim of the Time Ripper. You can't even touch them thanks to the spatio-temporal displacement superstition phenomenon. Is there anything you can do here to help? Try to help. You've done everything you could, but none of it yielded any meaningful results. They can't move and you can't physically touch them. but you find a suspicious-looking receipt from under the victim's foot. This might be a clue. Prepaid time receipt.
시킬 사람이 없어서.
So a lot of these mirror dungeons of the Fathoms are weirdly built around the idea that you'll collect items and then transform them into a fully functional item at the end, kind of like in the yield my flesh to claim my bones. When we had the Kurokuma item, we made us really broken. I feel like sometimes these Fathom dungeons are kind of annoying for that.
나가서 싸워. 뒤는
Because you kind of end up in a spot where, like, if you're not using like the specific thing they want you to, well, it doesn't matter how good you're, like, the items you get don't matter, and it's kind of just boring to say the least about it. Like, sure, we got these receipts, but like the receipts don't really do anything. That's the problem. Like we have this, which puts bind, and then if they have tremor, they get more bind, and then we deal more damage to them for how much bind they have. And then this has math on it, and like, and it's only against enemies who are faster than you. So I guess it's good against like the Time Ripper when he has like 10 speed or whatever. But I don't know. It's just snooze fest. Like the Kurokuma one is cool because we actually get stuff that affects us, but on this one it's like we're not going to get anything to affect us, so it's just kind of whatever. Oh, people from all walks of life, from all with different hours to spend in a given day, speak and move about in varying speeds. The sound coming from this odd inequality fills the street with incongruence. Two people catch your attention in the chaos. A rich-looking youth, despite his apparent time influence, is walking at a brisk pace toward the streets, and a poor-looking old man, despite his apparent time poverty, is slowly walking into an alley with a leisurely look on his face. Who to follow? You get a trimmer gift either way. I think the old man's the better one between the two of them. Oh, accidentally, well. Something he tells you gives you advice, and then you get the hands somehow because ego gifts make no sense. But inflicting tremor on them is really nice, because now we do more damage because they have tremor. I can't wait to like, so once we catch on the story, we're doing a mirror. I'm going to do a mirror dungeon run for the stream just so you all can see what mirror dungeons are like if you haven't ever seen one. Mirror dungeon solos are so much fun. I probably won't do one. I'll probably do a Kurokuma one just because, you know, we did a whole Kurokuma thing all the way through, so why not, like, you know, keep the trend going. Man, I love clock music. Like, this game has it, and what else has it? Vintage Story. Vintage Story has clock music in it as well. And like whenever the clock starts ticking, talking in Vintage Story, it's so good.
자식. 먹지.
It's so good. Like when you can stagger them and inflict like a ton of bleed on them, or when you just like when you can inflict a ton of bleed on them in general. It's just so good whenever you can hit them with the Ishmael skill 3 and just watch them take 500 damage. We come upon a familiar rest stop. The glass door is locked with a notice attached to it. We are closed today due to personal reasons. We apologize for the inconvenience. However, our fusion device is available. Customers requiring fusion services are kindly asked to use the fusion device. Sadly, we don't have anything to use the fusion device for. Go return to the road. This doesn't matter too much. I was saying, I think it'll play the story. Now it's a post-battle story anyways, so it'll play it when we win. Time to fight the Time Ripper again. A lot of these are like fight the boss, and then the boss gets a balance, then do it again. These things just kind of suck. They're not exactly too important to kill. Just little doodads. They're all staggered. He does the time to be saved. It doesn't really do much. It does like very little actual damage. I mean, his most deadly thing he does is actually inflict bleed on you, because bleed's one of the most annoying status effects for sinners. For enemies, it's not so bad because they have the guaranteed, you know, guaranteed clashes a lot of the time. So they'll always waste their bleed before they get too bad. But on sinners, like, you can get really high, like zero real purpose. Hello, Robo. How are we? There's like a whole, like, I want to say theory behind bleed management. Because a lot of enemies don't do too much damage really, so what you do is you like just one side them like crazy is the idea. If I remember correctly. Something like this.
재미는 없겠지만 그렇게 할게요. 뒤는 내가 봐주지.
Especially if you're like faster than him. Boy. It's kind of interesting he has a true form, which implies that though we couldn't be sure if there were multiple personalities in Ripper's head, or if it was truly the voice of the many, we did hear several voices of varying pitch echoing from all corners of the room. Time Ripper cornered, grabs the lapels of his long coat, and brains! Look at that. He has a dozen brains on him. Alright, so second phase. All the brains have equal amounts of time. He divides all his all the stolen time into shared time with all the brains on him. And they all gain the same, and each of these different slots is a different brain. And they all have similar attacks where, like, if they lose it, they lose shared time. Stuff like that. And they also all spend it equally until you beat him up enough, and then they stop spending it equally. It's unclashable, so.
배는 맛은 있는
나가서
편이
싸워.
좋은데.
뒤는 내가 봐주지.
Obligate style harkens out of flame, this robuster. And time to be saved. Bonk, bonk. Now they all have 100. They all lost a bunch because we won so many clashes. And the game loves to do this. You press win rate and it's like, no. It's okay, so he's not being attacked at all, so he can just do whatever he wants. Might as well spend ego resources if we can. It's not like we get to keep them in the afterlife. This one's tagging Gregor, right? So let's. There we go.
배는 맛은 있는 편이 좋은데.
What is cast?
모든 걸 거둬들일 순 없었어.
And this song rips. Oh, Robo, how are you doing on this fine Monday? How was your Mother's Day? It was adventure. Did you mean an adventure?
내 팔은 뼈에 있었어.
그걸 먹히래?
Force the flames. I thought, wasn't that an attack? Wasn't she clashing? This is one of those fights where I'm kind of mad at the game because it's like, I guess I get it, but at the same time, the same time, man, he has so much offensive level up. Come on. Lenticular rend. Car battery died, walked 4 miles to auto zone, got a jumper to jump my own battery, drive it back to auto zone, get a car battery, so 8 miles and 85. That's good. You know, the rest of that, not the auto zone suffering. That sucks, but the rest of it sounded cool. Ow, that hurts. Well, this art looks so cool. So it really is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11 brains? So he's, it's so funny because he's so right here. If he just does one attack to kill us all, then they can gain as much time back as they want. Sorry. Anyways, after I delivered the quest item Flamingo Umbrella to a mother, technically not mine, but I got her for Mother's Day, and I charged my way to get a tasty blue icy, excuse me. I mean, that's not. I mean, that's a good ending. The beginning sucked, but the ending is fine. The ultimate attack, time killing time. Unclashable. This unit's speed is fixed at 24. Cannot be staggered this turn. On use gain takes a total of 400 shared time from everyone. Erases the target's time. Once this unit erases the target's time, all parts recover shared time to their max value and gains 10 haste and 10 attack power up next turn. Well, you know what they say, it's about the adventure, not the destination. Excuse me. And like it says, we can't clash it, and he moves at 24. So there's not much we can do here. We just have to hope that Gregor doesn't die to it. Big zero up here. Remember, he can't kill our time because our time doesn't exist. It's all combined to Dante. Hey, it looks like, you know. Look at the infighting. So is he taking brains? I never understood this part. Is he taking brains from people? They're starting to fight each other. Of course it is, Honglu. And now some of them have negative time and some of them have more times than others. So they're actually weaker now. They have offensive level down because of it. Because they have infighting. When spending shared time, the brains no longer spend an equal amount of shared time across the board. All parts lose protection and number equals the number of parts with different remaining time values, which by the way is every single part. So now they all have different. Now they all have no protection. It's kind of funny because this is actually a gimmick fight, pretending to be a real fight. The gimmick is, can you fight enough to eventually get past its stupid mechanic of gaining 1,000 offensive level up?
그렇게 무르진 않네.
And we killed one of the brains. It's kind of funny. He actually gets stronger though. Well, I guess when the brains are dead, they don't get to keep their protection passive, huh? We need more time. Well, Robo, would you like to live in a society where you had 52 hours every single day? Everyone else is saying no. No one else in the stream wants to have more than their allotted 24 hours.
좀 더 잘 될 수 있을 것 같은데.
By the way, he's just dead. It kind of just like it's over. We won the fight. We got past the gimmick. Now we get to actually just beat him to death. Wait, is Gregor the guy who gets to kill him here? Yeah, he is. Good job, Gregor. Murder that guy. Gregor, jump that guy. Hey, show, kill that guy.
10분만 더 있었더라면, 아니 1분만이라도, 몇 초라도. 시간이 더 있다면 분명히 지금보다 많은 걸 바꿀 수 있을 거야. 라고 생각했던 시절이 내게도 있었지.
무슨 일을 했지? 바꾸기 위해서.
Oh, ads are starting. No more. We can't do sad future right now because ads are going. Oh, I'm gonna get some water. Like I said, I am almost out. You all enjoy the beautiful music while I'm gone. Hello, I am back.
믿겨지지 않겠지만
Excuse me.
이 모든 걸 내가 바꿔낸 거야. 알아. 이게 바뀐 거야라고 묻고 싶겠지. 결국 다른 곳과 다를 거 없이 똑같이 고통스러운 둥지 중 하나가 되었잖아.
I mean, I don't know. It seems worse because people here at least don't have. At least people in the nest have 24 hours to spend with each other.
그러니까 들어봐. 결국 고통을 없앨 수 있는 가장 완벽한 방법은 시간의 멈.
Stop. Time? Our assistant expression turned bitter. He did not elaborate. Well, it's not like he could understand me, and the sinners were too busy keeping their eyes on the Time Ripper to relay my question. Like always, the LCA's Special Operations Unit arrived and discussed a few things with the employee. Labeled the Time Ripper, distortion with a complicated classification code. And that's how the case of time killing time closed. But
범인을 잡았다니 다행이네요.
you guys, portrait guys, look, you got the portrait you talked about earlier.
드디어 제 초상화가 완성되었어요. 어때요? 멋지죠? 아직도 너무 굶다요. 좀 더 빠릿빠릿하게 일하세요, 여러분.
What our assistant said much earlier was right. T-Corp did not change, not even a little.
왜 자진해서 그 살인마에게 미끼가 되겠다고 한 거야, 홍루? 난 사실 무지하게 겁났단 말이야. 내 시간이 내가 느낄 새도 없이 사라진다고 생각하니까.
I don't know. Honglu's rich, so he doesn't care about his time.
그냥 조금 더 이해하고 싶었어요. 제게 세상은 언제나 이해할 수 없는 일투성이었거든요. 사실 지금도 모르겠어요. 어차피 사라지는 시간인데 왜 다들 애써 손에 붙잡아 두려고 발버둥치는지.
그래?
그래도 이거 하나만큼은 알 수 있었던 것 같아요. 로자 씨는 그분을 이해해주고 계셨잖아요. 마음을 맞닥뜨렸을 때 로자 씨 한편으로 그 마음을 알 수 있을 것 같아서 붙잡질 못했던 거죠.
그걸 네가 어떻게 알아?
Because Honglu has weird insight, but no one thinks about because he's a very quiet and airheaded character.
형과 누나들이 처음 저를 죽이려고 했을 때 제가 왜 아무런 저항도 하지 않았는지 로자 씨를 보면서 떠올랐어요. 무섭기만 했던 게 아니라 그 마음을 알 것 같다는 생각이 들었던 것 같아요.
공포가 극에 달해 그 진원지에 닿는 순간 귀중하고 아름다운 찰나지.
자, 모여주세요. 기사 전체를 떠들썩하게 했던 시간 살인 시간을 해결한 1등 공신으로 특집 기사가 써질 예정입니다.
Yes,
탐정님들
it's perfectly fine with us ace detectives. She gets to be in her own magazine that she always wanted to be in. What's up with the long face, Rogia? Everything okay?
내가 사진에 찍혀도 되는 건지 모르겠네. 결국 내가 활약한 건 딱히 없었잖아.
Well, no. You found out. You learned a lot of things, Rodia.
하지만 로자
If it wasn't for you,
결국 범인을 잡는 건 성공했잖아요. 모두 함께 행동해서 얻어낸
If it wasn't for you, I don't think the Euro DVA would have actually talked to us. I'd say everyone did a great job out there. Rodia, Honglu, and Ryoshu, all three of you. Good work.
모두가 아니라 저 둘이었지. 난 범인이 무서워서 주춤거리긴 하고 꼴사납게.
훌륭한 탐정지에는 항상 훌륭한 조수들이 있는 법이니까요.
웃기네. 그것도 애거 사는 사람이 한 말이야?
아니요.
Thanks,
제가
Honglu.
방금 한 말이에요.
No, I said it just now.
이중 그딴 썩표를 지을 수 있는 건 나뿐이다.
That what?
웃어라 탐정.
Long face.
자, 이쪽으로 좀 더 붙으세요.
하지만 아무것도 안 한 주제에 뭐라도 해보려고 발버둥치는 자들을 내가 막을 자격이 있었을까?
It seemed that I was the only one who heard her whispering.
자, 그럼 하나, 둘.
And there she is. Falling into frame. But here she is, right here, behind bars. Click.
대표님, 이제 슬슬 시간이.
아, 마이. 옷은 잘 썼어. 깨끗하게 썼으니까 따로 세탁은 안 해도 될 거야.
chief executive director. When did he?
오랜만에 심심하지 않고 재미있는 하루를 보냈네. 고마워서
Hey, so that guy who's been hanging out as our assistant the whole time, he's one of the leaders of T Corp. You know.
가끔은 이렇게 회사 건물 밖도 겪어보고 싶었거든.
Shouldn't he be thanking us for solving the case? Not, you know.
그 능력과 유능한 지위를 생각하면 1등상을 받아도 아닌가? 원리를 자기도 모르니까 1등상보다는 특별상을 줄 것 같은데.
Thanks,
이 시계가 신기하긴
chief
해도
executive.
하는 시간과는 별반 다르지 않아 보여. 상금 대신 팁을 하나 주자면 시간을 이용하는 건 언제나 대가가 따른다는 사실을 염두에 두는 게 좋을 거야. 아, 나도 그것 때문에 골치가 아프긴 한데.
Yep. There's always a cost when using time.
아, 고마운 거 하나 더. 꿈이 다시 흐르기 시작했어. 경계 끝에서 별을 이으며 간절한 소원을 빌었던 날, 내 꿈은 거기서 멈춰버렸다고 생각했어.
So he went. So if he's saying what he's, I think I'm saying, but I think he's saying he went to. We're done. We're getting there. I'm trying to, you know, have insightful commentary and not just be going, oh, oh. I'm trying to, you know, have a conversation using the game as a backdrop. A star. I don't understand why, but a mere mention of it suddenly brought back the memories of the star that I saw when I made the pact with the sinners.
별을 다시 이을 수도 시간을 그때로 되돌릴 수도 없다고 생각했으니까. 그래서 꿈이 멈춘
Beach
거야.
volleyball.
꿈이 나아갈 방향이 없다는 걸 비열한 나는 너무 잘 알고 있었거든. 그런데 내가 틀렸지 뭐야. 내가 알지 못하는 형태로 눈앞에서 시간이 되돌아갔어. 물론 시간을 되돌리는 방식이 아니라는 게 내 추측이지만 가능성이라는 게 남았지. 시간을 잘라내던 그 뒤틀림도 그래. 아직 시간에 대해 내가 모르는 이야기가 더 있다는 걸 증명해줬어. 그러니 잔잔해져 미동조차 없던 내 꿈이 다시 거세게 흐르기 시작한 거야. 아, 시간을 무서워하지 않는 태도도 인상 깊었어.
Yeah, it's very interesting. The guy who owns T Corp, or one of the guys who own T Corp, is afraid of his own invention, afraid of his own thing, time.
나는 매일 이런 생각을 하거든. 내가 죽은 이후에도 시간은 계속 흘러갈 텐데 그건 너무 무서운 일이라고. 하지만 죽음이 두려워 불로장생을 연구할 생각은 없어. 시간의 흐름은 끊임없는 변화기에 죽음과 소멸을 피하려 도망친 길에 또다시 죽음과 소멸이 기다리고 있을 테니까. 시간의 흐름은 끊임없는 변화. 그렇기에 변화를 막으려면 시간 또한 정지해야 하지.
My man is talking too much. I've lost the plot. What must one do to stem the change when the nature of perpetual change itself is tied to an immutable thing, the flow of time? One must stop time itself, of course.
그래, 그게 문제인 거야. 결국 시간이 멈추기 전까지 모든 변화는 거대한 흐름이 되어버리거든.
I'm having trouble following your train of thought.
한태가 의미를 잘 이해하기 어렵다고 하시네요.
Thanks, Faust.
어? 미안. 무슨 말을 해도 째깍하는 소리만 들려오다 보니 무심코 속에 있던 말까지 해버렸네. 하긴 신생기업의 관리자가 이해하기엔 너무 뜬구름 잡는 소리였다, 그치?
100억 안에 달하는 시간 누진세는 이걸로 확실히 처리되었겠죠.
I hope so.
면제되었어. 이 사건 아니었으면 너희 모두가 4시간씩 평생 살아갈 뻔했다고 믿어져? 자고 일어나기만 했는데 이틀이 가 있는 거야. 물론 너희에게 4시간 일상 보장 복지제도가 적용되었을 때의 이야기지만.
잘 믿어지지는 않지만 우선 긍정하게.
Oh man, I can't wait till we get out of here. I can get some color back. You know, being black and white's kind of fucked up.
아 맞다. 림버스 컴퍼니 당신들이 직접 전달한 카탈로그 있잖아. 거기에 있던 그 모노리스라는 거 한번 사보려고 하는데.
Look at Virgilius's face. This man has a beautiful mug.
축하해. 영업 성공했네. 그거 엄청 비싸던데. 판매왕이라고 상장이라도 받는 거 아니야?
알겠습니다. 전달해두죠.
By the way, you notice that how we're still red? Everyone else is opaque, but we're still red.
비밀이야. 별이 안 보이는 이 하늘에선 이루기 전까지는 속으로만 생각하는 편이 좋으니까. 가자 마이.
네, 허버트 대표님.
Herbert, bye Herbert.
점점 알 수 없는 방향으로 회사가 나가는군.
Virgilius is right though.
이젠 뒤틀림 현상에 노동력을 판매하는 것도 모자라서 모노리스까지 판매하는 건가? 모노리스 자체가 구매나 판매가 자유로운 것도 아닐 것이고.
Sadly, that's not up for us to say, Mr. Guide.
우리가 회수를 해야 하는 영역의 개념이라고 보는데.
Tram, why don't you get a better Oshi like Virgilius? He's goated.
알고 있지 않나? 뒤틀림을 의도적으로 발생시킬 수 있는 물건을 판매한다는 일이 어떤 사태를 초래할 수 있을지를.
Excuse me.
어떤 기술이든 사람을 망치고 죽이는 기술은 많습니다. 그 중에는 첫 의도가 그렇지 않았던, 오히려 사람을 위하기 위한 기술이었던 경우가 더욱 많죠.
Hey, you know what she's talking about? She's talking about lobotomy corp.
어떻게 쓰느냐에.
그런 상투적인 말로 그냥 지나갈 만한 이야기인가 이게?
베르길리우스, 알고 있지 않습니까?
Oh.
제 처지와 당신의 처지.
Faust, how are you a sinner but also like one of the main contacts with the rest of the company?
저희는 이럴 수밖에 없다는 걸. 저희는 분명 원하는 것에 도달하게 됩니다.
알겠다.
With that peculiar exchange between Faust and Virgilius, the bus sets off on another journey.
오, 벌써부터 액자를 만드는 거야?
Ever since we returned to the bus, Rhodia was busily moving between the sinners, excitedly talking to them about whatever subject they were interested in.
바로 그렇다네. 자, 이걸로 완벽하게
Right here.
뺐네.
Yay!
받을 생각이요.
Don Quixote, Tram's Don Quixote is Mudang for Tram. Don Quixote is Mudang, is what I was trying to say. In her hands was the article we were featured in. Don Quixote dedicated considerable time and effort to meticulously iron out the creases, coating it with a thin film and displaying it carefully in a frame. We could barely tell if it was her due to the blurring, but she appeared so happy to be part of the photograph.
마음 같아서는 이 버스에 붙여두고 싶지만 이런 첫 성과는 귀중하니 본인의 방에 안전하게 보관하려 하네.
아이 그렇게나 좋나?
아우, 자기는 또 왜 그래? 우리 꼬맹이가 기분
치키르.
좋다잖아. 그런 건 상관없네. 이것은 우리의 성과니까. 그래. 우리의 성과.
Oh, poor Rhodia. Rhodia was laughing and cheering along with her, as though nothing had happened. But it never been so clear that this cheerfulness was all an act, and I think that pained my heart. Yet I was powerless to do anything about it. The most I could do was to clear the air and hopefully divert their attention to something else. Cheers, Tram. Faust, can you ask Virgilius where we're headed next?
베르길리우스, 단테가.
At least when we're talking about our next destination, the past seems to become a blur, even for a moment. That was the intent behind my question.
이젠 대충 알 것도 같아. 행선지를 묻는 것이겠지.
I never realized that Dante is still red. Everyone else has lost their color, but Dante is still red. Luckily, I was right. The subject of our destination was enough to divert the sinners' attention. They all fell silent in anticipation.
다음 행선지는
Too bad I got more than I bargained for.
워프 열차입니다. 단테.
A warp train, Dante. I didn't just clear the air. That statement alone could cause a whole storm among the sinners. Mind you, all the sinners have been on a warp train before, or have IDs based around warp trains, so they know what happens on them. The never-ending hellscape that is the warp trains. Alright. Now, a familiar siren, and then a murder on the warp train express, and then the fourth Walpurgis knot. Right. I think we can conclude our consultation session here. I've been holding regular consultations with the sinners for a while now. My sessions with Heathcliff ended earlier than I expected. So, what are you writing in that notebook?
그냥 뭐라도 적어두면 나중에 기억하기 편하지 않을까 싶어서.
Oh, wait. Oop, 1 second. We're not doing the color right now, so we could have our color back. Heathcliff's been holding that notebook in his hands ever since this session started. Didn't seem like he was making a full record of our entire conversation. It was more like he was writing things down if they seemed worthy of remembering. Are you writing about Catherine?
그런 것도 있고.
His expression became inscrutable. Inscrutably complex upon hearing her name. He breathes in a lungful of air and lets out a deep sigh. He smiles awkwardly before sliding his notebook across the desk in my direction. I take a quick glance at the pages. Its contents are as disorganized and chaotic as his handwriting. But I also notice that several of those disorganized notes are records of his memories with Catherine, scribbled next to notes of significant moments in our journey. Records of memories he doesn't want to lose.
뭐 아무튼 끝났으면 간다.
Heathcliff takes the notebook and leaves the room. I catch a glimpse of his bitter expression as he steps through the doorway. It isn't long before Rhodia practically bursts through the door.
키스가 나가는 거 보고 바로 들어왔는데 일찍 끝났네?
Yeah, we didn't really talk about much.
뭔지는 모르겠지만 요즘 들어 히스가 얌전해진 것 같네.
Well, I'm not complaining. Why don't you take a seat, Rhodia? Rhodia hummed cheerfully as she sat down. She really didn't seem too different from her usual self. Our consultations usually consisted of some minor chit-chat and watching her munch on some snacks, but hey, so I think there's something we have to talk about today.
뭔데 그렇게 분위기를 잡고 그래?
Do you remember what you asked when we were dealing with this case of time killing time, Rhodia?
내가 무슨 말 했었나?
A lot. Rhodia carefully looks away, her fingers fiddling with the snacks prepared for these consultations. I'm starting to grow uncertain whether this is a good time to bring this up when she's still so obviously evasive about it. I really don't want the mood to get as frosty as it did during the investigation. Frosty, it's me. Well, I'm not Frosty. Don't call me Frosty, but it's in my name, Frosty. But it's overly chipper. Chatty attitude is just a bandage haphazardly pulled over a scar that still hurts, isn't it? Sit there looking at Rhodia and her fabricated smile. I have to ask. Yeah, this is exactly what these consultations are for. What better time to do this than now? I'm talking about the time you asked me about Sonia. About what would have happened if you... The alarm had to choose this precise moment when I finally gathered enough courage to bring this up, to go off. Wait, I reflexively get to my feet at the blaring alarm. A few seconds later, I hear someone tapping on the bus PA system. Not long after that, a brief psst plays from the speaker installed in my room.
운전석에서 전파한다. 버스 내 휴식 중인 전 인원 복도로 집합한다. 다시 한번 알린다. 버스 내 휴식 중인
운전석은 카론 자리야.
Thanks, Karan.
잡아당기지 마라. 지금 중요 사안을 전파 중이다.
자꾸 카론과 미피 사이에 끼어들면.
Thank you, Karan. Virgilia's deep sigh was the last thing we heard from the bus's PA system before Chiron and Yoda's brief squabble came to an abrupt end.
어머, 아까 알람도 그렇고 또 뒷문에 새로운 게 생긴 모양이네.
It is indeed, yes. Let's see. I'm gonna guess this is one for Refraction Railway.
그런 거라면 좀 싫다. 거기 들어가면 너무 힘들다고.
I do also hate the railways. They are not fun. Rhodia grumbles for a moment before rising from her seat. Kinda seems like she's trying to smoothly maneuver away from answering my question.
왜 멀뚱멀뚱 서 있어, 단테? 안 나가려고?
Yeah, I'm coming. I leave my empty consultation notes behind and follow Rhodia out to the hallway. Out to the very crowded hallway. The murmur rises and rises. The sinners were each sharing their ideas as to what this alarm might be for.
순서상으로 역시 굴절 철도겠죠?
I believe so.
높은 확률로 다음 번호인 4호선이겠구만. 아휴, 또 고생견 하겠어.
모두 정숙해라. 관리자님께서 오셨다.
Shut up, Otis.
한 발 앞서 인원을 소집해 두었습니다.
Thanks.
오셨나요, 단테?
I heard the radio. Is it a refraction railway this time?
네. 정확히는 거울 굴절 철도죠.
이제 슬슬 이것도 익숙해졌나 봐.
What the hell are we going? What the hell? What? Whoa, 'tis a hearkening at. When the hell?
언제? 도대체 언제 안으로 갈 것인지 묻는 것 같소.
정확히는 도대체 언제 안으로 진입할 건지 궁금하신 것 같아요.
Thanks, Sinclair. Ryoshu, who had been listening with a knitted brow as each sinner hazarded their guesses, appeared to have finally found peace. Sinclair was right on the money. Hey, at least Gregor and Yiseng got half of that right, too. The bus alarms weren't the only things growing increasingly familiar to us. The sinners were really getting to know one another as well. Well, let's go check it out right now.
그럼 문을 열겠네.
Thanks, Don Quixote. The door opens with a creak and a bright blue light fills my vision. The blue ambiance almost seems to drop the temperature of the entire room. Another railway line, completely different from line 3 in its orange hue.
관리자나리, 이것 좀 보시오. 카르튼의 가면까지.
Parte.
파리 분위기 잤어.
Masks. I followed Don Quixote, who had run off on her own again, with my eyes. It was, as she said, the walls were lined with various masks, each wearing different expressions. I wondered if this was something to do with the theme of enemies we're about to meet here.
다들 여기 좀 와보게나. 오티스 나리와 똑 닮은 사람이 있다네.
뭐?
There was an urgency in her voice. I quickly ran to where Don Quixote was, with the other sinners in tow. And there she was, an exact copy of Otis, standing before us. Don, is he my favorite superhero? Well, we're about to learn so much about Don Quixote. Probably not too much in this stream, but we're next stream. Hope this isn't anything serious.
세상에, 진짜잖아. 환상체 미끼 그런 건 아니겠죠?
야 꼬맹이, 재수 없는 소리 하지 마라.
하지만 오티스 씨와 다르게 말도 하지 않고
장루.
훨씬 어두운걸요? 우와, 이쪽에는 저랑 똑같이 생긴 분도 있네요.
Hanglu stood next to a humanoid shape that mimicked every move he made. No, well, the majority of Don Quixote's chapter is going to be next stream because her chapter is long-ish. We're gonna get some Don Quixote after this. The next intervalo is Don Quixote's big introduction interval because the next canto is her canto. When he raises hands, the shape raises its hands. When he closes his eyes, the shape closes its eyes. Right? Almost like a shadow with the darkness in its mimicry. Wait, that looks like one of Honglu's identities. And there's 2-3 more humanoid shapes standing nearby. What on earth is going on?
환상체라면 그나마 다행이지만 혹시라도 모종의 이유로 복제된 인간이라면 관리자님, 한시라도 빨리 저것들을 제거해야 합니다. 지금 당장 전투 명령을.
Give me a second. I'll ask Faust first if...
빠르게 판단하셔야 합니다. 만약 복제된 것이 맞다면 머리가...
This isn't the first time she's asked me to make a decision like this, but she's never been this serious or adamant about it. Yisang noticed that tension quickly stepped in between the two of us.
파우스트 양, 설명을 부탁할 수 있겠는가?
네. 해당 개체는 복제 인간이 아닙니다. 따라서 이대로 일주일이 지난다고 해도 머리가 나서는 일은 없습니다.
That's convenient. Faust nodded sagely as though she had just learned something new before looking in my direction. Right, she probably wants me to explain what this is. Excuse me. I quickly blurted out the first thing that came to my mind. Oof. That one feels like a picatulum. I wasn't quite completely sure, but that's the feeling I've grown so used to sensing whenever we encountered the pecatula.
홍루 씨를 무작정 따라하는 걸 보면 자아도 희미한 것 같네요. 외관도 좀 다르고요.
잠시 진정하시게 오티스 양. 흥분이 과해진 것 같소.
Otis is like super scared of either the head or clones, and I don't know which one it is. Otis bows, embarrassment apparent, but her head cleared with relief.
죄송합니다. 관리자님 앞에서 이런 주태를.
It's okay, Otis. Clearly, I still have a lot to learn about the sinners. Every instance of these moments seemed to unveil something new. I was trying to get a better read on Otis's expression when Heathcliff suddenly asked a question out loud.
그런데 죄종이라는 건 좀 더 그 뭐냐.
Heathcliff, maybe we're the monsters all along. You ever think about that?
뒤틀림도 죄종도 외관과 같은 기존의 상식으로 대해서는 안 됩니다.
그런데 저희가 상대할 수 있는 수준의 죄종이겠죠?
아, 확실히. 저택에서처럼 몰려오거나 베르길리우스 씨를 복제하면 곤란한데요.
이때까지의 굴절 철도를 생각하면 이길 수 없는 상대를 마주할 일은 없을 것이라 생각하오. 그저 그 과정이 고될 뿐.
This Refraction Railway is about MV Peccatulum, which copy the sinners, and they're annoying.
질투 죄종이라고 파우스트는 알고 있습니다. 이때까지의 죄종을 생각하면 전투가 성립하지 않을 만큼 전력의 차이가 있지 않을 겁니다.
죄종을 정확한 등급으로 표기하고 있지 않으니 스스로 판단할 수 있는 정보가 적어졌다.
그러고 보니 죄종과 뒤틀림의 위험 등급 조정은 어떻게 되고 있나요?
So it's gonna be a little bit, Ishmael.
LCD 부서에서 아직 완료되진 않았지만 진척이 꽤 되었다고 전달받았습니다. 정확한 일정은 정해지면 들을 수 있을 테죠.
The LCD, the Limbus Company Distortion, also the Distortion Detectives.
정말 다행이네요. 그런데 죄종분들이 갑자기 도망가시는데요?
As we stood there talking to one another, Peccatulum that resembles Hong Lu suddenly shoved him to the side and began sprinting elsewhere.
아이씨, 그거 그냥 보고만 있으면 어떡하냐?
Heathcliff also sprinted after the figure, but he soon came to a sudden stop before starting to slowly back away.
이런 미친.
A subway train slides into the platform with a loud horn. Past the windows I see a subway car filled to the brim with purple shadows. Shadows in the shape of the sinners.
저게 도대체 몇 명이야?
저랑 똑같이 생긴 사람을 3명은 본 것 같아요.
Oh, poor Sinclair. It's gonna be okay, buddy. Pat, 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 pat. A ridiculous sight was enough to stop us all dead in our tracks, allowing the Peccatulum to board the subway car, and the door shut behind him.
이번 굴절 철도는 유난히 심상치 않구려.
저쪽에서 한 대 더 오는데.
As soon as the subway train carrying the Peccatula leaves the station, a new one begins to roll in. To my relief, this one doesn't look like it's packed to the brim with the shadowy people. But what is that? There are curtains and masks. I don't remember seeing anything like that on the last railways we challenged.
시시한 예술이군.
아까는 당황해서 제대로 못 봤는데 전철이 꽤 화려하게 꾸며져 있지 않아?
It does indeed.
그러게요. 장식품이 주렁주렁 달려 있네요.
All right. This one's not as important. We can kind of just there's actually a real story here. This is just talking about railway stuff. Just as the sinners were gawking at the ostentatiousness that was this train, something burst forth from the train car.
뭐라? 이거 카펫이죠?
It's like something's inviting us in there.
썩 달갑지 않은 초대구려.
I actually don't know what happened much in this railway because I wasn't playing during it. I agree with Yi Song. This isn't an invitation I'm happy to jump at, but I'm sure we'll face even worse things on our journey. I'll take every chance we get to strengthen the sinners. Let's go. I took my first steps onto the carpet and boarded the subway train. And that's that mini story done. Murder on the Warp Train Express. Before we start it, we'll wait till ads get done. Thank you again, everyone who is subscribed and or using Twitch Turbo in the stream. I appreciate you all very much, just as much as I appreciate every single one of you. But the subscribers, you get access to my beautiful voice while everyone has to watch ads. So take that what you will. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. You didn't miss much. Just finished that Refraction Railway one. There's not really much actual story there. It's just mostly talking about the Refraction Railways and how the sinners react to them. This is Murder on the Warp Train Express, based on the idea of Murder on the Orient Express. First class. All right, how did this happen? First, we board the warp train to get to our next destination, P Corp. Got into our fancy first class flash freeze hibernation capsules, and we were supposed to arrive at P Corp after a quick blink of an eye, but
제대로 듣고 계신 건가요? 지금
the first thing I saw when my vision returned was the perplexed look on Faust, who had entered hibernation at the same time as I did. Then I realized that we woke up mid-transit on the warp train, which could only mean that we're now stranded in some lost, unknown dimension.
단테 혼란스럽겠지만
What? What the hell happened? First things first. Let's rewind and return to the very start of this highly unfavorable situation we found ourselves in. A few days ago. No more color for me. It was nice while it lasted. What? Yep, that's where it all started. You're probably wondering how I got here. Yep, that's me. You're probably wondering how I got into this situation. Well, you see, a long time ago, there I was, still perplexed by the incidents at T-Corp, with my awful idea of clearing the air by asking Virgilius for our next destination, not knowing the storm that my instant question would bring.
본인이 잘못 들은 것이겠지.
맞게 들었을 텐데, 돈키호테. 너희들은 지금부터 T사의 워프 열차 승강장으로 간다.
워프 열차의 승강장에 무언가 문제가 있는 것이로군. 그것을 해결하는 것이 아마도 우리의 임무 아니겠는가?
Ah, poor Don Quixote.
워프 열차 승강장에 또 뒤틀림이라도 나타났나?
소일거리를 하는 데에 제법 거리낌이 없게 되었군. 하지만 그것도 아니다.
But no.
P사로 이동하기 위해 워프 열차에 직접 탑승한다.
It was only natural the sinners immediately fell into a state of collective dumbfounded shock. None of the sinners have any history of working at W Corp, but we're actually taking the train. Through what vague information we could gather from the identities, we had all some fragmentary knowledge about the terrible secrets of the warp train's operations. I initially considered hiding this information from the rest of the sinners, but since sharing things with everyone and letting them get their 2 cents in usually ended up being pretty helpful, I've been sharing most of these as of late.
인격을 사용했을 때의 기억은 흐릿하다 못해 없는 수준이나.
관리자와 인격의 대화록을 보았을 때 워프 열차의 원리가 다소 비효율적이고 기이하다는 부분은 확실했다.
아, 10초 만에 도착하는 게 아니라 사실은 엄청 오래 운행한 뒤에 승객분들의 기억을 전부 없애는 거랬죠?
The 10-second trips take millions upon millions of years. And then when you get there, after you've murdered all your friends,
탑승객끼리 서로를 찍고 부순다고 했던 것 같은데요.
yeah,
지루함을 이기지
they wipe your memory.
오랜만에 걸작품을 들여다볼 수 있겠군.
Even when the sinners wear the identities through the identity cards, the identities, memories, or beliefs don't bleed into them once it's over and done with. I remember when Faust explained that due to the risk associated with embracing such influences, there was a filtering process to intentionally block them from reaching the sinners. That's why the sinners could use the identities of some of our worst enemies without getting infected by their philosophies and whatnot. But it also meant that they couldn't retain any new information that each identity had to offer. That's why I kept record of some things that sound particularly important, sometimes share it with the rest of the sinners. My voice doesn't really carry well past these windows, so most of our communications are one-sided, but I had an abundance of W Corp identities, so it wasn't difficult to piece together the truth behind the trains. But, maybe our ignorance really is bliss.
여러분의 이런 동요와 반발은 이미 예상하고 있었습니다.
저건 그대는 벌써 알고 있었던 겐가?
Aw. Look how sad she looks.
파우스트는 모든 것을 알고 있으니까요. 당연히 여러분이 떠올린 문제를 해결할 방법도 준비해 두어.
열차를 탄다는 사실이 변하질 않는데 방법이 있다고요?
버스, 이 버스는요? 열차 안에 버스가 들어갈 리도 없잖아요.
카론도 반대. 메피 말고 다른 걸 타면
Oh, poor
메피
Chiron.
밥은 누가 줘?
Poor Lapis.
파우스트 씨.
워프 열차의 최후미는 화물칸으로 편성되어 있습니다.
Remember this. This is important.
해당 칸에 결속되어 함께 또한 LCB 소속 전원은 1등석을 통해 이동할 예정입니다.
The bus begins to swell with noise again, though in a slightly different air to the alarm responses from earlier.
1등석이라면 부자놈들의 지정석 같은 데 아니냐? 누구는 표 살 돈도 없어서 기차 화물칸에 끼어 타고 있는데 자리에서 거들먹거리면서 타던 놈들.
왜 저를 노려보시는 건데요? 전 그런데 앉아본 적 없단 말이에요.
It's so funny because Heathcliff's anger towards Sinclair just because Sinclair's slightly rich.
자리 하나에 날개 직원 초봉 서너 달치는 된다던데 회사 재정 괜찮은 거 맞아?
걱정할 만한 재정 상태는 아니죠.
Thank you, Faust.
개인 캡슐 프라이빗 뭐 고급스러운 단어가 덕지덕지 붙은 자리가
They do.
개인별로 제공된다고 들었는데.
그런 식으로 홍보하곤 하죠. 엄밀하게는 급속 동면 캡슐입니다. 워프 열차가 실제 이동하는 시간 이상으로도 안정적인 작동이 되는 성능이니 탑승객은 눈을 감았다가 떴을 뿐인데 도착한 것과 다를 바 없는 체감일 것입니다.
그래도 회사의 배려에 참 감회가 새롭구려. 이동하는 길이 불편하지 않도록 그 비싼 자리를 선뜻 내어주다니.
그러게. 원래 같았으면 길잡이 씨랑 카론만 슬쩍 1등석을 태워보내주려나 했는데.
구태여 전원을 안치기보단
To be fair, you can't really have Dante
충실한
dying. I don't know exactly how, because you don't really die in a warp train because it really does only take 10 seconds in the real world. It's also where T Corp gets all their time from. But like if Dante gets like mutilated inside a W train, what happens to the rest of the identities? Hello, Nox. How are we?
다들 왜 이렇게 호들갑인지. 다음 임무를 위해 가는 것이니만큼 워프 열차가 가지는 특수성에 대해 고민하고 걱정해도 모자랄 판인데요.
Yippee, me too.
역시 이스마일 씨 말씀대로 아무리
Well,
1등석이라 해도
you're welcome to nap while watching this stream.
저도 역시 걱정이 돼서.
If you are of that capability.
1등석 칸은 일반석 승객들이 함부로 올 수 없는 공간이라는 것도 알아두시는 게 좋을 거예요.
Thank you for the head pats.
아니, 아예 열지 못하겠군요.
Ishmael, who had been holding that first class promotional pamphlet in her hands for a while, was chattering on with fire in her eyes. It's like, it's so funny how immediately everyone's like, oh god, I don't want to get on warp train. Oh, we're going to be first class? Well, you know, it can't be that bad.
그러니까
I'm jealous of her hair.
저희는 따로 전투를 치를 필요가 없이 편안하게 눈만 감으면 되는 거라고요. 옛날에 재정이 더 좋았을 무렵에는 기념품도 하나씩 줬었다고 했는데.
고난이 따라붙긴 마련이지.
Ishmael does have beautifully long hair.
잠시 눈을 감고 쉬어갈 때가 필요한 법. 언제나 허름한 여간에서 몸을 늘 순 없는 일이지. 1등석.
Seems like everyone was at least somewhat interested in the fabled first-class seats of the warp trains. I could sense that there was a growing consensus among the sinners that even a warp train trip might be acceptable if it meant they could ride into the first-class seats.
타야 한다면 타겠다.
Okay, Mersalt. What does that mean?
꼭 1등석에 타야만 되나? 그곳은 아비 교환을 감상하는 재미가 없을 텐데.
Virgilius pretended not to hear Ryoshi's question.
좋아. 그럼 다 받아들였다는 것으로 알고 출발하도록 하지.
One second. What, Don Quixote?
가장 중요한 질문이 남아 있네.
뭐냐? 답지 않게 쭈뼛거리고.
Don Quixote carefully began, almost whispering in a low voice.
1등석이란 공간에선 신발을 벗고 타야 한다는 소문이 있는데 사실인가?
Aw. Don Quixote doesn't want to take her shoes off.
어디서 또 괴상망측한 소문을? 그 소문이 아니오. 요전에 지나가는 자들의 대화를 엿들었는데 1등석 타면 맨발로 타야 하는 거 알지? 하고 묻자 당연하지. 그걸 누가 모르냐? 라고 하였단 말이오. 참말인가? 이스마일 군?
왜 저한테 물어봐요?
Well, yeah, but you're holding the pamphlet. The pamphlet knows all. That's what you constantly tell us.
그런 내용은 없었는데.
Okay, thank you, Ishmael. She got so mad at us every time we get to a new thing because y'all didn't read the pamphlet. All right, well, what's the pamphlet say this time, Ishmael?
그건 안 될 일일세. 본인은 로신한테와 한 층 떨어져서는 안 되는 사이여야 하네.
그게 진짜.
Come on, you can't insult Heathcliff's shoes for no reason.
시선께 부탁하네. 로신한테를 옆에 같이 태우면 안 되겠는가?
I expected Virgilius to answer with his usual exasperated rebuff. Contrary to my expectations, however, he responded in a somewhat serious tone, if tainted by that familiar annoyance.
신발은 벗지 마라.
This is please remember this. The Northern Fixer. This place is huge. That was my first impression of the warp train station. Don Quixote shouted vibrantly, immediately recovered from her previous apprehension of the sheer possibility that she might be separated from Rosciante. So, each nest has one of these massive structures in them?
나라고 알겠냐? 어이, 아는 거 있어?
Heathcliff asked, gesturing toward Mersault with his chin.
모든 워프 열차 승강장은
Thanks, Mersault.
걸맞는 조형과 건축으로 도시 내에서도 유명해. 승강장의 모습 그 자체로도 도시 명물 중 하나라고 칭송하는 이도 적지 않지.
I have no idea when it happened, but Heathcliff started treating Mersault like a walking encyclopedia from time to time.
메르소군, 저자는 서부에서 온 해결사가 맞는가?
아니야. 저자의 복장은 가죽 재질과 금속 재방어구가 아니라 원단으로 만들어졌군. 저런 직물 스타일은 남북을 따지지 않지만 서부에서는
My man really does just know everything, though. Like, Mersault is actually out here just being a walking encyclopedia, so you can't really blame Heathcliff, I don't think.
조금만 천천히 불러주시오. 메모를 해야 하니. 그럼 북부는 추운 날씨 탓에 펑퍼짐한 패션을 하고 있다고 잡지에서 보긴 했네만.
Outfits are simply so given the colder climate of the region.
바로 코앞에 있는 자를 관찰해 보면 알 수 있다.
Okay, Don Quixote, calm down. 3 seconds of screaming duet, one of utter fascination, the other of unmitigated frustration.
뭐야? 귀가 멀어버릴 뻔했잖아.
니도 마찬가지였거든.
음악 가상 음악대를 넓혀놨다고. 정신 나갈 뻔했네. 놈들처럼 왜 그러고 길을 단체로 막고 있는 거야? 길거도 얹어 왔는데 목표를 놓쳐서 짜증나 있는 상태인데.
진 않나? 처음 타보는 거?
I mean, we're all sitting around gawking at it. I'm pretty sure it's very obvious, Rhodia.
심지어 워프 열차 왕복권은 내 탑이었다고.
아이 저 조심해. 그렇게 무기를 든 채로 팔 4개를 붕붕 흔들면
혹시 그대의 옷차림에 대해 조금 더 자세히 관찰해봐도 괜찮겠는가?
That feel when
오, 그래, 그 포즈로! 이왕이면 정도만 가만히.
the Fixer, with a particularly impressive set of prosthetic arms, spent a few minutes venting several of his numerous grievances at us before storming off to a different platform.
넓고 특이한 자들은 많군.
Don Quixote, calm down.
저 사람도 똑같이 생각했을걸요.
전신이 의체인 사람은
Sinclair, quit being racist.
도시엔 흔한 걸까요?
Pat, 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 pat. That's when Virgilia slowly walked up to our group.
그럼 도착해서 만나도록 하지.
Remember, colored fixers are not allowed onto warp trains because of what happened the last time one got on there.
붉은 시선께서는 함께하시지 않은 것이요?
W사의 정책상 색을 부여받은 자는 별도로 마련된 열차를 사용해야 한다더군.
1등석에도 1등석이 있는 거야?
Yeah, something like that.
어딜 가나 특색은 날개 차원에서 특별 대우를 해주나 보네요.
So last time a colored fixer got into a warp train, they didn't. They decided to train everybody, quote unquote, pun intended, to be color fixer level, basically. Rather than everyone murdering each other. That's what happened. And then after that, they tried to reset everyone's memories, and no one was happening it because they were all color fixer levels now.
하루는 돌아가고 싶어. 내 피 외로울 거야.
서로 맛이 다른 사탕을 3번이나 사주면서도 말하지 않았나? 화물 가내는.
It started a riot, so color fixers are no longer allowed on warp trains. Normal warp trains, at least.
그럼 파우스터 씨.
Virgilius, after exchanging a knowing look and a nod with Faust, escorted the particularly peeved Charon away.
단테, 저희는 이쪽으로.
We followed Faust's guidance to the entrance of our car.
와, 색도 좀 돌아오는 걸?
I got my color back again. Yay! I get to be purple and white and black and purple.
아, 그래, 한두 푼도 아닌데 이런 것쯤은 있어줘야지.
The general response to this room was a surprise at the rows upon rows of expensive-looking sizable capsules. Flash freeze hibernation, huh? Because it literally freezes our bodies in a flash. Faust, are these flash freeze hibernation devices safe?
안전이라는 말씀은
These things are supposed to freeze us solid, right? Can we really come back from something like that?
일시적인 사망 상태에 이르는 것은 맞지만 세포가 손상될 새도 없이 동결하는 것이니까요. 일반적으로는 문제 없습니다.
I have questions though. So if I if I die, don't you all die? Huh?
동결 시에 발생하는 밀도의 증가나 수분 결정이 날카로워져 세포를 훼손하는 문제도 이 모델은
I have so many questions about how Dante works in this times when people die, like, but not really. Because shouldn't that break my contract with all the sinners? I missed about half what you said, but your point is that it's safe, right?
적어도 파우스트가 알고 있는 선에서는 그렇습니다. 혹여 문제가 있더라도 결국 도착 시에는 원점으로 돌아오니 문제가 없는 것과 다르지 않겠죠.
야, 안전하다는 걸 저렇게 길게 말하는 것도 재주다 재주.
Thanks, Heathcliff.
네, 파우스트는 모든 방면에서 재주가 있으니까요.
That shit-eating grin she has all the time. Okay, but that still leaves a lot to be worried about. Just as I was wondering, however, I realized that there was something odd about the way she phrased that answer. As far as Faust is aware, are you saying that it could be wrong?
파우스트는 대체로 틀리지 않습니다. 하지만 신도 아니죠. 파우스트가 아직 구하지 못한 정보도 세상에는 존재합니다. 그렇기 때문에 사실은 말할 수 있어도 진실과는 어긋날 수 있는 것이죠.
Okay.
그래도 1등석이 좋긴 좋네. 피사 정도면 북부 끝자락에 있는 지역인데 눈을 감았다가 뜨면 도착이라니.
Why are you breathing so much, Don Quixote?
길고 긴 야정이 시작되는 걸세. 그러고 보니까 돈키호테, 그 신발 빨긴 하는 거야?
Where did that come from, Rhodia?
아니 생각해보니까 우리 그 고래 뱃속에서 한참 갇혀 있었을 때 기억나? 그 고래가 터지면서 온갖 찌꺼기들이 다 묻었었잖아. 옷이랑 신발 할 거 없이.
그랬죠.
Thanks, Ishmael.
그래서 우리 그 살점이랑
Thank you for chiming
같은
in.
옷들 세탁하느라
I too am in
고생도
this
했었고.
episode.
별로 유쾌한 기억은 아니지만 그랬었죠.
그때 돈키호테 혼자 저 운동화를 끝까지 안 벗고 버티고 있었다니까.
듣고 보니 좀 꼬질해 보이긴
Damn.
하네요.
Insulting someone's shoes right in front of them.
자네들 자신의 애마를 품 안에서 함부로 떼어놓는 기사를 본 적이 있는가?
기사 자체를 본 적이 없는데.
이제라도 보고 듣고
Excuse me.
기억해 두시게. 자자들은 단 한순간도 조용히 있는 법이 없군.
Never will, Otis. Never will.
와, 그런데 오티스 씨도 이런 곳에 와보신 적이 있나 봐요?
뭐 옛날에는 이런 비슷한 VIP 좌석을 제공받고는 했지.
Thanks,
우린
Otis.
안딸 필요는 없다.
Otis is just trying to say she's better than the rest of us. Otis, who was sitting there and shaking her leg, suddenly asked Faust a question.
어이, 1등석에는 한 번도 사고가 난 적 없었던 거 확실하겠지?
여러분의 불안감 조성을 방지하기 위해 워프 열차에서 일어났던 사고에 대한 기록들은 열거하지 않겠습니다.
Yeah, so I'm talking about that one time like 2 years ago where the entirety of the first class was turned into puppets and sent into the library.
그게 무슨...
곧 출발하려나 본데요.
P사의 PW612
P Corp.
워프 열차 곧 탑승 수속을 마감합니다.
Y'all ready for P Corp? The sinners who were either leisurely enjoying their complimentary snacks or taking a look around the first class car suddenly became a lot busier.
그럼 너무 늦기 전에 캡슐에 들어가도록 하죠.
Oh no, why is this? The other sinners made it into their capsules, no problem, but I felt like I was the only one who was fumbling.
긴장하셨나요, 단테?
I think so.
워프 10분 전. 제가 돕도록 하죠. 우선 내부에 기댄다는 느낌으로 서신 뒤
Faust expertly guided me into the capsules as though she'd done something like this before, then pressed the button inside the capsule that closed the hatch. Look, you got Don Quixote, you've got Yi Song, I don't know, Hong Lu, Ryoshu. I don't know who this is supposed to be though. Don Quixote's my jingling bell. Every time I hear I alt tab your stream and pat back to my report when they're gone. Faust expertly guided me into the capsule as though she'd done something like this before, then pressed the button inside the capsule that closed the hatch. Do you know more about Don Quixote than the beach volleyball?
너무 걱정하지 마세요. 금방 다시 보게 될 겁니다, 단테.
Dante. I thought I heard a brief sigh, but the hatch shut tightly before I could ask her anything.
우리 열차는 이제 워프하겠습니다. 좌석 벨트가 단단히 메어졌는지 다시 한번 확인 부탁드립니다.
The last thing I saw before my capsule began to fill with gas was Faust climbing to her own capsule opposite of mine. Little did I know back then what she really meant by, "We will meet again in but a moment." No, I mean Don Quixote in Limbus Company.
일어나야 합니다. 단테,
But one thing I knew for sure was
상정 외의 상황입니다.
that something had seriously gone wrong. No? Okay. Well, pay attention because this entire intervallo is about Don Quixote. This one's actually super important about her. So pay attention. We're here already? Wow, I guess that wasn't an exaggeration at all. It all really happened in the blink of an eye. As always, Faust was giving me her usual look, which was complete lack of any emotive expression, which I suppose is why I didn't immediately register that something had gone awry.
아니요, 도착하지 않았습니다.
Huh? But once I finally came to and had some time to digest that odd reply, I looked up at her face once again and realized that her expression was more antsy than usual by a microscopically minuscule degree. So this train is still running?
그렇습니다.
Then where are we?
어디인지 알 수 없는 좌표의 차원 어딘가를 표류하고 있을 것이라고 판단되네요.
They took a reflexive deep breath from the sheer horror of the numerous implications stuffed into that dryly delivered sentence. When that passed, the first thing that struck my mind was that we were about to suffer the very thing that we were so worried about. I see. But I soon found myself calming down. Yeah, this had to be a part of Faust's plan. She probably saw this coming from a mile away. I'm sure she's about to proudly tell me every little detail of her plan that will help us out of this situation. But this is all just a part of the plan, right, Faust? That was unusually long silence from Faust.
절반은 맞고 절반은 틀립니다.
With that, the Faust left me to flounder in the chaotic stream of vaguely terrifying information as she began stopping by each capsule to wake the sinners.
벌써 도착한 거야? 야, 진짜 눈 감았다가 뜨면.
아닙니다.
뭐야? 진짜 도착한 거야? 정말 눈 감았다 뜨니까.
아닙니다.
도착한 거예요? 생각보다 겁먹을 필요가 전혀 없.
아닙니다. 아닙니다.
Come on, Faust. You didn't even let Yi-sang say anything.
아직 아무 말도 안 했네.
There was a brief cheer, a little hurrah after regaining our colors, followed by a flat-toned explanation of our current predicament, which was then followed by a long, loaded silence, which was a sequence of events that I had the pleasure of watching play out about 10 consecutive occasions. Ads are starting soon, so a little bit of a break. Stretch your legs, stretch your arms, chat. We're in for a little bit of a long haul here. Soon should be done, though. Not too much longer. Hope you're all having a great evening. Fetching streamer with my mind. This is like the thing with me. Just it's like you grab one hand on my head, one hand on my legs, and just like the rack. Cheers, Tram. Thank you for hydrating me today. I am a wilting flower in many a way. Subscribers get to join in me on the time where I eat something. Man, this is probably one of my favorite intervalos. This intervalo has so much lore in it. Like, Time Killing Time's pretty good for Rhodia, but this one it hits like so many different characters. Well, Time Killing Time also hits some Ryoshu stuff as well. And some Mersault stuff, strangely enough. We'll discuss that stuff later. Of course, as always, later is later. I'm being a bit sloppy right now. But shh, it's for the subscribers only. And anyone who watches the VOD, of course. Welcome back, everyone. Hope you enjoyed your rest. I do think I'm going to change it to once every hour for 3 minutes next stream, because once every 30 minutes is such a quick succession of time.
단테, 혼란스럽겠지만 우선 지금의 상황을 다시 한번 설명해야만 할 것 같습니다.
Okay, Faust. And that brings us to the present.
그러니까 지금 지금 이 열차는 아직도 운행 중이고.
Yes.
우리는 어딘지도 모를 차원을 떠돌고
Yes.
있다는 거냐?
그건 뭔가 멋있게 들리는군.
제일 중요한 건 이 모든 상황이 벌어질 걸 파우스트.
Yes.
당신은 처음부터 알고 있었다는 거.
그렇습니다.
뭐 하자는 거야, 당신?
Sinners each began to voice their anger. Of course, this wasn't the first time Faust had Virgilius intentionally and knowingly omitted certain details about what's to come.
이게 말이 된다고 생각해? 여긴 계획이 틀어졌다고 문 열고 도망갈 수 있는 공간도 아니잖아.
문을 연다 하여도 수천내로 몸이 산산조각 날 것이다.
Thanks, Marcel.
그래도 파우, 앞으로 어떻게 할지 정도는 다 계획해 둔 거지? 그렇지?
Faust, whom I had rarely ever seen at a loss for words, was unusually slow to respond.
뭐야? 쟤 왜 저렇게 얼빠진 모습인데?
Excuse me. She gives me a sideways glance. There must be something she can't discuss in front of the sinners. Guys, let's pause for a bit. She said that something unexpected had happened. The other sinners' anger was completely understandable. It was also makes sense that this continued lack of communication is harming our trust in Faust. Alright, we're gonna go over the situation from the start, okay? But just letting things play out might really turn everyone against Faust, and for good. Besides, I doubt Faust woke us up in the middle of the trip just to spite us. First things first, I gotta get the sinners to calm down. Then I'll ask Faust to tell us what happened. If there's a problem, we'll figure it out and deal with it as we move along. Tell us what's going on, Faust. All of it, and in a way that we can all understand. Let's hear her out first. Is that okay with you guys?
당신이 그렇게 정하셨다면요.
그래. 화만 내서 해결된 일이 별로 없긴 했지.
감사합니다. 그럼
After some time, the gist of Faust's explanation was as follows. The cause of this issue, as always, involved a certain contract and a unilateral decision from the higher-ups of Limbus Company. W Corp, having caught wind of Limbus Company's race and distortion contract management promotions, decided to contract us to deal with a mysterious repeated series of incidents suspected to have been caused by distortion after multiple failed attempts to resolve it on their own, of course.
뒤틀림 현상 자체는 문제가 없었을 겁니다. 저희가 가진 정보와 일치한다면 워프 열차가 도착하는 대로 그 뒤틀림은 W사의 처치를 받아 승객으로 돌아갔을 테니까요. 하지만
But the real issue was that the passengers were disappearing.
사라진다니? 이 열차에서는 그러고 싶어도 그럴 수 없지 않은가?
그 부분을 포함하여 저희가 이유와 결과를 알아내야 하겠죠.
Did W Corp share anything to get us started?
그 점이 이번 오해를 만든 가장 중요한 부분인 것 같군요.
She explained that W Corp refused to share anything about the trains because they were concerned about disclosing the secrets of their singularity. That's probably why they sought out an upstart business like Limbus Company to deal with this. Now that I think about it, we wouldn't even know where to start if we didn't have access to the information that the identity cards had to offer. Faust produced what appeared to be a keycard with W Corp logo on it before continuing with their explanation.
대신 이 동면 캡슐을 언제든지 여닫을 수 있는 마스터 카드 키를 받았으니 의뢰를 해결하면 저희는 메피스토 팰리스에서 이야기했던 대로 동면 캡슐로 돌아가 안전하게 도착할 수 있겠죠.
날개라는 건 왜 하나같이 이 모양인 건지.
He's right. You're right, Heathcliff. How right you are.
중요한 단서는 전부 감추고 정답을 찾아오라고 하는 건 좀 불친절한 것 같네요. 적어도 T사에서는 멋진 배지도 주고 대표님이 조수로 따라와서 이것저것 설명해 주셨는데 말이에요.
So real.
파우스트 씨도 마음고생이
Aw.
많으셨을 것
Pat. You're trying your best, Sinclair. The sinners grew more receptive after her explanation, albeit with a sigh.
그래도 뭐가 있다는 티 정도는 내줄 수 있었을 텐데.
맞아요. 이해가 아주 안 되는 건 아니지만 파우스트 씨의 행동이 하나하나 감시당하고 있는 건 아니잖아요.
그건
But not everyone was willing to let this go without saying their piece.
다음엔 참고하도록 하죠.
And that's just about all I can do for her. It's an undeniable fact that her actions have disappointed the sinners. This is Faust we're talking about, though. I'm sure she has a backup plans to get us out of the situation.
그래서 이제 우리가 어떤 일을 하면 되는 거지?
그래, 뭐 일단 일은 벌어졌으니까 여기서 평생 썩어야 하는 상황은 피한 것 같고.
그 부분을 관리자님과 잠시 상의해 보도록 하겠습니다.
Discuss. But discussing things with other people is very unlike Faust. What are we discussing, Faust?
목소리는 낮추는 게 좋을 것 같군요, 단테.
Okay, but I tick and talk. Why are we whispering? Her secretive attitude only exacerbated my already battered sense of safety.
제젤 샤프트. 아니, 파우스트가 연결되지 않습니다.
Faust lost access to Faust. I'm sorry, what?
저는 파우스트의 정보를 열람할 수가 없는 상태입니다.
And just like that, the ominous feeling I had turned out to be right. Faust can't access Faust. Which is terrifying because Faust knows all. What do you mean you can't?
말 그대로입니다. 평상시에 얻을 수 있던 파우스트의 의견과 정보를 아무것도 얻을 수 없다는 뜻이죠.
Oh, what if everything about the situation is something you don't have access to yet, like you said last time?
그럴 가능성을 배제할 수는 없지만 그것에 대한 것도
Faust's answers have always been perfectly accurate and methodical when sharing information. Why do some words trip me up so bad? I really need to figure that out. I don't think he's ever said a sentence that was this full of speculation and doubt. Then Faust, right now you're...
네, 지금은 제가 갖고 있는 지식만을 활용하고 있습니다.
Huh?
원인은 알 수 없습니다. 차원간 이동에 의한 문제 대비는 충분했을 테지만 아마 파우스트는 이런 예측 불가능한 차원과의 연결까지는 상정하지 않았던 것이겠죠. 혹은 상정했다 한들 아직 교차 관측을 하지 못했을지도.
Interesting, right?
그것도 아니라면 아닙니다. 탑승 직전까지만 해도 파우스트의 연결이 끊기게 된다는 정보는 없었습니다. 솔직하게 말해 부분적인 당혹감을 느끼고 있는 상태입니다.
It's okay, Faust. Turn that frown upside down. All right, I get it for now. Now that changes everything. I recall the last thing I saw before the hatch on the capsule closed when Faust told me not to worry about too much. Okay, it's just a minor setback, nothing we can't beat, right? We got this. I began to mutter like I was trying to convince myself. As the manager, my job is to calm everyone down and set their sights on the future, just as the Faust did for me immediately before the hatch closed. If you're right about why you were disconnected, then that problem will solve itself once we're off the train. And if we do ever run out of options, I'll just turn the clock and see what happens. Don't stress yourself too much. We still have a lot of work to do. Your knowledge, my clock, the sinners, and I could feel my confidence taking a hit with every word that came out of my metaphorical mouth. But that seemed to be enough for Faust. She nodded.
네, 알겠습니다. 그리고 수감자들에게는 운행 중인 워프 열차에 있다는 것만으로도 충분히 혼란스러워하는 것 같으니 구태여 파우스트의 현재 상태에 대해서는 공유하지 않는 편이 좋을 듯합니다.
뭐야? 그럼 이 열차문을 부숴도 다 뒤진다는 거야?
Why does Heathcliff want to break down the door to go outside?
여기서 10억 년 동안
He's already going crazy. Sinclair, calm down. Yeah, that might be best.
그래서 이제 어떻게 하면 되는 거지?
Does Sinclair have a W Corp ID? I don't think he does. I know Don Quixote does. I know almost everyone else. I don't think Sinclair has one.
큰 틀에서는 맞다고 할 수 있겠네요.
Faust cleared the air with a cough before continuing.
우선 이 열차는 운행을 시작한 후 A사 표준 시간을 기준으로 3일 정도 지난 상태입니다. 저는 림버스 컴퍼니와 W사의 계약 내용대로 캡슐에 비치된 마스터 카드 키를 획득하고 3일 뒤에 자동으로 열리게끔 설정했죠.
3일. 눈을 감았다가 떴을 뿐인 것 같았는데 동면이란 건 이런 느낌인가 봐요.
이미 알려진 대로 일반 석칸에서 1등 석칸으로 들어올 수 있는 방법은 없기 때문에 이곳은 아무런 변화가 없지만
Well, unless you're the puppet master, but we don't talk about that.
제 추측과 W사의 부실한 설명을 합쳐보면 일반 석은 이미 문제의 상황이 진행 중일 것이라고 생각됩니다.
그 뭐야? 치고받고 싸우다가 팔다리 뜯고.
Man, 3 days they start killing each other. That's crazy. That's actually like, can you imagine hanging out with everyone else around for 3 days? And then you're like, you know what? It's time to just start ripping each other from limb.
아니요, 아니겠죠. 사흘 만에 그렇게 되는 것도 쉬운 일이 아닐 뿐더러 그런 상황에 우리를 투입시키지는 않았을 테니까요.
정확합니다. 제가 생각하기에는 아마
잠시만 기다리게.
Okay, Don Quixote? Just as Faust was about to continue, Don Quixote raised her index finger to her lips to signal her to be quiet.
뭔가 들리지 않는가? 흥난 아니 두드리는 소리인가? 분명 이문 너머에.
As Don Quixote kept listening with her ear to the door, and an expression of half curiosity and half horror appeared on her face.
그래도 저기에 무슨 파우스트군?
After the very distressful noise, everyone simultaneously turned their head to look at Faust, who closed her eyes briefly in thought.
잠시 비켜나시죠, 돈키호테. 직접 보고 대응하는 편이 나을 것 같습니다.
With that, she produced the master key card from her pocket and approached the panel installed next to the door.
뭐야? 잠깐. 이 문 열려는 거야?
히스클리프 씨의 평소 조언을 한번 따라보려고 합니다. 고민하기보다 직접 몸으로 부딪히는 편이 때로는 더 나을 수도 있다는 거요.
조언.
It's kind of funny.
틀린 말은 아니지만 갑자기 왜 이래?
어차피 저도 직접 보지 않으면 아무것도 추론해낼 수 없을 테니까요.
Kind of funny. The Faust, without Faust, is learning from the sinners. Bleep. After a brief mechanical bleep, hideous creature suddenly crashed through the open door and charged wildly in our direction. We will not fight the creatures, but I will click on the creatures to show you what they are. It's these things, blood bag passengers. Inaccessible Part 2.
파우스트군, 이들은 승객의 모습을 하고 있었지만 제대로 사리분별을 할 수 없는 이성이 존재하지 않는 자들 같았네.
마치 그 고래에 의해 백화된 것처럼요.
It's okay, Ishmael. Calm down. Don Quixote, who hesitated until the last second to raise her weapon against them, hung her head mournfully. Normally, Faust would have told her more information about those monsters before the fight began, and she would not have been burdened by the sheer thought of bringing harm to the innocent. Faust began searching the area, closely observing various bodies in the general area for information.
오늘따라 주위를 많이 돌아보는구려, 파우스트 양.
그러게요. 평소 같았으면 저희가 관찰을 하고 있을 때 결론을 내주시지 않았나요?
Faust is a genius. The sinners were starting to realize that there was something off about Faust's behavior. They might even soon realize that there's something wrong with Faust.
돈키호테, 이들은 죽지 않았습니다. 자세히 보시죠. 파편과 파편 사이에 무언가 이어져 있지 않나요? 이 공간은 시간이 멈춰 있는 것으로 보입니다. 그러니 죽음에 달하는 끊어짐이 발생하지 않고 이어져 있는 것이죠.
To my relief, Faust managed to correctly figure out what's going on like her usual self, even if it took her slightly longer than it usually does. Hey, what'd I say? We got this.
뭐라고 했어?
Oh, nothing. But I fret that not all sinners were content with nodding along to whatever information Faust told us.
시간이 멈춰 있더라.
Yi-Sang grew pensive, seeing that Faust's lips parted for a moment before closing shut. I was starting to get a good read of her expressions. That was an unmistakable look of regret, however short-lived.
이 차원 바깥에서 바라볼 때는 멈추었다고 느낄 정도로 시간이 아득히 느려져 있다. 그렇게 볼 수 있지 않겠는가?
네, 이상 씨의 의견이 합리적이겠네요.
파우스트 씨가 틀린 적도 있으셨나요?
That happens, you know. Well, wow, Yi-Sang sure is the expert when it comes to time-related phenomena. Can you summarize it easier language now that we're broaching the subject?
그래도 되겠는가?
Good save, Dante. You got this, buddy. Yi-Sang began to elaborate with gentle enthusiasm. That was close.
간단히 풀어 말하면 이 열차에는 죽음이 존재하지 않소.
너무 생략한 것 같은데.
말을 얹자면
정말이군. 이자 심장이 뛰고 있네.
Don Quixote lowered her head and listened closely to what appeared to be a dismembered torso and shouts with relief.
이들은 퍼즐 조각이 여러 개로 나뉜 것처럼 단지 활동을
God, I hate warp trains. W Corp might actually be the worst company to work for.
몸이 분리된다는 과정은 진행되었지만 이 열차의 존재는 보존되고 한없이 유예되므로 그저 한없이 가늘어져도 끊어지지는 않는 생명만을 붙든 채 이리 널브러질 뿐이지.
어려운 말은 잘 모르겠지만 아무튼 죽지는 않은 것이군.
They're not dead now.
이들의 파편이 연결되어 있다는 것은 아무리 뒤섞여 있어도 결국 파편끼리의 실타래를 따라 모아보면 승객 하나하나를 특정할 수 있다는 뜻이겠죠.
Yep.
자연스럽게 W4의 정리요원이라는 직책이 생긴 이유를 추론할 수 있겠습니다.
누군가는 이 퍼즐들을 조립해서 구별해둘 필요가 있을 테니.
That's true, Otis. It's really baffling to me that a job like that even exists.
날개 사는 일치고 심하지.
It's kind of funny. It kind of takes like the idea that like, you know, there's people who board planes and trains after people disembark to a different level. It's like, oh yeah, they board the train and then put people back together rather than, you know, take away people's trash. Still, I guess that means that as long as the trains arrive at the station, the passengers will all be put back together like nothing happened. From what I learned through the W Corp identities, their main job was to gather chunks of flesh together to bring them back to their original shapes before they boarded the trains. It's a lot more visceral when I have to look at it in person.
그거 듣던 중 다행이군.
It soon clicked to me that what Faust was doing, though with some awkward effort, trying to do as I watched Don Quixote sigh with relief. Maybe Faust was trying to cheer Don Quixote up in her own way. What the heck, Doctor Who plots? No, warp trains are just fucked up. Who she was a while ago would not find it necessary to do something like that.
Dante.
Huh? What's up? Oh, time to whisper, right?
네, 정보를 수집 중입니다.
Well, if there's anything I can tell you. Faust cast a dark gaze toward the chunks of flesh. Her gaze remained fixed upon them as she whispered.
이들이 뒤틀림인지 혹은 환상체인지 아시겠나요?
Oh, yeah, I actually wanted to ask you about that. They weren't human, that was for sure. From them, I felt the same sensation I felt from monsters. Something inexplicable, an unclear sensation or an aura. I felt this somewhere before, I'm sure of it. But I couldn't pinpoint the source of the sensation. One thing I do know for sure is that the sensation was not the same feeling I got from abnormalities, distortions, or even Pecatula. If I had to lean on one or the other way, I'd say they're closer to distortions. I'm sorry, I don't think they're either of those.
확신할 수 없는 건가요?
Again, I'm not sure how I can explain this, but they're very, very similar to distortions, but also different. If you had to ask, then I'm gonna guess Faust doesn't know?
파우스트라면 알고 있을 수도 있겠지만 적어도 지금의 저는 알 수 없군요.
I feel like I should apologize for that.
그러실 필요는 없습니다, 단테. 불확실한 정보지만 그 덕에 한 가지 추론에 도달할 수 있었기 때문에.
That's great.
그리고 직접 정보를 수집하며 논리적 결론을 만들어내는 것도 예상보다.
She pauses, holding a bloody, slimy chunk of flesh in her hands.
쟤 지금 살점 조각 들고 혼자 웃은 거야?
드디어 각성한 것인가?
You gotta love Ryoshu. Ooh, finally, the awakening has begun. All shall become like me and want to dismember corpses for fun. Multi-crack office. After a round of intelligence gathering from Faust, we open the door to the next cabin, only to be greeted by a loud commotion.
저희 외에도 생존자들이 있는 모양이네요.
위험에 빠진 승객들인가 보군. 이 몸이 그 중에.
와, 함부로 들어오지 마. 너희 뭔데?
A four-armed woman suddenly jumped in our path.
갑작스럽게 튀어나오는군요.
Faust stumbled a little and inadvertently slapped by the figure's swinging arms as she pushed us away.
내 쪽에서도 당신들이 갑자기 튀어나온 거거든.
좀 위협적이니까 그 커다란 칼은 치워주면 안 되나?
The swords look cool.
위협은 무슨 위협?
Multi-crack office look really
저기
cool.
저 사람들 지키려고 들고 있는 건데. 뭐야? 요새도 그런 구식 생체형을 달고 다니나? 나 참.
아씨, 구식의 때론 제일 빛을 발할 수 있다는 거.
Gregor's like, don't call me old. I will murder you.
복식을 보아하니 북부의 사람인게로군.
에이, 이 와중에 무슨 오타령이야?
I mean, what other time would we have, Heathcliff?
아무튼 이쪽이나 그쪽이나 같이 사고에 휘말린 상태 같아 보이는데 비켜주지.
She seemed to be sizing us up for a moment.
너희를 뭘 믿고 이 안으로 보내줘? 안 물렸다는 증거 있어? 내가 이곳을 어떻게 지키고 있었는데.
물렸다.
Bit?
뭔 소리야?
What does she mean by bit?
왜 아무것도 모른다는 표정이지? 일반실에 있었으면 분명.
Actually, we were from first class.
잠깐. 너희 1등석에서 왔어?
We are.
네. 캡슐에서 방금 깨어난 상태였어요. 보기에는 1등석이라.
I love it. She's like, you guys don't look rich. That's rude.
내 이름은 사샤. 멀티그렉 사무소 대표야.
Hi, Sasha. With that, she lowered her weapons, allowed us to pass.
사샤, 당신도 이 객실에 계속 계셨던 건가요?
뭐 그렇지. 우리 해결사 사무소에 T사 쪽 의뢰가 들어와서 잠깐 넘어왔는데 열차가 이딴 식으로 고장난 데다 아니 고장난 게 맞나? 배고파지지도 않고 졸리다는 느낌도 잘 안 드는 것 같아.
Ah, yes. The fate of everyone who is still alive on a train who actually has sense.
의체인데도 그런 게 느껴지잖아요.
Sinclair, quit being racist. Stop it. Bet.
아, 먹고 자는 게 취미라. 그쪽은 특별히 신경 쓴 부품이거든. 잘 느껴지지?
그것보다 그 밖에도 일어난 일이 있지 않나요?
아, 그래. 완전히 난리도 아니었다고.
정신 사납군. 촐싹대지 않고 말할 수는 없나?
팔이라도 덜 휘적거리면 좋겠는데.
I mean, the other fixer that had multiple arms also was swinging them around all the time.
그건 좀 싸우다가 의원이 전부 부서졌거든. 새 의원이랑 싱크를 맞추려고 움직이고 있으니까 이해해라. 아무튼 뭔 일인지는 모르겠는데 갑자기 열차에 탄 승객들이 이 사람 저 사람 가리지 않고 막 이상한 괴물로 변해버렸어. 정체도 모르겠고 말도 안 통한다고. 다행히 나랑 저 사람들이 타 있던 칸은 괴물이 적게 나타나서 내가 몇 동강을 내버리고 여기 빈 객실로 데리고 나온 거지.
By the way, she just lied. to Faust a bit ago. She said, Faust asked her, "Have you left this? Have you not left this car for the duration of the ride?" And then she said, "No, she hasn't." But then she says she came from a different car.
빨간색이 3,201, 빨간색이 3,202.
저 승객들이 변해버릴 수도 있는데도 불구하고 보호할 생각을 하셨군요.
Interesting.
그거야 당연한 행동이지. 해결사들이란 선수에서 약한 자들을 보호하는
Oh, Don Quixote, you and your Valish fixers.
나는 이미 승객들을 사흘 동안 지켜봤어. 그리고 지금껏 한 명도 변하지 않았고. 지금 이 객실칸 너머는 죄다 지옥도가 펼쳐져 있는데 앞쪽으로 끊임없이 넘어오려고 하는 걸 보면 뒤에서부터 뭔 일이 벌어져서 앞으로 번졌다는 게 내 추측이야. 내 이야기는 여기까지. 그래서 너희는 뭔데? 1등석 부자분들께서 어떤 면으로 이런 사람들이 있는 곳까지 행차야?
We were hired to figure out what the hell's going on.
여기서 뭔 일이 벌어진다는들 당신들의 고급스런 1등석 칸에는 아무도 들어갈 수 없었을 텐데.
저희는 W4에서 이번 사건을 해결하기 위해 고용한
해결사!
네, 해결사입니다.
Faust nodded reluctantly as she affirmed Don Quixote's boisterous declaration.
그 인원을 전부 1등석에? 그쪽 사무소는
Well,
돈이 썩어나나
it's just to stop us from whatever the hell's going on here.
아니지, 잠깐. 그럼 W사는 처음부터 이렇게 될 걸 알고 있었다는 건가?
Yeah, they did.
근데 진짜 날개의 의뢰를 받은 거 맞아? 믿음이 안 되는데.
Fun fact, it doesn't matter what we tell her because her memory's going to be erased. So, yeah, you know what? We did. We were contracted by a wing.
이미 잘 아시겠지만 해결사들 간의 가장 중요한 건 계약과 그 이행이죠.
Alright.
그리고 W사는 다른 날개들 이상으로 보안을 중시하고 있고요.
아, 비밀 유지 서약을 했나 보군. 뭐 웨오피 협회 계열이랑 얽히면 골치 아프니까. 그래서 증거는 없다.
Here you go.
W사에서 사전에 받은
Excuse me.
마스터 카드 키입니다. 어지간한 문은 열 수 있죠.
Ads are about to play. I'm gonna get some more water. I am almost out. I'll be right back. Hello, I've returned with more water. I go through so much water when I do these streams where I have to read stuff. Try to keep my mouth, you know, moist, as the kids say these days, you know, moist. Oh, it's gonna be a long night. I can tell you that much. The music's so good. They do, like, it's such a good atmospheric piece. Like, I will continue to glaze the music and like most of that stuff all the way through this. Welcome back, everyone, from ads. We have Master Keycard to show off to say, hey, you know what? We were hired by W Corp. Faust produced a Master Keycard from our pocket. I guess there isn't any other way for us to prove that we were actually contracted by W Corp.
카드 키?
이걸로 잠겨있던 1등석 통로를 열고 W사 로고에 꽤 고급 재질. 진짜 의뢰를 받았나 봐. 좋아. 따져 묻진 않을게. 돈도 안 되는 일에 연루되고 싶은 마음도 없고. 일을 해결하려면 뒤로 가겠다는.
Yep. Keep on going.
그렇죠.
The fixer finally got out of her way. Then, with one of her free hands, pointed toward the opposite door.
죽으러 가겠다는데 말릴 필요도 없지. 아니면 뭐 실력이 대단하면 다 구해서 돌아올 수도 있겠지만.
Thank you, Sasha.
경력 고맙네, 해결사 사샤요. 이곳은 자네에게 맡길 테니 부디 본인을 대신해서 이들을 무사히 지켜내시게.
저기
Aww.
괴물들을 처리해주러 가시는 건가요?
Yeah. Just as we were about to reach the other end of the car, a little passenger pulled on Don Quixote's coattails.
그렇단다.
그럼 언니는 유명한 해결사예요?
Not yet.
그렇지. 본인은 명망 높은 해결사 라네.
저도 언니처럼 해결사.
Oh, poor child.
예, 너무 치근덕대면. 아우 죄송합니다. 저희 애가.
아닐세. 괜찮네. 놔둬도 되는데. 해결사가 꿈인가 보구나.
The way she talks with the inflections that point up and down.
당신 같은 자가 열차에 탑승하고 있어서 다행이긴 하군요.
무슨 말이야? 다들 왜 이래? 같은 바닥 처지끼리. 완전히 머릿속으로 긴급 보호비를 거두려는 거지. 왜 자꾸 둘 다 똥딴지 같은 소리야?
I don't think Don Quixote needs to hear what she just said.
파우스트 씨, 다시 왔어요. 무엇을 말씀이시죠?
일부러 그런 거였죠? 저자가 순수한 마음으로 승객들을 보호할 마음은 없었다는 거 알면서도
Wow.
돈키호테 씨에게 동조해 준 거예요. 또 다시 시끄러워지면 골치 아프겠다 싶었는데 다행이에요.
Poor Don Quixote. Don't worry, Don't worry. There are righteous fixers out there, I'm sure.
짝거리던지. 평소에도 그랬지만 오늘따라 의욕이 완전히 넘쳐흐르고 있다니까요. 돈키호테.
Faust strode towards Sasha with a question.
마지막으로 하나.
질문 하나당 30만 원.
같은 바닥 처지끼리. 그런 판단은 유감이군요.
Hello, oh god. Hello, Warp Train, Warp Core. Oh, hi. Hey, can you explain? Hey, W Corp. Can you explain what's going on? Why is there blood every? I thought these were supposed to take 10 seconds.
저희 쪽 의료가 성공하고 나면 추후에 W사에 적극적인 협력 사무소가 있었다고 제보해 드릴 수도 있을 텐데요.
뭐야? 진짜?
You just seeing things? I don't know.
무슨 질문인데?
Why is there blood everywhere?
혹시 상대하셨던 괴물들의 눈빛이 모두 붉지는 않던가요?
Sasha paused, her swinging arms for a moment upon hearing that question, appearing to either be in thought or trying to recall something, then answered.
글쎄, 온통 붉은색인 괴물이긴 했는데
Good save, W Corp. Good save.
일단 내 의안도 빨간색이고 저 승객도 눈이 적색이었고 거기 너희 쪽에 칼 메고 있는 녀석도 눈이 빨갛잖아?
How are you doing tonight, W Corp official account? How's the team doing over there at W Corp?
이런 게 돈 되는 중요한 정보라도 되나?
아니요, 별것 아니었습니다.
Faust nodded lightly in her direction, then opened the door for the next car. It was all we had feared. What's this? The scene that appeared before us looked like it came straight out of a paintings of hell. We're good? Alright, I'm happy to hear that. I am also good. Though I may be haunted, I think. Paintings of Hell. I'm so happy that the majority of these are just like skip through. Someone's having a birthday. Those are birthday streamers.
좁은 곳에서 전투하는 건
That skull.
제법 지치는 것 같아요.
The person crawled into a ball over here.
어쩔 수 없어요. 저희 같이 긴 무기를 쓰는 사람들은 좁은 곳에서
Don't worry, Honglu. I'm sure you do great with your long weapon. These enemies weren't much harder than the ones we'd fought earlier. They must live horror themes. Yeah, they must. These enemies weren't much harder than the ones we'd fought earlier, but it was inevitable that these sheer numbers would eventually wear the sinners down.
파우스트 씨, 저들 정체는 대체 무엇일까요?
그래, 나도 아까부터 궁금했다고. 왜 안 알려주는 건데?
저것들은
저것들은
어떤 존재라고 생각하시나요?
네?
Huh?
그걸 방금 제가 물어보지 않았나요?
Your tremor team since I perfected my charge build. I'm happy to hear that. I've been wanting to do a tremor team with like T Corp IDs and do a run through Mirror Dungeon with it.
아니면 설마 저희에게 먼저 생각해볼 기회를 주시는 건가요?
Yep. Of course, Faust did not confirm nor deny his question. But Sinclair was perfectly capable of making up his own interpretations of her silence.
여러 번 싸워보니까 알 것 같은 건 있었어요.
Team time.
이 괴물들은 저희
Mendemorium.
방해되는 존재라서 덤벼드는 느낌이 아닌 것 같아요.
맞네. 이들은 굶주리기라도 한 듯 뭔가를 향해 맹렬히 돌진하고 있었네. 맞아요. 이 열차 안에서는 배고픔도 목마름도 느껴지지 않을 텐데.
No. I know they have time stuff, but I don't really know exactly how they work.
공격 패턴이 이성적인 판단에 기반하지 않았다. 그저 본능적인 공격성을 우리를 향해 발산하고 있다.
Amplitude inversions. I know about the amplitude things because of Ryoshu's one that gives amplitude hemorrhage on her contempt ego one.
그리고 또 뭐가 있었죠?
그리고 또
I love how Faust is like asking them questions so she can be like, are you smart? Like, because it comes off from Faust like, are you smart enough to actually know what these things are? But what really is, she's just like, going like, please piece together all the information for me so I can make a conclusion.
신체 대부분에 붓지 않은 곳이 없었어.
It's so silly.
냄새는 피 냄새다. 피로 만들었겠지.
그러하다면 피가 굳은 결정화된 느낌이라고 해야 바를 테지.
네, 감사합니다. 모두들 유용한 정보였습니다.
Timer halts all the damage she's separate takes, stores it. The damage gains 3% interest. The damage is then thrown at them all at once when the effect runs out or isn't reapplied. Interesting. It was my turn to start whispering. What did you learn from that?
이번엔 운이 좋았습니다, 단테. 열차에 탑승하기 전 다음 행선지를 위한 정보를 열람하던 도중 곁다리로 읽어둔 지식이 쓸모있는 열쇠가 되었던 것도 있지만 단테의 조언대로 수감자들 또한 유익한 정보를 추려내는데 큰 도움이 되었습니다.
It does feel like you have to be careful though, or your sinner is just going to explode at the end of his turn. You mean you know what to do to blow this case wide open?
그렇게 장담할 수는 없습니다만 적어도 시작점으로서는 기능할 테죠.
With that, Faust turned around and faced the rest of the sinners.
지금부터 이 상황을 타개할 방법을 제시하겠습니다.
응? 그냥 쭉쭉 뚫고 가는 것 말고도 뭐가 있는 거야?
그 자체는 바뀌지 않을 테지만 결과적으로 이번 의뢰의 목적이 무엇인지 그리고 어떻게 W사의 의뢰를 완수할 수 있는지에 대한 가닥을 잡을 수 있을 겁니다. 이번 열차 그리고 지속적으로 워프 열차에서 비슷한 사건을 일으킨 존재는 매우 높은 확률로
Blood Fiend. Yay. She said the word. You may know Blood Fiends from the end of Limbus, end of Lobotomy, or not Lobotomy, Library of Ruina, where we fought one Blood Fiend who had killed a colored fixer and was puppeting him. Wait, a Blood Fiend? What's a Blood Fiend?
혈기가 대체 무엇인가?
어? 네가 모를 줄은 몰랐는데.
No, she knows fixer lore, Gregor. Get it right.
듣도 보도 못했다만 본인이 이젠
Excuse me.
있던 것인가?
Oh, pets. Okay. Low-key needed these guys to help us because there's silly passenger kept hurting passengers, so we ended up needing these guys to deal with them since we mean no harm. Sure. Thank you. Don Quixote furrowed her brows, generally lost, as it was as though the word sounded alien to her.
저도 현실에 존재하는 줄은 몰랐어요.
Yeah, I mean, these horror-themed decorations, man, someone probably got too much into it and started, like, you know, beating up people or, you know, chasing people with, like, real knives, you know.
제가 들은 이야기랑은 좀 다르네요. 제가 듣기로는 햇빛이나 마늘은 뜬 소문이고 오히려 물을 무서워한다던데요.
Also, the sound design right now.
혈기에 대한 보고는 나도 받아본 적 있다. 그들이 부린다는 부산물 도 본 적이 있다. 기억이 흐릿하지만 이런 형태는 분명 아니었을 텐데.
I'm telling you, these rich people need more discipline.
손가락에도 혈기라는 놈이 있었지. 저런 고무장갑 같은 것들을 부리진 않았지만 하지만 좀 걸리는군. 그놈은 이렇게 마구잡이로 찌꺼기를 늘리진 않았다. 내 놈도 알고 있지 않나?
네, 수감자 내에도 경험한 분들이 있었군요. 설명이 길지 않아도 되겠습니다. 말씀하시는 대로 저희가 마주한 적들은 혈기.
It's so funny because the word blood fiend for me strikes very close to the idea of like The Walking Dead, where they call them walkers, or Zomboid, where they call them zomboids, where it's like the idea that vampires or zombies don't actually exist in this universe, like vampire media or zombie media doesn't actually exist in this universe's like lore, so they call them whatever, like they're walkers because they walk, they're blood fiends because they fiend for blood. Like it's very funny. It's kind of like a renaming of it. It's like they're very obviously vampires or vampire inspired, but like they can't call, but they're not gonna call them vampires because why would they, you know?
혈기의 권속이 되지 못한 찌꺼기 같은 존재. 관계자 사이에선 피주머니라고 부른다는 정보가 있었습니다.
그럴듯한 이름.
Because it would be lame. Exactly. You have to call them something cool. We have to have cool names for things or people will think we're boring. Why would anyone name someone Bloodbag?
처음에 이야기했던 대로 통상적인 방법으론 워프 열차 내에서 승객이 사라질 수 없습니다. 워프 열차나 W사에 대한 모든 것을 알 수는 없어도 저희가 갖고 있는 정보가 꽤 많음에도 예외를 찾아낼 수 없었죠. 거기서 저는 아직 저희가 한 번도 마주하지 않았던 존재를 논리 안에 끼워 넣었을 때 한 가지 추측이 성립된다는 걸 파악했습니다.
그럼 그 혈귀라는 것은 승객들을 아예 없었던 것으로 만들 수 있다는 이야기인가요?
Well, I mean, think of it this way. If the Blood Fiend is hiding somewhere with all the blood bags, they can't be reconstructed, right?
휘발된다는 쪽에 가까울 것 같군요.
That also.
워프 열차는 승객들끼리 온갖 폭력적인 일을 벌이더라도 본래대로 돌려놓을 수 있습니다. 폭력이라는 것에는 여러 가지가 있겠지만 그중 식인도 분명 존재하겠죠.
That's a weird thought. Can you imagine like your neighbor eats you and then they have to cut open your neighbor's stomach, pull parts of you out of them, and then re-put you together? 예.
하지만 열차 운행간 시간이 유예된 승객들은 소화의 과정 또한 이루어지지 않는 것과 마찬가지일 테니 결국 복구할 수 있는 상태였을 겁니다.
그저 입에 쑤셔 넣었을 뿐이라면
Took the people to parties and they never went home. Oh.
하지만 피주머니들은 다릅니다. 맹목적으로 피를 찾아다니는 이들은 희생자의 혈액을 흡수함으로써 자신들의 존재를 유지할 수 있고 유지비로 혈액 또한 조금씩 소비한다고 합니다.
Oh, warp official. You gotta keep running that defense, huh?
방금은 소화는 하지 않는다며?
추론해 보자면 혈귀와 피주머니에게 혈액은 단순히 에너지를 얻기 위한 식사의 과정과는 다른 것 같습니다. 그들에게 혈액이란 감정, 성취, 돈, 존재의 의의,
Can't get replaced by those wayward
자신들을
bums.
유지하기 위한 많은 것들이 포함되어 있는 무언가. 그렇기에
Don't worry.
혈액을 소비할 수 있고
I don't know. Warp Corp has better drip than the up and comers. So
그 뭐냐?
Yep, Heathcliff. She's lost me as well, my friend.
지금 시간이 유예되었음에도 히스클리프 군은 화를 내거나 슬퍼하거나 또는 기뻐할 수 있지 않은가?
그야 뭐 그렇긴 한데.
Yeah.
그것이
Okay.
변한 것인지 생멸하는 것인지는 알 수 없으나 지나간 감정은 사라졌다고도 볼 수 있을 터. 승객들의 살아갈 의지와 존재의 가치 또한 멈춘 시간 속에서도 점차 사라지지 않소. 혈귀에게 혈액이란 그러한 것이라고 하우스트 양은 설명한 것이요.
I'm so.
그런가? 그래서 바로 휘발된다 이거구만.
승객의 구성 묘소. 살점들과 이어진 혈액도 사라져서 살점을 끌어모을 수 없을 거고요.
Which means, yeah, okay, all right. I'm following. I'm kind of following. I'm lost, but I'm following. I always forget so much stuff. I'm like, huh? What are they talking about? They're talking about, you know, that we can't tell whether they stated alteration or whether they remain snared in the wheel of creation instruction. It can be set the emotions once it is passed exist, not in continuation. What? Everyone fell silent for a moment. That was way too much information to process at once. Thank you, game. We didn't even know what to make of them either.
질문을 몇 가지 하고 싶소.
Yi-sang was the first to break the silence.
피주머니라 하는 존재는 혈귀가 직접 만드는 것이요.
거기까지는 정보의 접근이 제한되었군요.
No, I mean, I'm pretty good right now. I'm pretty good mentally. Though we will be done sooner rather than later. Fast replies, avoiding Yi-sang's gaze. There isn't anything I can do about this. The scenarios will only get more stressed if they find out what's going on with Faust. That's something we both want to avoid.
제한. 그렇군. 과거 그대가 말했던
You did a 5-yon chain gang? Well,
추측이지만
I'm just tired in general. I've been up all day,
어떤
so
식으로든 접촉이 필요할 것으로 보입니다.
being a pawn at court doesn't exactly allow for much rest.
일리 있어.
그렇다면 그 잔악한 혈기란 놈은 이 열차 어딘가에 숨어 있다는 말이겠군.
We would hope so, unless there's somehow releasing blood bags on here to create more blood bags. But
그렇겠죠. 조금 전에 보았던 해결사의 말을 신뢰한다면 이 피주머니들이 몰려온 건 열차의 뒷칸부터, 즉 나아가다 보면 반드시 그 혈귀를.
the music's also not helping. The music's so chill for what's going on.
좋네. 무고한 승객들의 원한을 대신 풀어줄 기회. 보는 절대 놓치지 않겠네.
The reason I like Dawn is because she's really saying on Rod said. It seems that Don Quixote was now invigorated, while the listeners also appeared rather satisfied now that they had a clearer sight of our goal. Faust, who stood amidst them, nodded in my direction. Well then, let's go. We're making the best of what's available to us at this moment. Let's move forward, for now. What is like, oof, these corpses, man. Try to see how much story we currently have to deal with. Just very detailed props. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
잠깐! 관리자나리! 이 사람 좀 보게! 아직 살아있는 자가 있네!
Don Quixote, her round eyes wide open, began sprinting somewhere.
뭐야? 들어오지 마 이놈들이!
Hey, we're real people, cleanup agent.
이봐, 우린 괴물이 아니야. 괜찮아?
당신도 변하기 시작한 건가요? 그럼 원래 팔 같은 걸로도.
Calm down, cleanup agent.
아니야, 이거는.
Gregor assembled for words, scoffed, then cast his gaze toward the floor in disbelief.
그래, 뭐 착각할 만도 하지. 이게 뭐 의체인지 괴물인지.
We found him.
한눈에 봐서 알 수가 있나?
같은 생체형 의완이더라도 이렇게 투박한 구형 모델은 최근 도시에서 보기 드물기 때문에 착각할 수도 있다.
의체.
Yeah, prosthetic.
다행이네요. 전 또 그 미친 놈들이 쳐들어올까봐. 보다시피 다리도 이 모양이라.
그런데 W사 직원들이 이 열차에는 왜 타고 있는 거지?
Huh? You're right. From what we found out about the warp trains through the identities, I can't imagine why any of them would ever be willingly board this train. So like back to the station, this 9 to 5 work. This 9 to 5 won't work itself.
당신들을 도와서 사건을 해결하라는 명령을 받았습니다.
We? Where's the rest of you?
저희라고 하기엔 저밖에 안 남았지만요. 동료들은 저 앞칸에서 차례대로 이성을 잃어가더니 결국
그럴 수가... 파우스트군, 피주머니가 원래대로 되돌아갈 수 있는 방법은 없는 것인가?
Sadly, no.
죄송합니다. 그 정보도 아직 열람할 수가 없군요.
No, you just joined the train party. Though her voice expression were both as serene as always. Voice and expression were both serene as always. There was something gloomy about the way she said it.
파우스트에게 너무 많은 부분을
He's a party pooper for real? Aw. Yeah, poor guy. Faust muttered in a barely audible volume. I do not know what I can do to help the sinners in a situation like this, either. I also grown too used to Faust's omniscience, because I could always trust it to be there for me. I was starting to realize that I don't have the means to dig myself out of a hole like this. No, maybe I was too reliant on the sinners as a whole. When the time comes for them to depend on me, when they can no longer stand on their own, can I really manage them? Lead them to the right choices? Doubt, colored with fear, begins to rise like an ominous plume of smoke.
뭐 괜찮습니다.
The agent struggled into some corner of the room with his wounded leg and pulled a lever.
이런 공간이 잘도 저런 걸 씁니다.
And the wall behind what had initially appeared to be a folding chair for employees spun out.
이게 무엇인가? 설마 저 앞에 있는 혈기를 해치는 비밀 무기가 숨겨져 있다거나?
Oh no.
1등석에서 본 캡슐이랑 비슷하게 보이긴 하는데 저곳에?
The cleanup agent stumbled into the pod that appeared in the wall.
이제 좀 살겠네요.
Well, this is what economy's like, Tram. on warp trains is it's just, you know, you can have parties with people and also kill each other and eat each other.
무엇을 할 생각인가?
이런 상황을 위해 W사에서는 직원용 소형 동면포들을 준비해 놓았거든.
No, I'm being in first class. You guys can handle yourselves back there. I'm sure you're all smart people and strong.
그랬군. 그럼
남은 일은 잘 부탁드려요.
With that, he settled into the capsule and shut the hatch behind him. When the door covering the pod closed, only the folding chair and a wall covered with viscera remained. He's gone.
갔어. 가버리셨군요.
We blankly stared at the wall the agent disappeared into. Well, then I guess we gotta... Let's move on to the next car. Keep on keeping on. And with standing class, I mean, Spirit Airlines is shut down, so there's no more standing class. Next car too. Prosthetic fixers. It is? Yeah, Spirit Airlines shut down like a week ago. I mean, I don't know. I'm just telling you, the company no longer exists. And they were hoping the government would bail them out, and the government said no. Something caught my attention from the corner of my eye after another round of brutal combat.
이건 또 뭐야?
Hey, Time Corp. We were on the final car adjacent to the freight car when we discovered the odd box with the T-Corp logo on it.
T사의 로고인 것 같다만.
전투 중에 부서진 것 같구려.
그 대표라는 사람 허버트랬나? 다른 날개와 많은 연계를 하고 있다는 이야기를 했던 것 같아.
Ooh, Tram is a little... Well, Tram, you would know something about protesters, you know, being French and all.
역시 W4구도.
Of course they are.
T사뿐이 아니라
I assume every wing is in some way or form working with T-Corp.
주고받는 사이인 경우가 많소. 오히려 아직 그리 이름을 날리지 못한 우리 림버스 컴퍼니에게
Limbus Company.
급하게 협력을 요청하는 것이
Looks so metal.
이례적인 일이라 보만.
뭐 W4도 이제 떨어질 만큼 떨어졌다는 거겠지.
W Corp official. She does not speak for us.
부서져서 속이 드러나기 시작한 이 벽처럼. 아, 부서졌다고 하니까 생각난 건데 이 객실 자체도 엉망진창이긴 하다. 그치?
It was difficult for me to ignore how Rhodia hurriedly swerved to a different subject as though she'd made a mistake. Even the tone of the voice shifted like she was catching herself.
피덩이가 붙은 의체 부품 및 조각이 사방에 널려 있는 것을 보아 다수의 의체
Lobotomy Corporation. Well, they don't exist anymore, so I can't think about that right now. Let's first deal with the task at hand.
아까 T사의 원정을 왔다던 해결사 사무소가 이 사람들이었을지도 모르겠어요. 같은 모델의 의체가 많이 보이네요.
Well used to it. Yeah.
의체를 사용하는 해결사들만 고용하는 사무소도 있다고 본 것 같다네.
The machine that rewinded the day. Yeah, I wonder how much time they had to buy for the infinite time rewind machine. Oh man, Lobotomy Corp was a hell of a time.
혹시 이분은?
We were walking through the bloody train car when we suddenly heard Sinclair's voice crack as though he saw something awful.
이자는 분명 승강장에서 마주쳤었던.
우리에게 시비를 걸던 자군.
원정을 왔다 실패했다고 했었나? 이만한 숫자의 해결사들이었으니
Yeah.
진짜 원정이라고 말할 만도 하네.
Not that the last bit of Lobotomy Corp was ever giving Enkephalon out.
부서진 팔만 한 다스가 넘을 것 같네만. 예비팔을 교체해가면서 썼던 것이지 않겠는가?
That's kind of cool though. The idea of like you break an arm, so you just rip it off and then put a new arm in. Bro, this is just a piñata. Yeah, you know, this is a party favor. Makes sense. That would explain all those broken prosthetics arms and legs in this car.
그것은 아마 다른 피주머니에게 저항하던 중에 발생한 흔적일 것입니다. 관리자님. 전쟁 때도 비슷한 사례가 많았습니다. 의체는 언제든 교체가 가능하니 자금이 허락하는 한 특별히 아끼거나 보호해가며 싸우지 않아도 된다는 마음가짐. 물론 그런 녀석들은 자기 몸을
Also, I
제대로
can't
보호하지
figure out how they can tell that this is the same guy we saw on the platform. Maybe so.
하나의 상황이 생각보다 다양하게 해석될 수 있군요. 두 의견을 모두 기억해두겠습니다.
좋은 자세군. 당신 같은 사원들은 꼭 끝까지 살아남곤 했지.
I don't know, man. He ain't even a guy. Just a thing.
네, 뭐 다행이었겠군요.
Faust answered Otis in an uncharacteristically snappy manner. Signs of fatigue were creeping into her pensive expression. You all right, Faust? I was ready to see any actual expression from her. I was starting to get worried.
신체적으로는 문제가 없습니다만.
Good them. Good thing.
고립된 바다 위에서 마구잡이로 그물을 던지는 것 같은 이 상황이 유쾌하진 않군요. 평소에는 열람한 정보에 간단한 추론만 곁들여서 명료한 결론을 내릴 수 있었으니까요.
Good D/ceased. Her voice was such a whisper for the second part of her sentence that even I could barely hear what she was saying.
그건 알 것도 같네요. 새까맣고 고요한 호수 위에서 어떻게든 식량을 구하겠다고 그물을 던져도 막막하거든요. 대체 여기가 어디쯤인지, 이곳에서 무언가 잡히기는 하는 건지 갈피 자체를 못 잡으니까요.
나 또한 보이지 않는 묘혈에 누운 기분인 것은 매한가지요.
It's kind of funny. They heard her saying that she doesn't have access to Gesellschaft in a way, and they're like, "Oh, she just must be like getting tired of this." The big Don on screen there. Well, we're getting there, all right. Literally, like, just calm down. It seemed that Ishmael and Yisang picked up the first part of her sentence. However, as they walked up to her and shared a few words of consolation.
그런데 파우스트 씨가 그런 말을 하는 건 처음 보는 것 같은데요? 아니, 정확히는 파우스트 씨가 오늘따라 평소랑 달라.
Bro, give it 10 seconds. Relax. We're getting there. Ads are starting, so we actually have to calm down. Everyone, enjoy your ads. Thank you if you have Turbo. Thank you if you subscribe, and so you don't have to watch, so you can jump out of the ads. I want to thank you all so much. We'll be back in a minute. I'm gonna start. I'll be all right. All this information that I've had to reacquire this stream is really actually weighing on me. Like, the first few streams of this were fine because, you know, it's a lot of basic information, but they start throwing like curveballs at you. Like, the entirety of Time Killing Time took way too long. Just simply because I had to like remember things, and like, oh man, there's so much stuff I wanted to talk about, so much stuff like Rhodia's past and everything, and it was so like Insomnia, and then like the Time Killing Time boss fight's always fun. Because watching him try to rip your time, and then he like hits you for 96 but does 0 damage, and it's like, all right, my turn. And you just beat him to death after that because he's basically like weakened to no extent because he used up all his time to try to kill you like that. All right, we're back. Welcome back, my dear chatters. I was talking about how Time Killing Time is such a interesting chapter, and the Time Ripper is a fun boss to fight.
그건 나쁘다는 건 아니에요. 오히려 조금 유해 보여서 좋네요.
Aw, that's sweet.
그대에게서 본 적이 없던 모습이기에 퍽 신선하오.
What is beach volleyball?
그런가요?
Faust's reply was curt. She closed her eyes.
승강장에 있던 팜플렛에 의하면 이 열차는 객실용 12칸과 화물용 1칸으로 구성되어 있다고 한다.
Thanks, Marcel.
현재 도달한 곳은 11번째 칸이므로 메피스토펠레스가 있을 13번째 칸을 제외하면 단
Which means
높은 확률로 이 피주머니들을 만든 혈기를 마주할 것이다.
just beyond that door.
그래봐야 이것들 대빵이라는 거 아니야. 뭐 얼마나 다르겠어?
얘들의 말에 그 많은 피주머니를 거느릴 수 있는 존재이기에 위험 수준을 높게 생각하는 것이 타당하다.
Thanks, Marcel. Gotta kill the hype,
잘
huh?
알려진 정보는 아니지만 혈귀의 상대를 전문적으로 하는 해결사도 있다고 합니다.
And they all suck. Man, there's a blood fiend hunter ID. It's not very good.
정보가 사실이라면 전문가가 따로
This
있을
rupture.
만큼 까다로운 존재일 테죠.
생각해보면 피주머니라는 것들은 맹목적으로 혈기를 따르는 일종의 군세라는 거잖아요.
사기 저하나 탈출을 걱정하지 않아도 되는 군대를 만들 수 있는 자. 전쟁이든 일상이든 그런 자는 언제나 보통 이상의 능력을 갖고 있지.
The sinners each exchange various opinions with one another, possibly strategies, estimations of the blood fiend's strength, and all of a sudden, oh, calm down, Don Quixote. It's gonna be okay.
순간에도 그놈의 혈액을 휘발시키고 있을지도 모르잖아. 하든 그렇지 않든 반드시 본인의 손으로 그 자를 처단하겠네. 그러니 서두르세.
Don Quixote's sudden outburst immediately put a stop to the chatter. She's not wrong. Besides, dealing with the blood fiend is the key to completing our contract. With that, I opened the door leading to the last car of this train. I believe this is the, I believe there's just a fight here. Nope. Oh, okay, I mean, there is a fight here, but the one who lords this room. What?
다들 왜 그런 표정이지? 왕자에게 인사를 올리러 왔으면
Hey.
최선을 다해서 웃어야지.
No, I'm the prince here. You're a mess. You should get like your outfit cleaned up.
제사가 이 모든 일의
Look,
원인은
fight this. Kill this guy.
저희가 처리해야 할
Hey, show kill that guy.
무릎을 꿇고 머리를 조아려 예의를 갖춰라.
No. You see, I'm the royalty. You're just awful, truly awful. Like, why are you? Look at what you've done. Not even a grand display of torture.
그쪽이 누구길래 우리가 그래야 하는데?
한 번만 말해줄 테니 똑똑히 들어라. 내 이름은 카세티. 가족으로부터 도망친 제6권 소비자.
In refuge from his family.
왕자이다.
열차에서 일어난 모든 사륙에
I believe Elena was like a second kindred, so like 6 should be nothing.
왕자의 앞에서 모래하게도 질문이 많군.
Again, I'm the prince here. I'm gonna keep saying it every time he says he's the prince, because he needs to know his place.
넘어가 주지. 자, 보다시피 이 열차는 근사한 식사를 위한
The music, by the way.
피주머니를 마음껏 만들고 먹어도 이 인간들은 끊임없이 찾아오지. 그럼 나는
Look how
만찬을 즐길 뿐이다.
dry he looks.
얼굴에 여흥용 가면을 쓰고 있어.
인사할 생각이라면 얼굴 정도는 제대로 보여주는 것이 기본적인 예의 아닌가?
이 가면
What, like, whose spine is this?
되어지지 않아. 될 수 없어. 대사는 안 돼. 그래선 왕자가 될 수 없어.
And for no reason at all.
가면 뒤의 모습은 흉하거든. 그래서 모두가 얼굴을 숨기기로 했지. 하지만 너희들의 피를 전부 마시고 나면 다시 원래대로 돌아올 거야. 그럼 그때는 가면을
I want him gone. Mersault jump this guy.
네노, 안면에 바느질을 한 자는 누구지? 솜씨가 제법이고.
당연하지. 이 가면은 감히 이름을 입에 담기 황송한 이 발사님께서 직접 제작하셨으니까. 하지만
Give King Crimson treatment. Have you Mersault use what's the name of that damn the giant steam engine one that he got last season? Crushbound Pass. Mersault Crushbound Pass this guy. Oh, the barber. Ooh. With capital letters, so therefore it's a real person.
아니야. 웃고 있어요. 열심히 웃고 있잖아요. 저는 왕자랍니다.
Nico literally breaks the game. Smiling and laughing. Look, I'm the prince. Yes, that's what I am.
정신이 획가닥 놈이군.
He's I'm scared.
다 웃었냐? 그러면 이제 몇 대만 좀 맞아라.
난 너희 같은 놈들이 좋아. 울고 짜고 바닥에 엎드려서 애걸복걸하는 것보다 달려들면서 피가 끓어오르는 그런 놈들.
주위나 둘러봐. 넌 혼자야. 불을 당해낼 수 있을 것 같냐?
Well, yeah, but like, do you see the room we're in, Heathcliff? Come on, look at your surroundings.
필리프 씨, 방심하지 마세요. 상대는 이 열차의 수많은 승객을 피주머니로 만들어 온 자입니다.
The gag's up.
방심은 안 하겠죠. 그래도 뒷칸에서부터 피주머니들은 보이는 족족 우리가 썰어버렸잖아.
Well, yeah, but he's probably like 40 times stronger than.
그래, 숫자가 중요하지. 몇 명이 방문했는지가 중요한 것 기억하고 있어요. 난 말이야, 아주 강해. 그리고 이 새로운 왕국에서 물러날 마음은.
I probably wouldn't choose a kingdom as like a warp transit kingdom. There's not too much going on there.
이 왕좌에 가만히 앉아 있으면 피주머니들이 알아서 대령되지. 이런 나골이 또 있을 것 같아. 이걸 어버이들께서 보셨다면 얼마나 좋아하셨을까. 이 풍요로움을, 이 쾌락을.
It's kind of funny. Mersault gets the prince. Mersault's the prince, right? On the rerun, he got the prince ID.
제가 만든 왕국이에요. 누구에게도 넘기지 않아.
조금 의아하긴 하군요. 추측하건대 저 혈귀는 이 칸에서 거의 벗어나지 않는 것 같습니다만 그 영향은 열차의 모든 칸에 미치고 있을 정도로 강력할 뿐더러
가만히 앉아 있어도 피주머니가 대령된다는 건.
잠깐!
Hi, Sasha. Are you ready to help us kill? Someone suddenly and frantically charged into this car. It was Sasha, the fixer who we ran to on one of the earlier cars. Cassetti shrinks into his throne at this sudden intrusion, terror apparent in his face.
자네는 설마 우리를 도와주러 이곳까지 와준 겐가? 저길 보게나. 저자가 이
모든 사건의 원흉인 혈기일세. 저자만 처치한다면 그대가 보호한 승객들 모두 이 열차를 무사히 탈출할 수 있을 거라네.
혈기. 만약 피주머니가 아닌 채로 이성을 유지할 수 있는 혈기가 더 있다면.
정말 여기까지 왔네.
Yep. They don't, Miss Mysterious Multi-Crack Office Fixer.
나도 옛날엔 열심히 싸웠는데 마지막까지 남아서.
무슨 소리를 하는 거야?
Hey, so guess what? The red eye thing, actually very important.
이 네 팔 중에 3개가 뽑혀 나갔더라고. 근데 이상하지? 팔이 하나밖에 안 남으니까 그때서야 이런 생각이 들었어.
That's where.
죽기 싫다라고. 그래서 빌었어. 살려주면.
피하세요, 돈키호테.
무엇이든 다 할 수 있다고.
Blood rapidly crystallized around Sasha like a suit of armor as she swung her greatsword at the sinners, striking them even before Faust's hurried shout had fully died away.
내가 말했잖아. 예고 없이 갑자기 튀어나오지 말라고.
Yeah, another L for Multi-Crack Office.
그 망할 발들이 너무 시끄러운 거 몰라.
How is the family gonna come for you on a warp train within motion, Cassetti? Chill out. Not even a good prince.
소개하지. 이쪽은 앞으로의 왕국을 위해
I'm
밖으로 나와 처음으로
so confused by the whole kindred thing.
왕국을 가족을 함께 건설하고 있는 충실한 나의 존재.
말씀하신 대로 강한 놈들을 선별해서 이곳으로 보내려고 했습니다만 저희 칸의 인간들은 전부 형편없는 놈들뿐이었기에 1등석에서 온 저자들을
What happened to the little girl? What happened to the little girl though?
당신은 권속이란 게 무엇인지 정확히 알고 계신가요?
Nice blood bag and mid crack. Gotta take the 4 coin of doom.
아니, 하지만 이것만큼은 얘기할 수 있어. 그분의 피가 내 몸에 들어온 순간 태어난 기분이었지.
Gross.
권속은
Girl, your face is made out of red crystals right now.
하위 개체의 개념과 유사하군요. 정확한 정보도 없이 무작정 받아들였던 것은 그만큼
Rip them apart. Rip her arms off. Rip and tear until it is done.
그랬겠지.
자네가 저 혈기에
Yep, Don Quixote. That wonderful fixer you were looking up to.
우리가 처음 보았을 때부터
붉은 눈에 대해 물어볼 땐 얼마나 놀랐던지. 의심했어도 내 눈은 붉은 빛을 내는 의안일 뿐이라
Yeah.
의미는 없었겠지만.
Red eye things was important.
그러면 자네가 보호하고 있던 그 승객들은
Oh, dead and gone.
내가 말했지. 숫자가 중요하다고.
Wood what? The giant blood crystal woman?
백렬은 길수록 좋다.
Dozens of blood bags began shambling into the room from behind Sasha. A smaller one among them stood out to me. My mind immediately snapped to the child who grabbed Don Quixote's coattails. I knew that the passengers were dead the moment we realized Sasha was a blood fiend, but I had hoped that we'd be spared this sight.
어린아이도 있었다네. 알아. 언젠가 커서 해결사가 되고 싶어 했지. 근데 해결사가 될 바엔 피주머니로 사는 게 나아. 해결사로 살아온 내가
I don't
보증할
know.
수 있어.
Vaporizing into blood, kind of not exactly the, you know. Not exactly my idea of living.
지식에 정의롭고 이름 높은 해결사 같은 꿈을 꾸면 결국 실망하거든. 아니면 일찍 죽던가.
Oh God! No! Don't tell Don Quixote that. She will start screaming. Don Quixote did not give Sasha time to finish her sentence. He was already charging full speed at her with her lance drawn. Fun times.
이 떨림. 다시야도 기대되시나요?
Sounds like base ego. Yeah. This is a terrible idea what we're about to do, but I'm doing it anyways. Kurokumo's into blood bags. Luckily, they're mostly hurt already. Yeah, I the first time I did this fight, I used I was using W Corp Ryoshu at the time. So when you use Deader, it does really cool stuff. I'm happy these enemies are like half dead though. Makes like a lot of this a lot easier.
흙을 마실걸?
이 정도로 나와 겁이 났대?
Man.
참 재미없게.
You know, it's going a lot better than I thought it would go, because these enemies get stronger the more bleed they have on them, because they passively gain bleed on themselves. So I was really worried about that. There's Sasha. Excuse you. We're not so weak that we would become blood bags. I'm insulted that she thinks we'd become blood bags. You only become a blood bag if you're actually weak. If you're not strong enough to handle becoming a kindred. So is this before or after they created the mechanic that I'm thinking of? Is it here? And so it's before, so the mechanic's not there right now, at least. They're also decaying. That's kind of one of the things, is that they start decaying. I've never unlocked this condition. Don't know what it does, truly. Who are you targeting with this? Rhaegor. Dimensional demon edge, dimensional rift. Yeah, Deader. Please don't laugh at me. Please just die. Please don't laugh at me. I'm trying my best, alright?
재미는 없겠지만 그렇게 할게요.
Cool. Long. By the way, the red thing on them is important. Please pay attention. I promise you, when I say things are important, I actually do mean it. They are indeed important. Damn. 10 bleed sucks.
재미는 없겠지만
I was gonna say, I'm gonna be surprised if these people just die here to bleed and all that. This boss fight, I had fun. Yeah, I did too. I did to say, you know what? I'll leave my thoughts till after the boss fight.
진절머리가 나는 건 허락도 없이 만들게 된 나의 첫 권속이.
You're like a 6th kindred, bro. Your 7th kindred are not gonna stand up to us.
용서하십시오, 어버이시여.
시워라. 그나마 일용할 피주머니를 챙겨왔으니 망정이지. 자식의 주태는 그 어버이가 계속.
With that, Cassetti reached out toward the pile of blood bags on the ground and nom 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 nom. He ate them. Ba, 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 ba. The armor of hardened blood materialized over the blood fiend's body. His sheer aggression and hatred was palpable, enough to make our skin crawl.
혈액을 걷어들인 것으로 힘을 더욱 키운 것으로 보입니다.
아직 완전히 힘이 돌아오진 않았지만 이만하면 왕이 된 나의 행진에 어울릴만 하지.
You're a prince. You're not even a prince. You're a 6th kindred. This guy, no, he does not. I'm trying to think something funny to say, but he's just delusional and like, I mean, this looks cool. I like this. This design is cool, but like, he's just delusional and he just keeps talking. The king. He doesn't even deserve the title of a king.
반역자 놈들아! 떨지 않고 할 수 있어. 모조리 죽여서 조용히 만드는 거야.
배는 맛은 있는 편이 좋은데.
뒤는 내가 봐주지.
7 bleed. Enjoy that 7 bleed, my friend. And here I thought Cromer was a yapper. I know what. I mean, at least Cromer has something to say, and is like interesting. Like I think that's the problem with like Cassetti is that like he just talks, and it's like shut up, man. Do you ever shut up? Man, I wish you could inflict more bleed count. Be really nice. I mean, that increased clash power up for enemy bleeding though is kind of nice. 3 paralyze, which makes clashing against him so much easier. Lenticular Rend. Funny enough, I haven't ever seen the attack animations because I shit stomped him so bad he never got a clash win. Besides the auto, this besides his attack right here. All right, buddy. You know what? Do you intern after this? Yeah. Okay. Wait. See, I mean, it doesn't even matter what skills I actually queue up here because he's just gonna intern. Good job, Cassetti. I am the Prince of the Parade, I believe is the name of that attack. Yeah, I am the prince. Yeah, I'm Prince of the Parade. The parade's prince. My man has a lot of stuff to do about princes, about a parade. Deadly 24 damage. True. So true. I wonder why. Must be a kink? Nah. Man, it sucks so much. Cause like my man just gets to get like all of his health back. So you're like, oh, now I gotta redo this fight. This is bullshit. I should really show off I should really show off enemies' passives when I'm doing these fights. Now that I think about it, might be a good idea. I still don't know how to get. I still don't know how to get her this skill to activate. I have zero idea. Like her passive doesn't tell you. It's just there. He currently has stored blood. Check it. Maybe it's in the skill 3. Maybe. No. No, it's not. She's such a weird early ID, man. Like she has an alternative defense condition that I don't know how to activate. I'm sure there's like a way to do it, but like I've never really needed it, so I've never really looked into it. Oh, this kind of sucks. Why are you so much fat? Why did everyone roll low this turn? Well, if everyone's gonna roll low, then I'm... I'm just beating her to death. I'm just gonna beat Cassetti to death. What? What'd you find out? Yeah, sadly she just like is just gonna take a lot of damage here. Not much I can do about this, honestly. I'm kind of mad right now because I'm... Because like, I don't know. I should use the other Durante now that I think about it. That was a problem. That was a mistake. Why not? I mean, it's literally just called Sky Clearing Cut is the counter, but as a counter, but it doesn't explain anything. Okay, back. Welcome back.
흔들림만 이렇게 터져버리죠.
Rest in peace. Oh, she didn't even die. That's even funnier. Okay, what's the counter's name? The counter's name is, it's just Sky Clearing Cut as a counter. Do I have a way to heal? I don't think I do. No. Well, let's put the suck because we're about to like basically bleed to death, but that's fine. Man, I'm so mad at that one turn where I just like almost, where I basically got my ass kicked because I rolled 8 threes in a row. Not 8 threes, but I rolled a lot of threes for no reason there. Luckily, it seems like we've, oh, I was gonna say, it seems like we've recovered, but we may not have. He has some cool looking attacks at least. Okay, so I found out how it works. Is it stupid? So I feel like it's stupid. Man, I wish I could stun you here, man. It'd be so nice. Come on. According to the hour, you have to use 5 plus poison, and then when I use yours, all right. Hour Kurokumo passive. I wonder when. All right. Fair enough. Like, I really want Ishmael to survive. I mean, someone's gonna die here. It's kind of just the inevitability of this current situation we're in. How is this? I thought this healed her. Maybe a higher, what's it called? Up ties. Man, it kind of sucks. I have to redo this fight. I have to redo this fight, probably. All damage. Damn, not enough. Okay. What if I do this? All right. I'm trying my best to keep people alive right now. It's so funny when I first got this ego, the text on it was broken. It would go across the screen like that. Locally should overclock now. Nah, I think we're fine. No, we'll be okay. Oh, there we go. Woo! That sucked. we had the one bad turn that almost ruined that, which was he was targeting everything on Rodian, and everyone else rolled like below his speed. He rolled a 4 and everyone else rolled 3s, and it was like, what do you want me to do? It's actually kind of funny. I always love when it's like the sinners are so badly hurt that they can't show them on screen.
이래서는 제압하기가 힘들 것 같은데요.
The mental fatigue finally got to Gregor and Sinclair, and they collapsed onto the ground. The strange environment of the warp train was proving to be a significant boost to the Blood Fiend's regenerative abilities. The battle trudged on without an end in sight. At this point, we've already been fighting for much longer than we had at the K-Corp border checkpoint or at the basement of the Wuthering Heights. The Sinners had all grown much stronger since then, but even they were reaching a breaking point. Don Quixote continued to wildly pummel the Blood Fiend with her lance, breaking, stabbing, and crushing him every time a body part regenerated.
나는 배가 고프다는 이유로 수많은 사륙을 저지른 게 닥쳐!
나는 몰라.
Oh, come on, Don Quixote.
썩은 디라곤은 그 빌어먹게 끔찍한 아니야 떠올리기 싫어. 닥쳐 조용히 해. 아니야.
What is going on with this guy? Who is he talking to?
한 모금만 주세요. 소용없어. 아무리 찔러봤자.
이놈이 전부 짓이겨져 공중으로 바뀔 때까지.
She's trying, Warp Corp. She's trying. But the Blood Fiend's regeneration is so powerful that he's recovering as fast as Don Quixote is destroying him. He's regenerating at an insane rate. We can't.
권석, 나의 자식, 내게 새로운 생명을 주고 이 연회를 베풀어 주었다. 그러니 너도 네 할 일을 해.
Oh God! What is she? What?
제가 어떻게 이놈들의 약점을 찾아 이놈이 내게 매달렸던 것처럼.
Probably shouldn't be saying this out loud in front of us. Might save you something.
한 가지 짚히는 것이 있다면
Sasha began looking around wildly, surprised by Cassetti's sudden command.
저와 같은 위치 해결사들과 흡사한 전투 방식을 갖고 있다는 점이 있습니다.
Oh no.
위치를 가진 자들이 팔다리 하나 둘쯤 교체하면 된다는 생각으로
Actual surprised Faust face. Very rare.
자신의 목숨이 여러 개는 있다는데 경망스럽게 행동하더군요. 지켜야 할 것이 없으니 싸움에만 집중하고 결국에는
Oh, I forgot that she's stupid. With one of her remaining arms, Sasha picked up from the ground the MasterCard key Faust showed her in one of the previous cars.
막으세요, 돈키호테.
보이시오. 당신께 바치겠습니다.
Don Quixote immediately leaped at the fixer, but one of her arms struck her away with great force. Ishmael and Mersault, who had been holding Cassetti down, were no match for his strength without Don Quixote's fury. The Blood Fiend threw them both to the side and grabbed the keycard.
1등석 칸으로 갈 수 있는 열쇠입니다.
Faust, can we lock the fucking... Faust, please! Faust, I'm doing my best here.
왕국의 번영을
No. Cassetti examines the master keycard with clear intent. Excuse me, that was a little slimy. Without the keycard, we'll be trapped inside this train for thousands of years until it reaches its destination.
파우스트의 정보와 지식에 접근할 수 없던 지금의 저는 나름의 최선을 통해 오늘의 난관을 해치우고 있었다고 생각했습니다.
You did.
하지만 마스터 카드 키가 저자에게 넘어간 지금으로서는 모든 것이 더욱 불확실해졌군요. 아마 그 원인을 따져본다면
Faust took a deep breath as if she were about to take a deep dive into the source of all this trouble.
지금껏 파우스트에게 너무 의지해왔던 탓일 테죠.
You're doing a great job, Faust, I promise. From what I can tell, Faust has always been operating based on information that she received from Faust. It's a funny sentence to say out of context. So a situation like this, where she has to make decisions on her own, must be unfamiliar to her. But Faust is an exceptional sinner, with or without Faust. I've been thinking the same thing about myself, actually, that I might have been relying too much on that perfect Faust. But even without Faust, you still guided us masterfully after analyzing the information we brought you. Maybe uncertainty itself doesn't always have to be a problem for us. Remember, thus the lack of a plan itself becomes the plan. You said it yourself.
그렇군요.
Losing business, Faust!
중에서도 불확실성을 믿는 파우스트니까요. 마스터 카드 키를 빼앗긴 것은 수많은 불확실성 중 단 하나일 뿐. 확실한 건 저자나 우리 둘 다 절박하다는 것이죠. 협상을 하는 수밖에요.
보아하니 저놈은 회복시키는 능력이
I am indeed. Well.
지금부터는 한 놈도 회복시키지 마. 알겠니? 열쇠가 산산조각 나는 꼴을 보고 싶지 않다면.
Alright.
쌀이 협상이라니 어찌 그런 그것은 악인가의 타협 아닌가?
Don Quixote. I didn't have time to regenerate Don Quixote's severe injuries just yet. The rest of the sinners were already unconscious. Yeah, he's like, please stop beating me. One sinner who could still walk and move and talk was Faust, whom I rewound the clock for. Yeah, let's do that.
그럼 카세트 장소를 이동하는 것은 어떻겠습니까? 저와 단테 씨만이 가겠습니다. 그곳에서는 당신을 공격하지 않겠다는 의사를 확실히 하죠.
There's no doubt in my mind that Cassetti must also be exhausted by unending barrages of attacks from Don Quixote and the sinners. So Faust's suggestion that we move this conversation to a different place without the sinners must have sounded pretty sweet to him.
아무도 없는 곳으로?
네, 당신도 알다시피 이 앞칸에는 화물칸이 있습니다. 그곳에서 서로의 원하는 바를 이야기해보죠.
보아하니까
Yeah, sure. Okay, I mean, If we want to put this in medieval fantasy terms, I am indeed the monarch. Really, he does actually have, though. Cassetti, normally it's the time where I give someone a head pat, but like you are just garbage. It's okay, Don Quixote. Pat, 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 pat. There you go. We'll be back in a minute, Don Quixote. Thus we left the incapacitated sinners and Don Quixote, who watched on with a hollow, despondent eyes as we walked away. We carefully made our way into the freight car. So Faust, why are we doing this in the freight car again?
단테, 저는 처음으로 도박이란 것을 해보려고 합니다.
What? With that, the door closed shut behind us. Oh man. Tram, are you still here? This is the important part. Watch this part. So this passageway leads straight into Mephistopheles. Mephistopheles.
처음부터 이게 문제였어. 이게 망할
Memphis, yes. Memphis, Tennessee.
방해했다고. 화물칸이 이 버스로 가득 차지만 않았어도 이렇게 일찍 퍼레이드를 열 계획도 관석을 만들 계획도 없었는데.
단테.
Hmm?
연결된 것 같습니다.
Connection. The suddenness of her statement briefly knocked me off my train of thought. Looked at her and cocked my head in confusion, and she replied with an even quieter whisper without looking away from the blood fiend.
메피스토 팰리스에 탑승한 것으로 파우스트와의 연결이 복구되었습니다.
Did you know that this would work?
아니요. 아까도 말했다시피 도박이었습니다. 확률 자체도 계산하기 어려운 불확실. 실제로 성공해보니 로자 씨가 왜 도박을 좋아하는지
No, Faust, no. No, Faust, you're supposed to be the smart one. I can't have you gambling too. A faint smile momentarily appears on Faust's lips as she jests, then fades away.
연결이 되었으니 워프 열차에 들어가면 파우스트와 단절된다는 중요한 정보를 누락한 것에 대해 이제부터 관리직 파우스트들에게 즉시 항의를 하고 싶습니다.
The Faust Discord server.
제가 이 상황에 대한 타개법을 찾는 것이 우선이겠네요. 다분히 의도적인 누락이라고 저는 생각하지만 아니길 바랍니다.
Faust gently advanced towards the blood fiend.
협상에 대한 이야기를 하시죠. 어떻게 하면 그 마스터 카드 키를 돌려주실 거죠?
원래 같았으면 네 놈들을 피주머니 만든 물에 남김없이 마시려고 했지.
Faust's about to be one of those people who like does the math and figures out how many Powerballs they need to buy every single number. And it's like, okay, once the jackpot's over that amount, I will buy every single Powerball number.
나는 이 왕국이 들키지 않고 조용히 아주 오랫동안 유지되길 원한다.
Is indeed yes.
카드 키를 받고 너희가 있던 이 1등석으로 돌아가면 우리는 이곳에서 아무 일 없던 것처럼 지낼 거야.
Sure.
열차가 도착하면 너희는 내려 각자가 있을 곳으로 돌아가는 거야. 어때?
아무 일 없었던 것처럼.
Like nothing happened. Kill. I mean, okay. I have Faust and myself. Faust, what about the job we were contracted to do in the first place?
기억과 흔적까지 통째로 사라질 저희는 의뢰의 성패 여부를
Stop,
남길 방법도
die,
없습니다.
burn, maim, and kill.
저 혈귀를 해치울 수 있다면 적어도 사건이 해결되었다고 W사에게 통보받을 수 있겠지만 이렇게 되면 저희는 단순한 힌트도 제공하지 못할 것이고 의뢰는 실제로
So
돌아가겠죠.
either way, it's going to be a failure, right?
하지만 그보다 당신과 수감자들의 정신적 안정을 확보하는 것이 더 중요합니다.
It's not like we've always been successful. So that was something I could live with, but But what about the other passengers of this train and its future passengers? I remember the look on Don Quixote's face whenever we would come across these inevitable forms of injustice. Faust does not reply, yet the lack of reply was a reply all on its own. Are we going to have to let them die? You're done for now? Innocent lives will be lost, but we can't prioritize their lives over our safety. That must be Faust's and the company's policy. And yet... Tram! Your girl Don Quixote's on the screen. Tram! Don Quixote. I thought her wounds were too severe for her to even crawl, let alone walk, but with sheer will, she pushed herself through the pain to reach the freight car.
비겁하고 악독한 차를 아무 일도 없다는 듯이 보내줄 순 없네.
저놈이 또? 그럼 이 열차에 계속 갇혀 있겠다는 거냐? 나는 알고 있어. 내가 이 열쇠를 부수기만 하면 너희는 먹고
악인의 만행을 못 본 채하고 앞으로 향하는 이곳에서 놈을 계속해서 처단할 것이니.
Faust and I grabbed Don Quixote. She'd normally be strong enough to wriggle free of our grips, but she already pushed herself beyond her limits merely by walking here.
이건 노시게. 나리도 이러면 안 되는 것이오.
Don Quixote, letting him destroy the key card means that you'll be condemning the sinners to thousands of years of torment.
본인이 잡지에서 보았던 재밌는 이야기라도 잔뜩 해주겠다네. 다 같이 노력하면 아무리 긴 세월이어도 견딜 수 있지 않겠는가?
Nah, it's just 10 seconds.
그것으로 해결되지 않으리란 건 돈키호테
Just said, yeah. Thanks, Warp Corp, for keeping on the message.
그러면 다른 방법이 있지 않겠는가? 파우스트 군도 관리자 나리도 똑똑한 사람들이지 않을까?
Ah, well.
저 악한 자도 벌하고 수감자들도 괜찮을 수 있는 방법은
There is. Well, not really. Her struggle begins to wane, but this was no acceptance. This was dejection. Wait, Don Quixote, no! In the commotion, we failed to notice that the blood fiend had been quietly advancing at us. We let Don Quixote go at the last second, as a second too late. I wonder who Kasei is talking to.
지금부터 네가 나의 두 번째 권속이 되는 거다.
Kasei screams incoherently as he leaps onto Don Quixote, piercing her neck with his fangs before we even had the chance to do anything.
설마 이런 식으로 해결이 될 거라고 생각하진 않았는데.
Faust? What do you mean, the solution?
이전에도 보았지만 다시 한번 열람한 정보에 의하면
well,
단테, 제 뒤에서 벗어나지 마세요. 그리고 지금부터 일어나는 일은 절대 다른 수감.
Don Quixote levitates slightly into the air, the strings of her shoes unraveling as they slip off her feet on their own. She looks on with bewilderment as her running shoes fall to the floor. And I still have chills. I've always had this question twirling at the unfocused backstage of my mind. Why are you always so protective of those running shoes, Don Quixote?
운동화? 아, 우리 로신한테를 말하는 것인가?
Yeah, those.
우리는 수많은 모험을 이 로신한테와 함께 해왔네. 슬플 때나 기쁠 때는 물론이고 어떤 고난이 닥쳐와도 언제부터인가 내 곁을 떠나지 않고 지켜주었던 벗이지.
She doesn't know when she got them?
자, 관리자 나리도 로신한테에게 인사하시게.
Nope, I think I'm good. I will not salute your shoes.
하지 말고 어서.
Nope, they're just shoes, Don Quixote.
꼬질꼬질 냄새가 날 것 같아.
Thanks, Kara.
갑자기 냄새 고문시키고 있어. 로신한테는 냄새 나지 않네. 로신한테는 보기에는 이래도 엄청나게 깨끗.
I mean, you are like a head, like about probably about like a couple inches shorter than her, so you are small.
대피, 대피.
Don Quixote, don't tell me you go to sleep wearing those running shoes. I mean, Rosciante.
관리자나리. 로신한테 안부까지 신경 써주다니. 그거 참 친절하군.
Does not even answer the question, by the way. I didn't even mention that this question was inspired by numerous eyewitness reports from other sinners who saw her wandering the halls in her pajamas and wearing Rosciante.
갈 때는 물론이고 본인은 어느 상황이든 간에 로신한테와 떨어질 수 없는 사이일세. 단지 필요할 때만 찾는 사이가 아닌 모든 순간에도 함께라는 뜻이지.
How that she's not torn apart? Well, because they're fucking magic. Sorry for my language there, but it's the truth. Now that I think about it, every single identity of Don Quixote also wears that pair of running shoes, Rosciante. Have you ever taken them off?
웃는다니 그게 무슨 소리요? 로신한테를 떼어낸다는 것인가? 관리자 나리도 엉뚱한 소리를 다 하는군.
She looks at me with puzzled eyes, as though taking those pairs of running shoes off was somehow an inconceivable idea. They were something much more than just her favorite pair of running shoes. Her attitude about it was totally detached from common sense, too. But she didn't notice anything strange about herself. What does Rosciante mean to Don Quixote? What even is that thing? An overwhelming, powerful pressure suddenly exploded, radiating in all directions. As the metallic stench of blood suffocates the bus, filling every corner of it with its sickening horror. Then, darkness. This is still one of the best things they've ever had. In all-absorbing darkness, voices is our only light. That's getting screenshotted? What? I do think I saw a faint shimmering. This? I mean, yeah, it's beautiful. It was red, and she wore a long fur adornment of sorts. And then through the shimmering, I saw, I think, red eyes. Filial impiety. It is amazing. I know this voice, but I also don't. I've never heard it in such a low, imposing tone before. It speaks toward the lesser being. The blood fiend, shriveled and kneeling, trembling, pathetic. Crimson droplets of blood slowly rise around the blood fiend's mouth before congealing and sealing his mouth shut. It's so good every single time. I legitimately have chills still. Everything's hanging like, oh, this scene is just beautiful. I'm depressed to say what I was gonna say earlier, that I hate that I had looked at the dispense and then I had found out that Dawn was a blood fiend before this scene. Kase's body begins liquefying to a slick stream of blood, his form curdling and crumbling, dripping to the ground. He melts rapidly yet ponderously like that ice cream Don Quixote loved so much, puddling on the floor, heated under the searing sun. Don Quixote turned to look at me, who was still on the ground after being thrown by the shockwave, and with a cryptic look of pity, she uttered something. Something I couldn't quite understand. Rosciante. I carefully reached out and grabbed her shoes. and slipped them onto her bare feet, one by one. Boring. Ricardo! Ricardo! Go away. Welcome, Ricardo. She stumbled forward. She gasped, stumbled, and slumped to the ground. And that's the big Don Quixote scene of this chapter. Uncertainty. I can't do Ricardo's theme in my head. Sometime later.
대체 무슨 일이 일어났던 건지 누가 납득되게 설명해 주실 분이 계신가요?
I knew that the sinners would all be shocked and confused. After all, when they, including Faust and Don Quixote, all came back to life after I rewound the clock, all that remained was the destroyed door to the freight car and the disgusting, obliterated remains of what was once Cassetti.
혈기와의 반복된 전투로 대부분 정신을 잃은 상태였다.
A long lunch break. You've been here for a minute.
관리자님의 조치는 적절하다.
그랬지.
Well, good work, everyone.
하지만 여기서 대부분이라 함은 셋을 제외한 인원으로 설명을 요구한다면 그 인원에게 물어보는 것이 정확할 것이다.
Wait.
그 셋이 누군데?
파우스트, 관리자님. 아직 의식을 되찾지 못한 돈키호테다.
Hey, I have my own. I have my can't think gonna be crazy. I'm not, man. Ricardo's literally gonna show up and just like have ego, and it's gonna be terrifying. Wow, you were spot on. Haha. When did you even have the time to notice that? Oh boy.
의식이 꺼지기 바로 직전 발걸음과 목소리를 통해 파악하였습니다.
Did find the three conscious individuals by the end of the.
어떻게 된 거냐 그래서? 쟤는 또 왜 안 깨어나는 건데?
She's a little eepy.
깊은 잠에 빠진 듯하군요. 생명에는 지장이 없으니 곧 정신을 차리실 겁니다.
I remember everything, of course. Don Quixote's sudden transformation, how she practically erased the blood fiend and his kindred with the word without even from the world without even moving a finger. But I also remember Faust's last word.
지금부터 일어나는 일은 절대 다른 수가.
Don Quixote was unconscious, and Faust was answering every question with silence. And it was only natural that everyone would turn to me for some answers. That's you know.
그러고 보니 제일 중요한 카드키는 어디?
Last I remember, it was in Cassetti's hands.
지금은 녹아내려버린 그럴듯한 꼴이 되었지.
Thanks, Ryoshi.
그러면 그자가 들고 있었다던 카드키는
반액체 상태가 되었다. 이자의 손가락 뼈와 같이 섞여 있군. 가운데 손가락인 듯하다.
He really is slipping us off from the grave, huh? Wait. Oh.
다들 침착하세요. 침착해.
You're the one who freaking out, Sinclair. no, Gregor's also
담배를 더 챙겨왔어야 했는데.
also freaking out.
그 힘으로 열어봐도 되지 않냐?
I don't think it's gonna work.
마스터 카드키가 없어도 상황을 해결할 수 있습니다. 여러분에게 해결 방법을 완전히 이해시키기 위해 약 5시간 정도가 소요될 것으로 예상됩니다. 그러니 요약해서 말씀드리죠.
He's sounding so much like your old self now. Good luck, Heathcliff.
이거 다시 재수 없어졌네.
메피스토 팰리스의 뒷문을 이용하면 됩니다.
The steely confidence in her declaration was more than enough to win us all over. So we headed to the corridor past the back door, Don Quixote slung over one of our shoulders, and arrived at our destination.
무슨 일을 겪어온 것이냐고 물어볼 수밖에 없는.
Fun stuff happened.
후두둑.
Grains of sand and seashells like things fell with every step the sinners took.
설명은 뒷사람 해줄 거야.
그게 어떻게 된 것이냐 하면 입안이 꺼끌거리는구려.
I still wonder what happened. Some time ago, Faust explained the gist of the plan was as we made our way to the back door.
간단히 말하면 열차가 아닌 공간에서 시간을 보내는 것입니다. A사 표준 시간으로 단 10초. 그 정도의 시간만 기존 차원에서 보낸다면 자연히 이 열차는 도착해 있을 테니까요.
I don't still don't what? And with that, Faust came to a sudden stop in the middle of one of the corridors.
잠깐. 문이 이렇게나 많고 많은데 망설이지도 않고 그렇게 덥석 열어도 되는 거야?
네, 이 문이 맞습니다. 안전은 보장하죠.
아니 이 문을 열면 뭐가 있는지 정도라도 알려줘야지.
굿해요. 그 이상의 정보까지.
They went to the beach. Yeah, something like that.
예상치 못한 걸 마주하게 되는 경험도 훗날을 위해 필요할 테니까요.
뭐? 야, 그럼
Faust did not wait for Heathcliff to finish his sentence before jerking the door wide open.
지금입니다. 모두 이 안으로.
With Faust's stern command, we quickly walked into a building. It looked like a derelict abandoned hospital of sorts.
모래폭풍 수준이네요. 이건
뭐야 여기 실내 아니야?
They didn't need to animate this, by the way, but they did.
눈이 안 떠져요.
아, 이게 모래가 이게 설마 모래바람에
Welcome, everybody.
천재도 멀쩡히 달려
The same sandstorm.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
The sinners blurted out a series of colorful complaints, trying to cover themselves in the blasting sandstorm. But Faust continued to count in that same indifferent rhythm before dragging us out of there just as urgently as she had ushered us in. So, we managed to return safe and sound to the interiors of the warp train as it arrived at the P-Corp platforms. As the train was still being cleaned up, that is. And with our bodies completely covered in sand.
이대로 도착 못하는 줄 알았어요.
I don't know. I don't. It doesn't ever explain. I don't think. It's just in the middle of a building in sandstorm.
멀쩡한 승객이잖아. 어떻게?
We were so happy to be done with this whole ordeal that even W Corporate cleanup agents in the middle of cleanup mission looked downright hospitable.
저희는 귀사의 의뢰를 받고 워프 열차에 탑승한 림버스 컴퍼니 소속 직원입니다.
아, 팀장님이 사전에 고지했던 그분들이시군요. 정말로 기억을 갖고 있네요.
그러고 보니 저기 있는 수면용 포드에 직원분이 자고 계세요.
아, 그거 듣기만 해봤는데 한번 확인해 보죠.
I do wonder where he went. This employee walked over to the hidden compartment behind the chair that the cleanup agent crawled into. Inside it was
아무도 없는데요.
응? 여기가 아니었나?
이곳이 맞다. 그럼에도 여기에 들어갔던 사람이 없다는 것은
It's possible.
역시 멀쩡할 리가 없나? 뭔가 잘못 보신 게 아닐까요?
I doubt that.
피곤해서 잘못 본 모양이네요. 그럼 저희는 이만 나가보겠습니다.
Faust cut the conversation short before the other sinners began asking too many questions. Now that I became intimately familiar with the meaning of that gesture, I followed her outside without another word.
도착한 곳이요?
We did arrive, yes.
오늘따라 올해도 파자다만 이제 왔겠냐?
알겠다. 자세한 상황은 버스로 이동 중에 듣도록 하지.
Yes.
네. W사의 관련 보고를 송부하는 것은 ACCA를 통해
Virgilius was already there when we arrived, discussing the events aboard the train with Faust. He looked oddly apprehensive. Yeah, we're almost done. I'm at the end of the stream.
메피스토펠레스의 결속 해제를 지켜보도록 하지.
Bye, Warp Corp. Thank you for being here.
아무래도 관리자가 당신한테 할 말이 많아 보이는 분침을 하고 있는 것 같거든. 잘 비켜주겠다.
I was finally able to ask Faust once Virgilius left. Why did you do that? Faust's body was quite literally blasted to pieces with the sheer explosive pressure that filled the room the moment Don Quixote's shoes came off. It was as though she knew that it was going to happen.
당신의 몸이 터져버리는 것보다 당연히 나은 선택이었으니까요.
Ha!
죽는다는 것을 거의 알고 있었음에도 시계를 돌리게 만든 것은 죄송하게 생각하고 있습니다.
No, I'm not blaming you for that. I just want to know how long you've known that Don Quixote is...
그것이라면 ACB가 결성될 때부터 파악하고 있었습니다.
Yeah.
베르리우스도 같습니다.
Even Virgilius knows. Of course.
단지 관리자에게 적절한 때에 정보를 개방하라는 ACA 상부의 지침이 있었을 뿐입니다.
I guess now's the appropriate time, huh? And that appropriate time moment was back there.
제 개인의 판단으론 그렇습니다. 뭐 파우스트를 포함한 모든 연락이 두절된 상태이니 본사의 허락을 받을 수도 없는 노릇이었죠.
Right.
자세한 연유는 알 수 없겠으나 돌아왔구려.
We are indeed once again returned, Yisong. Returned? That was a layered word. We were returned to one of the warp platforms in our own dimension. We returned to our daily lives of speculating about what next are in our path, and the usual Faust reconnected to Faust has returned.
그렇습니다.
Faust quietly affirms Yisang's rather nebulous question.
비록 농으로 물어보는 것이지만 언젠가 다시 만날 수도 있겠소.
Aw, sweet. She shot a puzzled look at Yisong.
나름대로 꽤 유쾌한 만남이지 않았는가?
Yisong mused ambiguously before leaving us. Phew! The incident at the warp train was such a chaotic mess that it felt shorter than it really was, but it was also an opportunity to learn so much. But it was too soon to start racking our brains about what kind of nonsense trial we were about to face in P Corp, so I decided to enjoy this momentary peace.
그래서 대체 P사엔 어떻게 도착했단 말인가?
I've run out of snoozes. I kept trying to snooze the ads so I could end faster, but we have to end during ads. I apologize.
꼬맹이 진짜 엄청난 모험 하나 놓쳤어.
덕분에 방금 귀에 마지막 남은 모래알갱이가
Good job, Don Quixote. The sinners look at Don Quixote's bewildered awakening, grinning. There's no way to know what we'll be facing here at District 16, where P Corp was located, but we got this, right? The same faith I saw in Faust, who believes in uncertainty, rises within me too. I looked up to Faust, only to see that Faust was looking at me as well. She nodded at me with her usual, barely noticeable smile. I gave her a light nod back in return. Time to go, find ourselves another golden bow. Yay, golden bows. And that's the end of that. Yay, Don Quixote's a blood fiend. It's crazy. It was one of those things where I knew before the end of before it actually happens in the story because of identities. So it's kind of depressing in that kind of way. But other than that, thank you all so much for being here. I hope you have a great afternoon, evening, morning, whatever time it is for you. Sorry for such a rush ending. I just don't want ads to play before we end. They're probably still going to play. As always. Oh, no. Well, goodbye.